don't typically know who has been elected president of the United States by midnight. And if you recall, back in 2000, that election, George W. Bush and Al Gore went something like 32 days before we actually knew who was the winner of that election. And President Bush squeaked by with 271 Electoral College votes. This is going to be another squeaker. And the presidency hangs in the balance as the votes continue to be counted, especially in those key battleground states across the country. It is too early to call the race right now or project the race, but right now, Democratic nominee Joe Biden appears to have a narrow lead over President Trump in the fight for those 270 Electoral College votes. Now, this could all change throughout the day, the week, and maybe even further than that as mail-in ballots are counted. However, here's the problem. The president has already falsely declared victory and fraud. He did that overnight. He also threatened to drag the race all the way to the Supreme Court. Listen.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Well, Joe Biden also spoke to supporters overnight where he urged patience as votes continue to be counted.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
All right, so let us bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. She is joining us from Philadelphia. And Caitlin and Vlad, I just want to point out that, the president and the former vice president said two different things. The former vice president said, every vote will be counted. The president said that he wants voting to stop. Voting has already stopped. It stopped yesterday. We're not talking about people continuing to vote, and I don't know if he misspoke deliberately or by mistake, but we're talking about counting the ballots that have already legally been submitted. So, Caitlin, when we look at those ballots, where are we now in terms of the numbers? What are the latest developments?
That's exactly right, and a really important distinction to make, Anne-Marie, on this Wednesday morning. What is really critical, and this is why we've been reporting this for months, is that we have known going into yesterday, getting my days mixed up here, we have known going into election night that states like Pennsylvania would likely not have results on election night. So we have been reporting that. We did a story a few months ago saying voters should prepare for election week, perhaps election month, and that's kind of where we are right now. They are counting ballots that have already been cast legally. That is the state of the race. Another way to kind of show you what the state of the race is that I am watching ballots being counted on my iPhone. These ballots are being counted in this convention center right behind me. 150 workers here in Philadelphia working 8-hour shifts around the clock all through the night and into this morning to count those ballots. The reason that we have been focused on Pennsylvania is because, as we've been talking about, this is a state that couldn't start opening up to process ballots until election day. So we are still counting votes here in Pennsylvania. Here's kind of the state of play and what we're looking at, these critical states, Pennsylvania included, of course, but also Michigan, Wisconsin. Those three states together gave President Trump victory in 2016 by about 77,000 votes. These have all been razor-thin margins, and they continue to be close today. Those are the big states we're watching this morning, along with North Carolina and Georgia.
All right, Caitlin, we know Pennsylvania is still a toss-up state as of this morning. The state has said it could already take days. We're also looking at a couple of other states that the vice president does seem to have an inside track on, but it's still unclear. I mean, I'm talking about states, of course, like Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan. What are you hearing?
Arizona is leaning Biden at this point, but not called. If he is able to win that state, that does keep him in the running here. But these races are really close in those Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course the Rust Belt states here in Pennsylvania. The strategy from the Biden team going into those states was to really run up the margins in places like where I am in Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee. Those votes are still coming in. Remember, the Biden team had been focused on early voting and absentee voting in a state like Michigan and a state like Wisconsin and states like Pennsylvania. They hadn't been able to process ballots weeks before Election Day like they were able to do in Florida. So that's why these votes are still being counted, and we're still waiting for the final results in these key states. But it should also be noted that the president did better than a lot of polls suggested heading into this election. The Trump team had argued going into Election Day that while the Democrats had a lead in early voting and absentee ballots, that they would make up that ground on Election Day. That is what we're watching, especially in places like Georgia and North Carolina.
So, Caitlin, even if Joe Biden wins the presidential race, he's going to face some major battles with a possible Republican-controlled Senate. Democrats and donors poured millions of dollars into these Senate races. I mean, breaking records. And at this point, it doesn't appear that they've gotten their money's worth. What's the latest?
That's right, about $60 million in a place like South Carolina for that Lindsey Graham race. Graham, of course, won his election last night. They were able to pick up 2 Senate seats so far in Colorado and in Arizona, but they lost a Senate seat in Alabama. This is really key, and I think this is what Democrats are going to be talking about over the next few days, is they wanted this election to be decisive and a clear referendum on the president and the Republican Party. They were hoping for a big night and to gain seats in the Senate and the House. They've actually lost seats in the House. Republicans have gained seats in the House. That's an important storyline to look at, that this is not seemingly, at this point, the big repudiation of Donald Trump and his party that Democrats were hoping for. So we're still keeping an eye on some of these close Senate races, however, in Georgia and North Carolina. Those are key races. Those states have not been determined. We could possibly have a runoff in Georgia that could take us all the way into next year. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that today.
Caitlin, you make a good point about where the state of the race with regards to the Senate and the House of Representatives is. So the question, of course, becomes, and it's something interesting, Reince Priebus said this earlier on CBS this morning. He said that rather than the narrative that had been building around the Democrats, which was that this was going to be a repudiation of Trumpism, in fact, what you're seeing is that there are some people who like what the president is saying, who like what the president is selling, and that's what is bearing out in some of these key races. So, but thinking about this a little bit further, if Vice President Biden is victorious, you are still talking about, he doesn't have this huge, expansive mandate, right? It's not like he can say we can try to reform the courts or we can try to reform health care, because the way it's going right now is Mitch McConnell may still be in control of the Senate, and the GOP picking up a number of seats in the House of Representatives. Last I checked, it was about 10 seats, means that they also have a groundswell of support there. So it would be very difficult for Biden to govern. Not saying it's impossible. People have been able to do that. Bill Clinton was able to do that, but it's going to be a lot harder than perhaps Democrats have been suggesting, let's say, a week ago.
Absolutely, and not something that they wanted. Remember, a key case of Biden's candidacy was not only that he could defeat Donald Trump, but could bring a lot of these down ballot candidates up with him. At this point in time, Republicans have been able to hold on and even gain seats in the House, as you mentioned. I can tell you, just kind of anecdotally, going back to my reporting in key states that we have been on the ground talking to voters as they've been dropping off their ballots, as they've been voting, and we've even talked to them in, local shopping centers and the like. What we found talking to supporters of the president, these are not people showing up to those rallies. These are people who told us that they were supporting the president. They saw this race, the way that they characterized it to us in our conversations was they saw this race not about Trump versus Biden. They saw this race about Trump versus social socialism, as they called it, or Trump versus Kamala Harris. Lots of Trump voters would tell us that they saw this race as one, not necessarily that they loved Donald Trump as a person. A lot of them actually told us that they didn't like his personality, they didn't like his style, but when it came down to it, they liked his policies, and they also suggested to us that they didn't think Biden would be around long enough in office, and that they would be voting, for Kamala Harris. So I think that's a really important kind of storyline to talk about and think about how these voters have been thinking supporting the president. And if it turns out that this becomes a close race, that helps explain a little bit about how perhaps Republicans have gained seats in the House and potentially kept their majority in the Senate.
All right, Caitlin.
That's a great point, Caitlin. And we were sort of framing it as if Joe Biden wins, this is the Congress he'll have to deal with. On the flip side, if President Trump wins again, he is dealing with a Congress that presumably would be more open to some of his campaign promises. And as we've pointed out before, while some of the things that he promised in the first 4 years he managed to accomplish, particularly when you're looking at the judges, there's a lot of other stuff that we haven't seen happen, including replacing Obamacare. So, who knows? We might see 4 years of the president actually fulfilling some of the promises that he had, won on during the last campaign.
Well, it's a good point, Anne-Marie and Caitlin, to just jump off of that point, which is that at this point, this notion of resistance, if that's what Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats are thinking about, it sort of seems, I think, for a lot of people, is going to seem as if it's all politics. In other words, leading up to this election, Anne-Marie, you and I talked about passing relief for people affected by coronavirus, right? There's going to be a vaccine at some point. It's going to need to be distributed. Democrats are going to have to work with President Trump if he is reelected to office. And this notion that everything that he says and he does is a point of resistance for the Democrats, I just don't see how that's sustainable, especially if they retain control of the Senate and they add a couple of seats in the Congress. And you may find a President Trump who is not as focused on reelection, perhaps also being willing to come to the table with Democrats on a number of key issues.
Yeah, well, we got to actually figure out who wins first, and then we can dig deep into that whole discussion.
Still a long way to go, but Pennsylvania is definitely one to keep an eye on as they're continuing to count votes that have already been cast. But a lot open-ended here, for sure.
All right, Caitlin, we'll be checking
definitely
in with you later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now to an update on two nail-biting races we're following. In Wisconsin, Joe Biden appears to have taken a slight lead over President Trump. This comes after the city of Milwaukee processed its absentee ballots and recently reported the tally. But the tables are flipped in Michigan, where President Trump appears to have a slight lead over Joe Biden. Election officials are continuing to count absentee ballots there as well. To talk about this, let's bring in CBS News campaign reporter Adam Brewster. Adam, the Wisconsin Elections Commission released a statement on unofficial results. What can you tell us?
Essentially what the Elections Commission is doing, and they've done this on their briefings yesterday. They held many briefings with reporters. They've done weekly briefings leading up to the election, that results aren't official until the state certifies them. And that happens after it goes through a review at the county level, and then the Elections Commission would sign off on the official results, which happens later this month. That happens in every state across the country and is true in every election. And what you're seeing here is it is so tight, and given what we've heard about this race and everything, it's a reminder from them that things can change, numbers can adjust a little, and everything is unofficial until it is certified and signed, which happens in Wisconsin on December 1st.
In Michigan, the Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson tweeted, "Hundreds of thousands of ballots in our largest jurisdictions still being counted." So walk us through that. What jurisdictions is she talking about, and are these the sort of areas that could shift the balance here?
Well, it's kind of spread around the state, and so you're still seeing places like Detroit that appear to still have results to count, and other big cities over on the west side that still have places to count, probably a mix of some Democratic areas and some Republican areas. But Anne-Marie, what we've seen is the absentee ballots have so far favored former Vice President Joe Biden. I mean, that is where he put himself into a slight lead in Wisconsin, about 20,000 votes. And I'll just say, looking at our elections app, it is changing by the second. But as we speak at this very, very moment in time, Joe Biden has a very, very slim lead in raw vote total in Michigan right now as they're bringing more absentee ballots into the fold.
And just remind me again, Adam, where those votes are coming from. I mean, are we, for many Americans spread out across this country who don't know the counties, for example, if somebody wanted to know where Detroit was and where those votes were coming in, what county would you be looking at?
I'd look at, Wayne County is Detroit, and that is the big one. That is where the most votes will come in. It looks like some votes may still be coming in Oakland County in the Detroit suburbs, probably a few more in Macomb County, the Detroit suburbs. It looks like there might be a few more out in Kent County compared to the Detroit suburbs. Kent County is Grand Rapids. That's a longtime Republican stronghold area where Democrats have been hoping to, that changing demographics would make that more fertile territory for them in this election after seeing some success in the midterms. Those might be a few counties I would look at, and I would look at Genesee County, which is where Flint is. It looks like there still should be some ballots coming in from there, but really it gets spread around the state. Michigan has more than 80 counties, and these rural areas where returns may come in, the numbers are smaller, so we tend to maybe not focus on them as much. When they get cobbled together, it can make big gains. I mean, that's where we've seen the president perform very well, and 10 votes here, 10 votes there, 20 votes there can make a really big difference over time. So just keeping an eye on where things go in those rural areas. But some of those big cities I highlighted in big counties are probably where you're going to see the most movement.
Can you give us a little context when it comes to these two big states side by side? What sort of role have they played historically in presidential races?
Well, they were two states that Democrats like to say were part of the blue wall that President Trump broke down 4 years ago. Both of them hadn't voted for Republicans since the 1980s. Wisconsin, Ronald Reagan in 1984. Michigan, George H.W. Bush in 1988, until President Trump's narrow wins here 4 years ago. Both of them were tight races. 10,704 votes in Michigan, 22,748 votes in Wisconsin. That was 4 years ago. It certainly looks like we might be heading for more tight results in both of those states. They do kind of fit ideologically. Democrats did have some success in the midterms in both states. Democratic governors in charge. There was a lot of backlash against coronavirus restrictions. They tend to be cut from a similar political cloth.
All right, Adam, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
So we're going to take you to Georgia and North Carolina now. They've emerged as battleground states in this year's election, and both states are too close to call right now. Lecrae Mitchell has been following the race from Tampa, Florida, and she's here to break down the results so far and tell us what we know. So, Lecrae, what are things looking like in both Georgia and North Carolina? Who's ahead, and how many more ballots are left to count?
So to echo Adam, I would just say that we know that these numbers are changing. And the last time I checked, with 92% of the expected vote in, President Trump was ahead by more than 103,000 votes in Georgia. And in the Tar Heel state, with 95% of the expected vote in, the president was ahead there as well by more than 76,000 votes. And so when you combine those between the two states, you have roughly more than 500,000 votes that are still outstanding at this moment out of those two states.
Earlier this morning, Lecrae, as you know, President Trump was confident he would win both states, as he did in 2016. So what's the path forward for Vice President Biden if President Trump wins the Tar Heel state, if he wins the Peach state? What's his path to 270?
Well, if the president wins Georgia and North Carolina today, but former Vice President Joe Biden won, say, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. There still could be a path, but I think what I and what others would caution is that you just really want to wait and see how this turns out when some more of these votes start to come in, because we really right now the margins are so narrow that it's still a toss-up. We're still classifying them as toss-up with CBS News. And so what I would say is, and what I'm going to continue to look at throughout the day, is what's happening at some of these counties that we've been taking stock of leading up to Election Day, places that we've been calling battleground counties within these counties, and sort of how the votes are playing out there. I did a quick look earlier at Fulton County, Gwinnett County, and these are areas that political scientists in the area, political strategists in the area have been saying were battlegrounds for different reasons. You know, Fulton County, because of how large it is, it's the largest county by population in the state. And what people were looking to see is what the impact of the Democratic city center of Atlanta would have on some of the suburbs in the surrounding area. Gwinnett County, an area that traditionally had been very Republican, due to diversifying and becoming more of a county that wasn't so much of a Republican stronghold. We're going to be looking there to see how things shake out. So as we're taking stock of these battleground states, like I said, we really are zooming into some of the counties to see how both candidates are doing there, to get any kind of indication, if possible, on how things might turn out.
So, Lecrae, you know, in Georgia in particular, the recent past it's been checkered a little bit when it comes to access to voting. There have been accusations of voter suppression. There was a little bit of a hiccup, I think, at one polling place in Georgia where a pipe burst in the same room where ballots were being held. The ballots are fine,
that is so
but they had to stop.
2020.
They had to fix the pipe, and they had pardon?
That is so 2020. We plan.
So 2020.
You know, news reporters and Lecrae, you and the political unit have been planning for this election for the last 4 years, covering it. I don't think anybody had in their 1,000-page planning books what happens if a pipe bursts in one of the districts that we're following.
Well, apparently what happens is you check on the ballots, you fix the pipe, and you extend the time that office is open, because you have to make sure that, you know, the equal amount of hours are available to all voters. But let us talk about this. We talked a little bit earlier about, you know, those responsible for voting in the state. How aware and concerned are they about, you know, the previous accusations of voter suppression in Georgia? How are they approaching this election? How do voters feel about it?
If I could just say, let me tell you, and we've been working on a briefing book, like you said, Vlad and Emery. A water pipe burst was just not in the planning. I mean, we've worked out a lot of different situations, and that was not in there. But
it would have been funny if you raised your hand in the political meeting and you said, "What about a natural, like a water pipe briefing?" And they just looked at you. What are you talking about? Like, stay focused here.
Exactly. I know. And then I would be a superhero today, because I would have really had my state figured out. No, but to your question, which is an important one, because to your point, you know, the election in 2018 and how that played out is something that has continued to come up when I've talked to voters, when I've talked to voter advocacy groups in the state. And so it does go, you know, even without saying explicitly, that was in the back of election officials' minds, but also voters and, like I said, different advocacy groups on the ground that have been working to make sure this election runs smoothly. And so there, you know, I've talked to Democratic strategists who've said that sort of sentiment amongst some of their supporters, that their votes may not have really been, they don't feel like their votes had the same value that it should have in 2018. That was something that they were hoping would motivate people in the state. And what we saw is these huge early voter turnout numbers. And what we're now seeing is the Secretary of State's office has been, you know, in my personal experience, very responsive. They've been making sure that as different counties report these issues, they're letting us know about them. For the particular case with that water pipe burst in Fulton County. I will note that the burst took place not in the warehouse where they're actually tabulating the votes. It took place where they were processing votes, and no equipment and no ballots were damaged with that. And so that sort of information throughout the day yesterday, I will say that the county elections office and the Secretary of State office was sure to keep us up to date, at least when I, would check in, so that there could be this layer of transparency so that voters could be, kept aware of what was going on. And what we typically come to think of when we think of Georgia sometimes is long lines and sometimes voting machine issues, which there were a few yesterday. But I'll tell you, when you think about the grand scale of, how badly things could have gone, I think this morning what you will hear the Secretary of State say during this 11:30 a.m. briefing is that all in all, they think, things ran, as well as they could have expected and wanted to see play out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that briefing. Lecrae, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think Philadelphia is going to be holding a briefing as well, I think at 9:30. So listen, the results in multiple states are continuing to trickle in, and we have coverage throughout the day. But what you don't want to miss and you don't want to forget, aside from, not missing Vlad and myself, is at 5 p.m. Eastern, you can stream Red and Blue with Elaine Quijano. She will be here with everything you need to know in what has been a very tight presidential election thus far. So as many states continue to process ballots cast by mail and in person, the U.S. presidential race remains too close to call. The president is exceeding expectations by capturing several large swing states with his Democratic challenger Joe Biden, or rather ones that Joe Biden had hoped would solidify his path to victory. So for more on all of this, we want to bring in CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright, as well as Joe Watkins, a former aide to President George H.W. Bush. He's also the host of State of Independence. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. Listen, Joe, I'm going to start with you. The president took to the podium at the White House at about 2 o'clock in the morning and falsely declared his own victory, said they were getting ready to party. But then he also suggested that there was fraud afoot and that he would take his concerns to the Supreme Court, demanding that voting be stopped. Now, we know that voting has already stopped, and he was probably talking about ballot counting being stopped. What is behind this strategy? I mean, he's talking about, and we sort of saw this coming, but he's talking about not counting legally submitted ballots. What's the strategy there?
I don't think this is rocket science. I used to be a big fan, still am a fan of boxing. I used to watch some great boxing matches, and whenever there was a boxing match and the match ended without one or the other being knocked out and they had to await the judge's decision, you see both boxers position themselves to win the decision by playing to their audience saying, I won, I won, I won. And that's kind of what we saw last night, more so with President Trump than with Vice President Biden. But it's not unusual in a situation like this for the candidates to say that they won and to say that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that the decision works in their favor. So I think that's what President Trump was doing last night. At the end of the day, we have to wait to see what the ballot vote looks like. So we're still waiting to hear what's happening in Wisconsin, in Michigan, Pennsylvania, where I live, of course. We may not know till Friday. And then Georgia and North Carolina. These are all important states, and these will really tell the picture. So we have to wait and see when all the ballots are counted, and then we'll have a much clearer picture.
Antoine and Joe, Antoine, Reince Priebus, who I know both of you know very well, having been in the arena as long as you both have been, on CBS this morning earlier said that and predicted that recounts and recanvassing in at least 4 states, including Arizona, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, would be legally challenged. Now, Valerie Jarrett, who was also appearing with Reince on the broadcast, said that there's no legal basis for that. So is this how this is going to go, Antoine? We're going to see Republicans challenging the votes that have already been counted in these states where the margin is razor thin, and what is the legal basis for it?
Well, I think you're definitely going to see that. Look, it has been the Republican president and some of his chief supporters who've tried to cast clouds of doubt on this election from the very beginning when they saw some of the early surveying saying they were going to be down and they were going to be perhaps lose places they won in 16. So I would not be surprised if you see this legal battle continue to drag out this election process. I think this is just their way of putting more items on the doubt buffet for the Trump supporters and the Trump coalition to choose from about the election being rigged. Some of the results are not official, ballots being thrown away, all the things that we've heard kind of flirted with by the president and some of his supporters. So look for the election results to have a conclusion, but maybe not a final conclusion until we fight this out in courts. The scary part about that part, Vlad and Anne-Marie, is that if it gets pushed to some parts of the courts and where you have some Trump-appointed judges for whatever reason, that makes me a little nervous as a Democrat. But who knows what may happen. At the end of the day, I hope that the victory is very decisive until we will not be able to depend on or lean on that notion.
So, Joe, what states are you going to be watching closely? I presume Pennsylvania would be one of them, seeing that's where you live. But so break it down. What states do you think are pivotal? Because there are a number of toss-ups right now.
Yeah, I think Wisconsin is pivotal. I think that Pennsylvania is pivotal. Of course, Michigan is pivotal. And as those votes are counted, they'll really tell the story. I think the pollsters had the same challenges in 2020 that they had in 2016, and I've been saying it all along. They weren't accurately able to capture the number of non-college educated whites that support the president. And the inability to do that in this 2020 cycle is the reason why the race has been much, much closer than anybody imagined it would be. But you've got to look at those states. Pennsylvania especially. Pennsylvania, we may not know till Friday in Pennsylvania, given all the votes that need to be counted, but we may know sooner in Wisconsin and Michigan. So those are three states that I would say everybody should be watching closely.
Antoine, CBS News estimates Arizona likely to go to Vice President Biden. A Democrat hasn't won that state since former President Bill Clinton way back in 1996. What factors might have played a role in how we're seeing this state pan out?
You remember I was with you, Anne-Marie, yesterday, I think it was, and I said geographics and demographics are going to play a critical role, unlike what we thought we were going to see in 2016. Here's the thing about the states we have left that could decide this election. They're all states that Donald Trump won in 16, that Democrats were able to win over in 18 in some way, shape, or form. Down the ballot. We have a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania, Democratic governor in Wisconsin, Democratic governor in Michigan. We won a Senate seat in Arizona. That, I think, gives some sort of indication to how the votes may shake out. And if you look at the early vote numbers in those places, I think that could give Democrats an advantage. I think the big difference between 2016 and 2020 in those places, the African-American turnout in places like Detroit and some of the more suburban cities where you have high concentrations of African-American voters in those states has been bumped up from 2016, particularly in the absentee count. And in Arizona, I think the Senate race being on the ballot and with the amount of money being spent and the attention in the Senate race, I think will also elevate the number of votes that the top of the ticket will be able to receive. And so things look very handsome in Arizona. I feel optimistic about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but who knows?
I want to get both of your takes on Florida. CBS News has projected that President Trump has won Florida. I find Florida to be so fascinating because there are these sort of larger voting blocks that, you know, some you would expect to vote for the president. They did last time, but then it was up in the air. This time around, like seniors, when you factor in COVID and all that sort of stuff, there is the Hispanic vote that is actually really diverse in the state of Florida. So, Antoine, I'm going to start with you. What do you think really sort of pulled the president over the finish line in Florida for voters?
You know, I think the fear, anger, frustration, and confusion that the president operated from in 2016 may have helped him again in Florida. And also, I think what the Florida results have proven to all of us is that no constituency in this country is monolithic, and we cannot make assumptions about what they feel or how they will participate based on some of the stuff that we care about inside the bubble. I think that the president has always had a strong chance of winning Florida. I think the places where he had success, like in Dade County, where you would assume that the African American turnout and the non-white turnout would have been a bit higher for Joe Biden and the Democrats. It did not go that way. And then the scary part, I think, well, the unfortunate part for me is that we lost 2 congressional seats in Florida that Democrats held in the 2018 race. And I think that was a result of the wave that we saw in a place like Florida. And so I can't tell you exactly why. What I can tell you, this is further proof that no constituency in this country is monolithic.
Well, and that's a great point, Antoine and Joe.
What's your take?
Sorry, Anne-Marie.
No, my take is
I wanted to hear
that,
Joe's take on Florida.
No. My take was that Donald Trump was able to successfully pin the narrative on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that they were socialists. And for Cuban Americans and for a lot of Hispanics, Americans in Florida, that was just a non-starter. So they were able to build on that, and then likewise, at least retain, if not slightly build on their support with African Americans, and to retain their strong support with non-college educated whites. And then likewise, they did reasonably well with seniors. And so that really spelled the difference for Donald Trump in Florida. And the fact that the Panhandle voted numbers came in later only was icing on the cake for Donald Trump. The Panhandle is a reliably Republican area of Florida, so he knew he would do well when those votes were counted. So I had said it before. I said the president's capacity to just improve on the margins, to slightly improve his numbers with African Americans, to retain his strong support among non-college educated whites, and likewise to push the narrative that Harris and Biden basically represent socialist tendencies would spell victory in a state like Florida.
Anne-Marie, can I make one point? Can I make one point, Vlad? We knew that Democrats had an early advantage on the early vote stuff, because that was the narrative we pushed that was so important to our party, and we knew we had to drive out excitement and energy with our party. But I also said to you guys yesterday that if the president, for whatever reason, would have a big election day surge, and that surge would outweigh our early vote support, then he could have a very handsome night. And in a lot of places, in a place like Florida, that's exactly what happened. His election day surge was much bigger than our early vote surge. And so those voters came through. And we made the assumption that the pandemic and all the things that were going to impact our participation and his participation and how he's failed on the response that most people agree with. But it didn't seem like any of those things mattered in the minds of voters, in particular seniors, in a place like Florida, a constituency that Biden was winning almost 2-1 going into Election Day.
So I should just note for our viewers that because of COVID and because we're all separate, we're all on these remotes, which means that there's a delay so that we're not actually interrupting each other. Sometimes we are going on to our next question, and it feels like we're interrupting because of a delay, but it's a technical issue, just so people understand. But I want to ask you, both you, Antoine and Joe, you raised the issue of demographics. And Anne-Marie and I have talked about this in the past, and I've talked about this with some of our folks who are part of the political unit. I wonder if in the next couple of years we start to rethink how the terms that we use around demographics. For example, this narrative that is building now that Donald Trump was able to turn out the Latino vote in Florida and Joe Biden underperformed how Hillary Clinton performed in Florida because of a lower Latino vote. There are differences between people who come from Cuba, people who are Cuban Americans, people who are Mexican Americans, people who are Puerto Rican, who are American citizens, people from Guatemala and Paraguay, and lumping, for example, Latinos into that entire bucket, or lumping the black vote, when I know a lot of people in Florida who originate from the Caribbean who did not vote for Joe Biden, who supported Donald Trump. There are black conservatives, Joe, like you, who don't sort of fit into these neat buckets that were probably, I don't know the history of this, but I'm going to guess they were created maybe like back in the 60s or 70s, how we were looking at these elections in terms of the demographic. Should we rethink how we talk about the people in this country and perhaps look at it from political affiliation, a conservative, a Republican, a liberal, a progressive, and people who are more split amongst the ethnic groups that have been traditionally used? Let me go to you, Antoine. Joe, go ahead first.
So these campaigns, of course, target voters, and they target them with messages that they know will resonate with voters, with certain voters. And so Donald Trump knew, for instance, that he's not going to win a majority of the black vote. He wouldn't win a majority of the black vote in 2020, but he knew that if he could improve on his numbers, if he could maybe move it up 3 or 4 or 5 percentage points, that would be a big win for him. Because I said repeatedly that Joe Biden needed really an Obama-like turnout from African Americans, and he needed to get above 90% of the black vote to really ensure a strong victory. He didn't do that. He got about 87% of the black vote. Donald Trump improved his number from about 7 or 8% in the last cycle, 2016, to about 12% in this cycle. So that was a significant upgrade for him. And how did he do it? He did it by talking about things that he had done that really strike a chord with black voters. He had a woman who had been imprisoned and had a life sentence, who he had since commuted to be the face of what he's done with regards to criminal justice reform. He talked about what he's done with historically black colleges and universities. And then he talked about the fact that Joe Biden was one of the authors of the 1994 crime bill that put so many black people in prison. So that wasn't enough to win all the black vote, but it was enough to shave off 3 or 4 or 5 percentage points, which is what Donald Trump needed to be competitive in this cycle and to win states like Florida.
Antoine,
same question.
You know, I do agree with my friend on the other side about Donald Trump's chip away strategy. He knew if he could chip away at some African American voters in this country, that would help his overall turnout, because he needed to find some expansion. But I'll say this: I think this race in the end will come down to 2 things when it comes to the minority voters in this country: the informed and the low propensity. And I think what Donald Trump was able to do was to penetrate the low propensity voters with this idea that he somehow has made their quality of life better because of his policy agenda, because of things he's done, and because of things that he's fought for. And we all know, those of us who are more informed, that may not necessarily be true, or it doesn't translate to success in the way that others see it. And I think that probably will be the story. The other part of it is that, in 2016, something happened that everyone was confused about, and this idea of white women supporting President Trump. We all made the assumption, Vlad and Anne-Marie, that because of his women's agenda and how terrible he's been on women policies, that was going to shift somehow those demographics to the Democrats in the 2020 election, although it shifted to us in the 2018 election. From all the exits I've seen from some of the data, that has not been true. And so every constituency has shown up for different reasons to vote. And that's why I think that geographics and demographics matter, but we can't make assumption when we talk to people in the Rust Belt, and they may be African American, those voters care about the same thing African American voters care about in the South. And that's something we have to really observe as a country. I think Democrats are going to have to take a hard look, and I think Republicans are going to have to have the same observations and take the same hard look as well.
That's a great point. Antoine Seawright and Joe Watkins, always great to have you both. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And a quick programming note: later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, Derek Johnson, the president and the CEO of the NAACP, will join CBSN to discuss election night and what the future potentially holds for black Americans. That is right here on CBSN.
So at this time, the race stands at 224 electoral votes for Joe Biden and 213 for President Trump. 6 battleground states are still outstanding, including Nevada, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. At least 4 of those are toss-ups. Projections show if Biden can secure at least 4 of them, he could claim victory. Early this morning at the White House, President Trump spoke to supporters, prematurely declaring victory without results. To back it up, here's a clip of that.
We will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have one.
So for more on this, let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy and CBS News correspondent Nicole Killion. Ben, in that speech from the White House early this morning, President Trump pushed baseless accusations of fraud in this election. He pledged to take his fight to the Supreme Court. Has there been evidence of fraud in this election thus far, and can the president take his case directly to the Supreme Court?
The answers are no and no. There is no evidence of any sort of fraud so far in this election. But this is not surprising. The president's been making that claim now for many months, saying that there was going to be widespread fraud and that it would be rigged if you allowed people to vote by mail. As for the Supreme Court, no, that is the ultimate arbiter of these election disputes if they get that far. But first, they would be starting in state courts, and the Trump campaign is gearing up to do that. They've already filed some legal briefs in certain states ahead of the election based on certain rules in states that they did not agree with. So you can expect that to continue. But the president is often very imprecise with his language, which leads to what he says to be open to a lot of different interpretations. And the president said in those remarks that you just played, he said he wants the voting to stop. We should clarify for people that what is happening right now is not voting, it's counting. It's counting of legal votes and legal ballots that came in on Election Day or within the legal time frame. So that's currently what is going on.
Right. If things, Nicole, were to stop, as we just pointed out, the vice president has 224 electoral votes, and President Trump has 213. If you just stop and you say it's over, then the president loses. So what are you hearing from the Biden camp? And we know that Joe Biden spoke to his supporters last night. What was his message to the American people?
Well, his overall message was to keep the faith. That's how he ended his remarks. He tried to stay upbeat and optimistic, saying he feels good about where he is and he still thinks that he has a shot at winning this. But he also emphasized that it's important to count every ballot. And so really that is what the campaign is focusing on today, trying to watch these returns come in these additional states, places like Michigan, places like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. They do feel increasingly confident about Wisconsin, that they can potentially win there. They also feel that they will start building a broader lead in Michigan as far as vote by mail is concerned. And they also are confident about Pennsylvania, also watching to see what happens in Georgia, particularly in Fulton County in the Atlanta area. We are expecting a briefing from Biden campaign officials in the next hour, and it's possible we could hear more from the former vice president as well at some point later today, although as of now, those plans are pretty fluid. Back to you.
I think if the counting stops right now, no one wins because no one has 270 electoral votes. I suspect that's how it works. But Ben, let me ask you about some of the key swing states like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin, and what you're hearing from the Trump campaign about this. We're talking about like Wisconsin. The New York Times has Wisconsin, Biden's leading Wisconsin by 0.2%. It's super tight. 89% of the votes counted. So what are you hearing from the campaign? I expect there's sort of an element of optimism, probably a lot of optimism, but sometimes you can read between the lines when you listen to their statements.
I think optimism that there is still a path for the president, but the landscape has changed quite a bit since the president made those remarks at about 2 o'clock this morning in the East Room of the White House. These races are much closer than they appeared at that time, and that's because simply more votes have been counted. That's how this typically works. The president obviously jumped the gun. He has not won this election, but his campaign is doubling down on that. This morning, two of the campaign's top advisors were on television saying the president has won re-election. That's how they framed it. That is just patently untrue. Until all the votes are counted by these individual states and certified by the secretaries of state, those results are not official. And it seems strange that we have to keep saying this, but candidates don't get to declare themselves the winner. That's not how it works in this country. So we'll have to give this some time. This is what people expected. This is not unusual. There's a lot of mail-in ballots to be counted because of the pandemic. This is what everyone expected. But people also did expect the president to do what he has done, so there probably shouldn't be quite as much shock as there is. He pretty much telegraphed that this is what he was going to do.
And Nicole, speaking of unexpected, I know that there were a lot of Democrats that were, refreshing their Twitter feeds and looking at the New York Times Needle and watching CBS News to see our battleground tracker over and over and over again as the Florida results came in, as we started to get results in from Georgia. And what was the Biden campaign? I think it's sometimes instructive for people to understand what the campaigns were saying leading up to the election. They all always talked about this path going through Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and it was never really, hey, Florida's in the bag, that we've got that as a lock, or even Pennsylvania as being in the bag. In other words, I guess the question as we start to see these results coming in right now is, how confident does the Biden campaign feel that some of the modeling that they did is actually bearing fruit?
Well, look, you know, they always argue that they had multiple pathways to 270. In fact, they were tracking 17 battleground states, and their strategy all along was to protect the states that Democrats won in 2016, win back those that Democrats lost, and then tried to expand the map. And so I think basically what we're seeing is kind of a combination of that. I mean, picking up a state like Arizona is pretty significant if that holds. And then, of course, you know, their big thing was trying to rebuild that blue wall through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, although they argued they could do it in a number of different ways. If that didn't pan out, by turning to a state like Georgia potentially, or a state like North Carolina, or a state like Florida. Now, obviously, we know some of those windows of opportunity have closed, but they certainly charted out a number of paths. So, you know, one thing I will say is that they did project a lot of optimism. They felt that it would be a little more clear cut last night. I think they were really banking on seeing the Sun Belt break at some point, whether it was North Carolina, whether it was Georgia, or whether it was Florida. Obviously, we know Florida has been called, but North Carolina and Georgia still remain toss-ups. So from that standpoint, I would say the night didn't go maybe as they had hoped, but they were always kind of banking on that blue wall strategy. So from that standpoint, right now, that's where they continue to argue that they feel they have the best opportunity. And like I said, they're just continuing to watch how things play out as more of these ballots are counted, and they still remain confident that they have a shot at winning this.
All right, Ben, Nicole, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, let's take you to Philadelphia now, where elections officials are updating reporters. Let's listen.
It takes time. It takes time to open those many ballots. As everybody knows, that's why we knew that it was going to take longer. And everybody, we continue to do it, and we're continuing to do it. And at some point today, we'll come out and we'll give you some numbers. And you know, we're all, you know, we recognize your need to get this, but our need is far greater because we want to get, you know, it's going to be accurate and it's going to get done. Thank you. I was working last night and did not hear the president. Thank you.
All right, so elections officials.
So we just got the tail end there of election officials talking in Philadelphia. You know, this is sort of the key thing about Philadelphia, and as you can see right now, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania. You know, Philadelphia often votes Democratic. Obviously, it's a large city, and so there's a possibility as the votes come in that we may see things shift a little bit in Pennsylvania. The thing about Philly and Pennsylvania in general is that Pennsylvania did not have early voting without cause. You had to prove that you weren't in the state and to request an opportunity to vote early or vote by mail. So this is the first time that the opportunity to vote early is being offered across the entire state, which means that there's a whole lot of infrastructure that Pennsylvania had to sort of put together to handle the volume of voting. And so in Philadelphia in particular, it's going to take time. As you saw with Caitlin Huey Burns, there are people working around the clock trying to count these ballots, but it's going to take time. They will be counting the ballots that arrived postmarked on Election Day, but they'll continue to accept them until Friday. So all of those will be counted. That is per the decision of the Supreme Court after getting a bit of a legal challenge over that.
You know, Anne-Marie, one other point that, and I don't know if we have the graphic, but I know that I saw it on CBS this morning. Our polling, you know, suggests that a majority of Americans believe that their votes will be counted fairly. And you're hearing about legal challenges from the President of the United States. You're hearing him tweet things that Twitter has actually flagged as being misinformation. But a majority of Americans believe that their votes will be counted and that they will be counted fairly. And I think that's just sort of important. You're hearing a lot from the secretaries of states, whether they're Republican or they're Democrat. They're going back to their constituents and saying, look, your vote matters. Your vote will be counted. You can have full faith and confidence. There you go. Look at this. Look at these numbers, right? Very confident and somewhat confident. Yeah. I think this is just important to sort of reiterate as we, take live images or tweets from the President of the United States when he talks about this fraud and taking it to the Supreme Court. This is how the American people feel right now, according to the CBS News exit polling. So just that in mind. And what we're also learning, and this is reportable from Ariette O'Keefe, is that the Biden campaign feels more confident this morning that they will succeed in getting those 270 electoral votes that they need. Vice President Biden has very slim leads in the state of Michigan, along with Arizona and Nevada, and they feel confident about Wisconsin. And if he can wrap up those states, that path to 270 becomes very, very clear.
Yeah, I think it's really good to point that out. And when the president spoke at 2 in the morning, he sort of railed against people's votes not being counted. And the reality of it is, in the past several weeks leading up to the election, it's been the Republican Party that has been pursuing these lawsuits that would limit the number of mail-in ballots that can be counted. And so while, he's sort of trying to pull on the might of the Supreme Court and arguing that he's protecting the vote, certainly it seemed to be going in the other way, at least in the court cases leading up to this election. But I should point out that the Supreme Court has ruled, at least in Pennsylvania, that votes should be counted as long as they're postmarked correctly on Tuesday. They should be counted up until Friday. Yeah. Ballots that are received up until Friday.
Yeah, and I would, to your point, Anne-Marie, it's interesting that you're seeing the exit polling showing that people feel confident not only nationally but in their state that their votes will be counted. And as I said, you're hearing from the secretaries of states of those states that they are telling the constituents that their votes matter and that they will count. What's interesting is we haven't heard yet from a lot of elected officials, specifically Republicans, on the president's comments. Now, generally what you hear from Republicans is, I haven't seen the tweet, or I don't know what you're talking about. I was not paying attention when you took the live feed of the president at 2 o'clock in the morning. But that would go a long way, I think, in comforting people on both sides that that this election has to do with counting the votes, and whoever wins with the votes having been counted is the next president of the United States. And so we still got a long ways to go. If you look at these electoral votes, 224 to 213, as you said earlier, Anne-Marie, it's 270 that you need before you're elected president.
Right. Right. When you said that, I totally got what you were saying, because, in terms of electoral votes right now, Biden is in the lead, but no one wins unless you get 270. But I think if you stop it at this point, it's the House of Representatives that then decides who the president is, and that probably would not work in the favor of the president either, I would think.
That's right. That's right.
But, sometimes the president, as Ben Tracy said, he speaks in imprecise language. Sometimes it's not the words that you're hearing, but perhaps a greater message that he's trying to get across. Sometimes as journalists, we get hung up on each syllable and each word and what it means in each tweet, and we kind of miss the gist of what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, they used to say when we joined this profession and when you tell your children words matter, but yes, we live in a world right now where sometimes you have to try to parse the language and the intent behind that language. So that's where we are in 2020.
Yeah. So you guys saw the map right there, that there are some key, and these are the key states that actually we knew were going to be an issue, that blue wall that the president was able to flip during the last election. But the question was, would he be able to flip it again? Would he be able to maintain those states? The conversation leading up to this election was that the president was going to have to make sure that he secured secured the typical Republican strongholds, but also maintained the states that he had flipped before. And it's like nail bite. If I bit my nails, there would be nothing left. And we're only sort of one day in. I feel like there will be nothing left by the time we actually sort of get to any sort of concrete conclusions. And part of it too is that, a lot has changed in the last 4 years. Not only is he not the disruptor that he was before because he's the incumbent. Of course, we're dealing with this pandemic. A lot of states, like I pointed out, Pennsylvania, voting in a way that they have never voted before. So we really don't know what that looks like. When we see the percentage of votes that are being counted right now, we really don't know how many of those were mail-in ballots. We are guessing through, research that mail-in ballots in some states would lean towards the Democrats, but we don't know for sure because we've never done this before like this.
And as you say, the future of the presidency is hanging in the balance as these votes continue to be counted in some of those key battleground states across the country. We've been saying it for the last couple of hours. It is still too early to call the race. But right now, Democratic nominee Joe Biden appears to have a narrow lead over President Trump in the fight for 270 electoral votes. This could change throughout the day, throughout the week, even the month ahead as these mail-in ballots continue to be counted. But please, Lord, no. For more
Not
on
the month
this,
ahead, please.
Yes. For more on this, let's bring in Skyler Henry. He's following the latest in Washington. Skyler, I know I just said, I remember, I'm old enough to remember 2000 and Bush v. Gore went on for some 30-odd days. But, man, I hope it doesn't do that this time around. What are you seeing right now? Which states are you watching closely?
Well, it is certainly a marathon, not a sprint here, but somebody does have to win this race, right? And so I think what we're seeing up until this point, as you mentioned, a slight lead for the former vice president here. But as these states continue to tabulate their votes here, we could start to see a shift. We know that the folks in the upper Midwest are certainly counting those ballots, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan. But the real big question here, I think, is the state of Georgia. That's one of those states that we thought was going to be an early indicator as far as how this race will go here, but they had that hiccup in Metro Atlanta, my hometown there. But what happens there, I think, could be extremely significant, especially if it were to turn blue for Joe Biden there. I think you're starting to see a swell of support for Democrats in and around the state. Obviously, a lot of voters who are Democrats in the state have some bitter and sore feelings about how the 2018 election went in that gubernatorial race, where it was very close between the gubernatorial candidates in that state. And so if that were to shift and you were to start to see some sort of significant standing in that blue wall in the upper Midwest, that we could start to see a closer victory for the former vice president. His team has come out to say that they feel confident that they are going to get those 270 electoral votes. We know that President Trump also feels as though he's confident he's going to win this race. Obviously, neither of these candidates can call the race themselves, so it remains to be seen exactly what will happen in this race. Also, obviously, to keep an eye on what happens in Pennsylvania, because that state could be the key indicator in terms of where this thing goes.
Skyler, speaking of declaring the race themselves, President Trump, in fact, did do that. He said he was all ready to party because he, in fact, had won. Can we talk a little bit about the president's reaction to what is turning out to be a nail-biter in many of these key states? Right. He's already started threatening legal action.
Yeah, and really this is rhetoric that we've heard from the president for the last few weeks or so, challenging the idea that we will see some sort of manipulation to the vote after Election Day. Obviously, votes stop on Election Day, but states can count ballots after the day. He said that he is considering taking it to the Supreme Court, although it's not necessarily clear what he meant by that. But we do know this. The Biden team is prepared. They have a team of lawyers that they say that they are willing to roll out should this get into the courts. Obviously, it's going to go by a state-by-state basis before it gets into the Supreme Court at all. But the Biden team put out a statement shortly after the president's remarks. He said that this is a naked attack on the democratic process for American citizens there. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. Hopefully we don't get to that point, but I think the president is certainly considering legal action should this race not go in his favor.
All right, Skyler Henry first at the White House. Skyler, as always, my man, we appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys.
So coming up after the break, all eyes are on the Midwest as key battleground states start off the morning with millions of ballots left to count. We'll take a closer look at some of the legal issues over mail-in voting that will paint an uncertain picture of how the rest of the week could unfold. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. While votes continue to be counted, we are learning more about how the coronavirus pandemic factored into voters' decision-making. A CBS News exit poll suggests that a majority of people who voted for Joe Biden believe tackling the coronavirus is more important than buoying the economy. For President Trump voters, the reverse appears to be true. For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Nita Ogden. She's an internal medicine specialist and an immunologist. Dr. Ogden, I oftentimes don't like these questions when they're asked to voters because it suggests that you have to be one for one or the other. It is possible to contain the pandemic and also have a vibrant economy at the same time, right? Hello, South Korea.
Good morning, and you beat me to my answer. That's exactly what I was going to say, that it's exactly this kind of polarizing rhetoric that it's one or the other, that it's lockdown or no lockdown, that gets us in this very tricky and messed up situation with COVID. And really, if we could just understand that they're inherently tied, that proper control of the virus through national efforts, a national mask mandate, a national concerted effort to get PPE, to do public health, to start rolling out the vaccine, these will all turn into positive results for the economy. As long as we falter with COVID, which is not going away anytime soon, we remain in this messy area area where the economy does falter. So this is the problem. It's that kind of language that really doesn't look at this from all aspects and how it's a 360-degree problem, not just one or the other, not black and white. Really controlling the virus will allow us to open up our economy.
So this is a story that we didn't talk a lot about yesterday because it was the election. The coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, Deborah Birx, has contradicted the administration, saying that much more aggressive action needs to be taken to curtail the pandemic. The reason that this is newsworthy is because she has really sort of thread the needle for a very long time between what the administration has said and what the overwhelming abundance of scientists and doctors have been saying about how this pandemic needs to be handled. This was the first time we have heard now that she was being overtly critical of what the administration has done. What is she saying needs to be done to bring this pandemic under control here?
Yeah, I think Dr. Birx is speaking to the facts, which is that over 30% of the counties in the United States are seeing surges. Over half of the United States is looking at red and orange zones. So we're seeing a rapid surge here of coronavirus. And she's, again, talking about this polarizing language about that, when we really look at the science, this is not about lockdown versus not lockdown. It's about having an aggressive, balanced approach. What does that include? Well, the Infectious Disease Society of America just came out this week talking about needing these sort of national plans. We do not have a national message around coronavirus like South Korea does. This is what helps control the virus. When we have leadership that provides us with sort of standards by which we can navigate this pandemic, that helps. Right now, we're, again, in this messy situation where there's no language that's sort of unifying the country about how they can handle this in their own home, in their own personal life. And that is what Dr. Birx is speaking about, that without that kind of level of control, which would come from higher up, we're going to continue to see this virus surge throughout the United States, and that can only lead to more morbidity and mortality.
It strikes me, Dr. Ogden and Anne-Marie, that if early on in this pandemic, the President of the United States had just said, everybody should wear a mask, everybody should socially distance, and he had not turned it into a political football, we would see a different not only would we see a different number in the number of people infected and killed by the coronavirus, we might even see a different outcome in the election. In other words, if you see that people who are exit polling are saying that the coronavirus is really important to them and the economy is also really important to them, how different things might have looked if the president had just said, let's everybody wear a mask, let's everybody try to socially distance. Governors, decide what's best for your state. And let's try to do some kind of coordination. What works for New York may not necessarily work for Florida, but let's work together to make it happen, as opposed to language that suggested that wearing a mask was somehow an infringement of personal liberties or liberating states who had implemented lockdowns. We might not be in the situation that we are in right now. We could then perhaps look a little closer to South Korea. Now, I do point, we've been pointing out that you're starting to see spikes in Europe again, and many countries in Europe are seeing lockdowns. So Dr. Ogden, what is the difference? I mean, European countries did implement some of the measures that we're talking about right now, and yet they're also still seeing a surge. What's going on?
Well, I think part of it is that we know what works to help control the virus, and that is taking certain steps to control human behavior, frankly, which means, what we kind of saw in March. We certainly want to avoid those kinds of extreme measures, and I think what you're talking about makes a lot of sense. And Europe is trying to do this, where it's more regional lockdowns, where restaurants or bars and things like that are closed at, not completely, but at a certain time. So you see these kinds of curfews. So they're trying to take these measures that might help rein in human behavior, which is to go out and be social, and ultimately leads to these surges in the time of coronavirus. And rather than completely creating lockdowns. And I think in the United States, we just never got into, there's so many different regions where the coronavirus is slowly touching. And I think that reflects on what sort of happened with the election, like people who experience coronavirus firsthand with friends and family members or their healthcare workers. They might view it differently than, some of these Midwestern states where it's only now we're seeing some of the really high surges happening. So those are smaller countries, and I think that they are handling it more regionally, whereas it's still it's still touching some of the places in the United States for the first time. And that sort of lag has led to this sort of constant surge that we see in the United States now with these, crazy high daily case rates, which it's kind of unbelievable.
I want to ask you about some new research about N95 masks and how they fail when reused for more than 2 days. I find that very concerning because, despite the president bragging about how hard the administration has worked to get enough PPE, we know that there are hospitals out there where doctors and nurses are still reusing these masks. How concerning is this new study to you?
So concerning and not surprising. As a doctor, I've never heard of reusing N95 masks. So I'm not surprised. These are masks that work within a certain protocol established by OSHA. They have a correct size and a correct fit. They're not supposed to be used even more than 1 day. So when this study showed that when used for longer than 2 days, there's a 50% fail rate, I'm not surprised. It's unfortunate that we were in a situation, there was a worldwide shortage of N95 masks, so the CDC created protocols to extend their use, but they simply don't work, and we're putting our healthcare workers at risk. So again, I sound like a broken record, but I do think that the billions of dollars that are being used towards, for example, Warp Speed, could be used towards a Defense Production Act to allow for enough PPE in this country that should be able to have those kinds of resources.
Indeed. I mean, these are the men and women that are putting their lives on the line for us. These masks are supposed to be used one per patient, much less for an entire shift, much less more than one shift. And we're, we're in November now. At this point, everyone in this country should be covered that needs a medical grade mask. Dr. Anita Ogden, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So there are tens of thousands of votes being counted up across the country, with several key battleground states still sifting through a record-breaking amount of mail-in ballots. States like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are still considered to be toss-up states by CBS News. And it is in those states that we await the final count of the mail-in ballots. Earlier on CBSN AM, I spoke to Brennan Center for Justice's Vice President of the Democracy Program, Wendy Weiser, about President Trump's premature victory declaration and his role in election misinformation.
The president doesn't get to decide who wins the election. No political party or candidate does. It is election officials. This is a distraction. What we need to do is be patient as our election officials count every single vote, and we're going to get a winner.
The president already is already starting to say that the election results are fraudulent. If anybody saw his early morning press conference or briefing or whatever, is there any evidence to suggest that?
This is absolutely false. This is a false claim the president has been making all year, and frankly, not just this year. He claimed the election that he won back in 2016 was marred by millions of fraudulent votes. This has been investigated again and again, and it is found to be false. Our elections are secure. We have no evidence of impropriety. Everything has been working. And in fact, what we do know from all of the studies and evidence is that Americans are more likely to be hit by lightning than to commit voter fraud. It is that rare. We have a lot of protections in place. It is a secure system.
I may pull that one out of my back pocket and use it when people bring this up. And the fact of the matter is that sometimes there are hiccups. Most states were prepared for, glitch on election day. What did we end up seeing last night?
You know, in every election, there are glitches, there are sporadic long lines, machines going down, even some disputes at polling places. Last night and yesterday was no different. What was really remarkable wasn't the glitches, that does happen, but it was in fact how well the system actually ran under such challenging conditions. Just a few months ago, we were worried that we were going to see meltdowns across the country because of the challenges of running an election during a pandemic. But what was really unusual
there were a
this
couple
year
of Supreme Court decisions, though, that were sort of just outright ignored. One was the U.S. Postal Service. It blew through a court order to count, to sweep for ballots in some of these states that were sort of, that were in areas that were in battleground states where they received a lot of mail-in ballots. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania being one of them. The U.S. Postal Service, then they were supposed to do that before the end of yesterday, Election Day. The U.S. Postal Service said they couldn't do it, but they didn't make that announcement until after the deadline was already passed. What are we to make of this?
That was a rather shocking, actually, an outrageous defiance of the court. We don't know what the impact is going to be in terms of numbers of ballots. I think that, we did not hear that they, many of those ballots might have actually arrived in time. And so I think that what the focus should be on now is recovering all those ballots and making sure that they arrive to election officials on time. In Pennsylvania, for example, there's still 3 more days for those ballots to be received and be counted under state law and procedures. And for those that might have been held up because of these shenanigans, I trust that they're not going to be decisive in the outcome, but if they are, then they'll be fought over in court, because really it's not fair for voters to pay the price of these kinds of slowdowns and administrative, at best snafus, at worst shenanigans with their ballots.
One more quick one. In Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, authorities there have chosen to, instead of counting the mail-in ballots that they received after 8 o'clock yesterday, they put them aside. They were told to keep counting ballots, including ballots that they get up to Friday, as long as they were postmarked Election Day. They're putting them aside in Lancaster County pending an appeal of that decision. What is happening there, and what could the impact be?
I think that that's not going to really have an impact on the count. It is a stunt. They're going to have to count those ballots. They were validly cast. If somebody does bring a lawsuit, they're going to have to wait they might wait a few days before counting those. But I think that the likelihood not only of there being a lawsuit, but of there being a successful lawsuit of ballots that nobody is contesting were cast by legitimate voters, nobody is contesting there's a problem with the ballots, I think is highly unlikely. This is, just part of the, maybe they're being extra careful because there have been threats of lawsuits, but I think that those ballots are going to end up counting.
So don't forget, you can join me every weekday morning at 7 a.m. Eastern for CBS NAM. We'll get you caught up on all the news that happened overnight. Boy, did a lot happen overnight. And tell you what you need to know to get your day started.
All right, let's take you now to Wilmington, Delaware. You're looking at members of the Biden campaign. Let's listen to what they have to say.
Months ago. But in the 11th hour, the Republicans claimed there was some flaw in the ballot counting process. And as we knew from the moment we reviewed the papers, that effort completely failed. The court tossed it out. Then, also on Monday, a right-wing organization allied with President Trump tried to stop the count in Michigan, once again on the assertion, completely groundless, that there was something improper in the polling observation or the vote observation process. Each political party had numerous observers present. The law was fully complied with. The court knew that and tossed this lawsuit out as well. And in Nevada, and I'm about to turn to Pennsylvania, the Republicans tried to stop all counting in Clark County, making unsupported, completely meritlessly, transparently meritless claims of irregularity. And once again, a court stepped in and threw the claim out. Now, I'm turning to Pennsylvania just because there's been a lot of discussion of what the Republicans have been attempting to do there and threatening to do there. Time and again, they have tried to cast doubt on the election and to seek to disqualify ballots. But let me give you a few examples. Let's start with ballot drop boxes. The Republicans have attempted to claim in both federal and state court that drop boxes were prohibited and likely to give rise to fraud. These claims, once again brought before a judge, failed completely. In-person absentee voting. Republicans brought lawsuits in two of the Pennsylvania's largest cities and tried to shut down absentee voting on a specious claim that they had not been afforded access provided by law to witness the voting. Again, brought before a court, the suits were rejected. And even this last Tuesday, on Tuesday, October 27th, shortly before the election, the Republicans ran into court to attempt to disqualify ballots cast by voters who had had to stand in long lines. This was on the last day of in-person voting. And once again, a court dismissed these claims. So time and again, the Republicans enter into the judicial process and have, from the very beginning, to slow the count, to disqualify ballots, and undermine the process. And the president's statement last night was the last in that venture. Let me just, if I could, quote Donald Trump precisely as he spoke last night. He said, as I'm sure many of you remember or read about this morning, quote, "So we'll be going to the US Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list." Well, let me tell you this. If you go to the Supreme Court today, drive around the building, you will not see Donald Trump and you will not see his lawyers. He's not going to the Supreme Court of the United States to get the voting to stop. And if at some point, filing once again these specious claims rejected by court after court, if at some point he arrives before the Supreme Court with a novel proposition.
All right. We were just showing you live pictures there from Wilmington, Delaware, where a couple of representatives from the Biden-Harris campaign are addressing, I guess, some reporters or addressing at least cameras to some of the legal challenges that they expect to face as we await the results of the U.S. presidential election. The Democrats' chances of taking the majority in the Senate, however, appear to be getting slimmer. Here's where we are right now. CBS News projects Republicans have 47 seats and Democrats have 46. Two independents who caucus with the Democrats are included in that tally. 7 seats remain up for grabs, including 2 in Georgia. CBS News projects Democrats have flipped the seat in Colorado, while Republicans have done the same in Alabama. For the latest on the race to Capitol Hill, let's bring in CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper. So, Molly, as you know, CBS News projects Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Senator Lindsey Graham won their re-election bids. No one was, I think, seriously concerned that Mitch McConnell was not going to win his bid, but there had been rumblings that it was a tight race between Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham, and millions and millions and millions of dollars went into that race. And in the end, it wasn't even that close. Take me through what happened there.
Well, I think that this is sort of this day after reflection on what worked, what didn't work, and really going into these congressional races, including the House Democrats races and Senate Democratic races, there was so much money going to incumbents or going to challengers trying to take out Republican incumbents, and there wasn't a lot of return on investment. Jamie Harrison raised something like $350 million. That's a lot of millions. That's a lot of millions of dollars to not do as well as he was projected. And I think that, in a state like South Carolina, where Donald Trump was declared the winner, where the state was called for Donald Trump relatively early in the day yesterday or in the evening, it was going to be a very difficult road for Jamie Harrison to defeat Lindsey Graham, who's represented that state for many, many years in the Senate and has a long track record there. But I think that, there was talk and sort of, like titterings among Senate Democrats of, there could be this blue wave. We could take the Senate. I saw some projections like Democrats would pick up between 2 to 7 seats. And, with Lindsey Graham's win re-election and a number of other Republicans like Joni Ernst of Iowa, Steve Daines of Montana, and it looks like Dan Sullivan of Alaska, heading towards or winning their reelection battles. Again, Vlad, like you said, that road to a Senate majority for Democrats is slimmer and slimmer.
That's what I was going to actually ask you about, because I know there's still a few more races that are up in the air, but you say it doesn't look like it's leaning in the Democrats' favor. Are there any races where they could maybe flip the seat?
Sure there are. But now let's just keep in mind one thing. In order for Democrats to win control of the majority of the Senate chamber, not with the White House, but on their own, they needed to win essentially 5 Republican seats. If Democrats do win the White House, they would need to essentially pick up 4 Republican seats, because it was sort of a foregone conclusion that Doug Jones in Alabama, the Democrat who is a senator there, was going to be defeated, and he was. So where does that leave us? Democrats picked up those 2 seats, Gardner, and some have said that McSally in Arizona has, depending on who you look at, Arizona looks like it's going to go for Mark Kelly, the Democrat. So there's 2 seats. So Senate Democrats ostensibly need 2 more seats or 3 seats for an outright majority. They could have success in Maine. They might have success in North Carolina. And those are the 2 seats that they're focusing on right now. Possibly Georgia in the runoff election, but as of this point, it's just unclear.
So let's talk about Georgia, which has 2 Senate seats up for grabs. One of them had 2 Republicans, incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler and Congressman Doug Collins, who has conceded, but Democrat Raphael Warnock is still in it. So explain to our viewers, Molly, what's going on in Georgia and how these runoffs work, and how Kelly Loeffler found herself even seated within the Senate.
Well, that's a very good question, and that goes back to earlier this year during, dare I say it, impeachment. Who knew what happened to that? When the Republican governor appointed Loeffler to fill the seat that was vacated by Johnny Isakson, a Republican senator who left the Senate. And Loeffler was chosen for that seat. Doug Collins had been vying for it, but Brian Kemp went with Loeffler. Fast forward to today. Georgia, in order for a candidate to actually win the seat, you have to win for 50% plus 1 of the vote outright. Or if that doesn't happen, you're headed for a runoff, which will be held on January 5th. And there are about 20 candidates in this special election race, essentially, for Loeffler's seat. And so Loeffler was the top vote getter, and then Raphael Warnock was the second top vote getter. So they are going to face each other again in January, early in January. Now, on the other hand, you have Senator Perdue, who also needed to win 50 plus 1. And as of now, it looks like he's just barely on that razor edge of having that 50 plus 1. But until all the ballots are counted, we can't say that he actually won that seat outright. And if he doesn't get 50 plus 1, then that seat, too, could be headed for a runoff on January 5th. But keep in mind, the election, Democrats had been sort of counting on this big wave of support from Democratic voters because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on the top of the ticket. And so we won't necessarily see, or traditionally you don't see the same type of turnout for those runoff elections that like this would be.
So the Senate race in Maine is also an interesting one. You mentioned it. CBS News is characterizing it as a toss-up, with the incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins leading Democratic challenger Sarah Gideon by nearly 6 percentage points. But in Maine, they used ranked choice. So this is the first time that I think ranked choice will be playing a role in the race for the Senate. Can you talk about that?
Oh my gosh, don't get me started on ranked choice, because this is how I lost my presidential election for student body president at UC Berkeley, because of ranked choice. So what happens is, oh my gosh, and try to explain it to folks who don't understand it, because essentially what it is, when a voter goes in to cast a ballot, you rank your first choice. You say, okay, I want Sarah Gideon 1. I'll put down, let's see, Susan Collins 2, blah, 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 blah. After the first round of ballots have been distributed to all the ones, whichever candidates have the least amount of votes, those ballots that have a number 2 then that's where the vote will go. So say that I voted for Susan Collins first, and she happened to draw for something. The next person on my list, say, was Sarah Gideon. Sarah Gideon would get that vote. And so essentially what it allows you to, like, unless Susan Collins can just win outright with 50% plus one, a true majority, which could still happen, we could see these ranked choice, these essentially reallocated votes go to the next highest person. Because if you look at who else, there was about 13,000 votes for an independent candidate. I think 39,000 votes for the other candidate who is running in that race. And so all those votes, that's like 52,000 votes, will be redistributed to either Susan Collins or her opponent, Sarah Gideon. And so that's why it's just too soon to tell. In fact, in 2018, when ranked choice voting in Maine was first really used for the congressional race, Bruce Poliquin, it looked like Bruce Poliquin was going to win after, election night, but because of ranked choice voting, he ended up losing. And so that's a real nail biter for Republicans because, like I said, as of now, it looks like Susan Collins is above that 50%. But of course, not all the votes have been tallied and the race has not been called yet.
Molly, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, let's take you to Pennsylvania now, where the governor of Pennsylvania is briefing reporters. Let's listen.
The delay that we're seeing is a sign that the system is working. This is a new system. We went into effect with Act 77 last year, and there are 3 million millions of mail-in ballots that are being counted, and that takes longer than the way we used to do it with the in-person voting. So we may not know the results even today, but the most important thing is that we have accurate results. Again, even if that takes a little longer than we're used to. Make no mistake, our democracy is being tested in this election. This is a stress test of the ideals upon which this country was founded. And the basic rule of one person, one vote, that still carries, and it has to carry here. Our democracy has withstood challenges before, and for over 200 years, we have upheld and strengthened our commitment to basic fairness and due process. And I have full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence of the county election officials and the hard work of Secretary Boockvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted. If it hasn't already been counted, your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are our public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts, and I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar.
Sorry. That's it. Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about once again thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center I don't know, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower, and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties. And we've been talking about yesterday again, and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issues elections, presidential elections, than I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours in the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again, because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night, and the counties are doing this accurately, and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee and mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions. Should I stay for?
Sure. I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? Dennis?
Can you tell us where we stand right now and what you know of challenges, legal challenges from the Trump administration, and how are you preparing to deal with those?
Okay.
So I think, basically what that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So you could, but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible.
And do you have attorneys that are going to handle that, or are you bringing in somebody from the outside, and who would that be?
We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel.
Plus the Attorney General.
Plus the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team. I have to say, the attorneys, I'm just going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State, who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Kat and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who have been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
Did you want Kat?
So how many counties are handling ballots that are coming in Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that? And is each county setting them aside? How is each county doing it?
So you can go online to see our guidance, and then last night we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we can forward to you. It lays out the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballots. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all those ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted, and the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again you could find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races, those ballots. Sorry.
Can you talk about the order in which those things will be counted? I mean, is that a county by county decision? Can we expect to see those numbers being already reflected, or is that something they would get to later in the process?
Yeah, they'll get to, so basically it's going to depend, right? There's some counties that are already done counting their mail-in ballots received before 8 p.m., so those are going to start sooner, but they won't be reflected on the website. They won't be like intermingled in the website as you see it now. They will be segregated. So, but it is going to vary from county to county when they start because they're working on the other ones first.
Once they count it, will be reflected on the website, though? I'm unclear on that.
Well, I think stay tuned on that. Yes.
So on those segregated ballots, there were 500,000 ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 500,000 mail ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday. Is there a way for the state to determine how many of those 500,000 people chose to vote in person instead, or do we need to operate under the assumption that all 500,000 could come in before Friday?
So all that will be trackable, but we won't have it today. So basically between provisional ballots and the poll books, and then of course the mail-in ballots, as you all know, like only one vote can be counted for any voter. So you'll be able to see all of that, but it will take some time for that data to be quantified. Yes, sir.
Last night, I think your comment was that you didn't know how many mail-in ballots had arrived yesterday, right? Do we know yet how many ballots arrived yesterday? What is the number of mail-in ballots?
I don't have that with me this morning, but check on the dashboard, and that will be updated throughout the day. Yeah, sorry. Jan?
Representative Benninghoff keeps raising this point about how ballots that arrived yesterday that can still be counted may not have a legible postmark on them, and raising questions about whether or not they should be counted or not. And he said it's because of the prepaid envelopes that the state provided. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, he may be confusing. So anything that arrived yesterday, it doesn't matter whether it's postmarked or not. Anything that arrived yesterday is a valid vote. That's what Pennsylvania law has always been, right? So talking about the late arriving ballots. So the postmark, first of all, the way we did prepaid postage in Pennsylvania is we went to the counties where they are. So if they wanted it to be through their business reply mail, USPS permit, we did it that way. If they wanted to literally have us reimburse them for stamps or metered postage, we did it however they want. So some of them are not even, and I don't remember how many, but we could get you that information, how many counties are using business reply mail. But those are still postmarked. They have timing marks, they are date stamped, they are still trackable by date. So it's a tiny fraction of any of those things, whether it's business reply mail or regular mail. I mean, we've all had that situation where you get a letter and it's not postmarked. It's rare, right? Same for business reply mail. They do what's called a timing mark, so that's just, it's not accurate. They're all stamped.
No mark on it. If it is one of those rare occasions, would it be counted?
So under the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which is currently the law, yes, as long as there's no affirmative evidence that it was postmarked after November 3rd, as long as it's received by November 6th at 5 p.m., it will be counted. Yes.
It's my understanding that the state's website is showing 18 counties with 0% mail-in ballots counted. Is that accurate? Do you have any insight into that?
So, what I would suggest, sometimes counties are uploading on their own websites and haven't transmitted the file to the Department of State because, they have their own local races. So I urge you, if you see any, and this is what we're going to be doing throughout the day, go to the county website. You should always do that. It's a great way to double check. But we're going to be following up with all those counties to say, hey, make sure you get us the files. Some of them, this year, because we had, for the first time, we had a website that was going to itemize the mail-in ballots from the in-person ballots from the provisionals. Some of the counties, when they uploaded the results, it merged the two types into one, and that was just, they formatted it wrong. So we're working through that to make sure that the actual attribution of the ballots are right.
You've noticed that there's a larger than expected number of counties that have reported.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they haven't counted. It may just be that it's just not uploaded to the Department of State website yet. So I do urge you to check the county websites and see if that's available on their website.
Last thing, I'm sorry, if I could just double back on something. If I heard you correctly in your introductory remarks, it was between 2.5 and 3 million mail-in ballots. Is that, and you're roughly 50%? If you could speak with as much specificity as possible regarding that, that would be helpful.
Well, I think, yeah, the numbers that I gave yesterday, it was just under 2.6 million, as I recall. But again, I'm not sure what has additionally come in. But so as of yesterday, at some point, it was just under 2.6 million that had been cast. And that's when I think I said it was 83% or something like that. So we can get back to you. Again, go on the website. You'll have that information available to you. I just don't have it at my fingertips today.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell us how many mail-in ballots are outstanding on a county-by-county breakdown, or is that also on the website?
It's on the website. Yep. So if you go to the regular ENR reporting website, it also tells you that you can click on the supplemental dashboard, and you click on that. It breaks down. There's a tab for mail ballots that breaks it down by county, how many have been cast, how many have been counted, and how many are remaining. There's a tab for in-person precincts reporting, broken down by county, so it'll tell you how many precincts are in each county, how many are fully reported. There's a tab for provisional ballots, but you won't see those numbers yet.
Kathy, I think we have a question.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No?
Oh, you didn't.
Oh.
I want to cite Lancaster County because what they're saying is that if they count anything that you're authorizing them to segregate, they won't be able to go back if there's some ruling and remove those counts. What's your response to that?
It's not accurate. And again, we sent an email to the counties yesterday. We spoke, I think I said this yesterday, we spoke to all of the voting system vendors. It is absolutely feasible not even challenging. I mean, there are different ways to do it. You can use different machines. You can use different memory sticks. You can absolutely segregate them. That's not going to be a problem. So we reached out we sent this email to the counties, giving them instructions, advising them to talk directly to their voting system vendors.
What do if they don't comply, if they don't count?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I expect them all to comply. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you've been listening there to the state officials from the state of Pennsylvania, including the governor and the Secretary of State, talking about the counting that is happening right now across the state of Pennsylvania. Let's get straight to our next guest because he has a hard out. We've been talking about Pennsylvania. We've been talking about some of those key battleground states where votes are still being counted. CBS News projects that Joe Biden is leading by less than 1% in Wisconsin. It also appears that Michigan is also leaning slightly towards former Vice President Biden. So let's bring in Larry Sabato. He's the director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics and a politics professor. So Larry, we know that there does appear to be a path for the vice president. If the vice president can win Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, that would give him exactly 270, and Pennsylvania would not be as much of a worry for them as it appears to be. Is that possible?
Oh, yes. In fact, you would much rather be Biden right now than Trump. That doesn't mean it's certain. As last night proved yet again, we certainly can't rely on the pollsters, but we also can't rely on sample precincts and other things that we've learned to use over the years. But I do think it is likely that Biden will end up as president-elect. That's really all you can say right now.
So I want to ask you about the Latino vote. There's a record 32 million eligible Latino voters this year. They make up a substantial part of the population in some key states like Florida, like Texas, like Arizona. CBS News has already projected the president winning Florida, winning Texas, with Arizona currently a bit of a toss-up. How do we see both candidates sort of doing with this voting bloc and winning over this voting bloc?
Democrats have long had an advantage with Hispanic voters as a group. I think one good thing that's come out of this election is that a lot more non-Hispanics understand just how diverse the Hispanic electorate is. You know, Cuban Americans do not equal Mexican Americans, do not equal Venezuelan Americans, and all the rest of it. Democrats have lost some ground there. That's clear. It's not just from Florida, but from Nevada and other places. So they've got some work to do if they can regain those votes. And of course, Republicans have work to do in other categories of voters.
All right, Larry Sabato, I know we have to let you go. You've been really generous with your time, and we will speak again. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Good luck.
So, Vlad, I just wanted to point out that, you know, when we were listening to Governor Wolf talk about the voting process here in Pennsylvania, there's a couple things that people need to know because Pennsylvania is so tight. You may recall that the president almost threatened the governor, saying, you know, don't cheat, Governor Wolf. We have eyes on you. We have friends with eyes on you. And everyone sort of wondered, what does that mean on the eve of the election? There were no issues with voter intimidation that I'm aware of in Pennsylvania. But there was, you know, a legal challenge to Pennsylvania's decision to count votes up until Friday, votes that come in up until Friday, as long as the postmark was Election Day. And what we learned about how that's going to work is that any of the ballots that come in will be put aside but counted, but we may not actually see those numbers yet. So when we're looking at how close Pennsylvania is, we may not be seeing those mail-in ballots. There's one county, Lancaster County, that is kind of like bucking the instructions a little bit. They're saying that it's impossible for them to count the ballots without mixing them all in, so they're not counting them at all. You heard the officials there say they'll take up that matter later on. But just so people know sort of what's happening when they look at the numbers, that some of these mail-in ballots may not, they're being counted, but they may not actually show up with the numbers.
You know, Emery, one of the things, to your point, is the president, and I've been sort of looking at the president's tweets over the last couple of hours, and he's, you know, doing all the things that we talked about earlier, sort of throwing into question the integrity of the elections. But let's remember the reason we are where we are right now with Pennsylvania and also Wisconsin and also Michigan, it's because Republicans blocked attempts by those states to allow those votes to be counted earlier than they are being counted at the moment. So we wouldn't be in this situation if those blocked attempts had not gone through. So it's not because, you know, I know people are sort of pulling their hair out and they're wondering what's going on in Pennsylvania. Why can't we call it? Why is it going to take so long? It's going to take so long because as officials tried to implement measures because of the pandemic that would have allowed Pennsylvania and those other states to count those votes, Republicans blocked that. So that's why the president is now complaining that the counting is still happening. Well, the counting is happening because, you know, people who are supportive of his administration implemented or blocked the attempts for it to be done the way other states are doing it. So that's the reality of the situation right now.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Of course, that means it's a great time for you to do a number of things, but I suggest you download the free CBS News app on all your devices. You can watch us, CBSN, anytime, anywhere, on any connected device. The app is free. Our website is free as well. Just head to cbsnews.com. We'll be right back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
So we're going to take you to Georgia and North Carolina now. They've emerged as battleground states in this year's election, and both states are too close to call right now. Lecrae Mitchell has been following the race from Tampa, Florida, and she's here to break down the results so far and tell us what we know. So, Lecrae, what are things looking like in both Georgia and North Carolina? Who's ahead, and how many more ballots are left to count?
So to echo Adam, I would just say that we know that these numbers are changing. And the last time I checked, you know, with 92% of the expected vote in, President Trump was ahead by more than 103,000 votes in Georgia. And in the Tar Heel state, with 95% of the expected vote in, the president was ahead there as well by more than 76,000 votes. And so when you combine those between the two states, you have roughly more than 500,000 votes that are still outstanding at this moment out of those two states.
Earlier this morning, Lecrae, as you know, President Trump was confident he would win both states, as he did in 2016. So what's the path forward for Vice President Biden if President Trump wins the Tar Heel state, if he wins the Peach state? What's his path to 270?
Well, if the president wins Georgia and North Carolina today, but former Vice President Joe Biden won, say, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, there still could be a path, but I think what I and what others would caution is that you just really want to wait and see how this turns out when some more of these votes start to come in, because we really right now, the margins are so narrow that it's still a toss-up. We're still classifying them as toss-up with CBS News. And so what I would say is, and what I'm going to continue to look at throughout the day, is what's happening at some of these counties that we've been taking stock of leading up to Election Day, places that we've been calling battleground counties within these counties, and sort of how the votes are playing out there. I did a quick look earlier at Fulton County, Gwinnett County, and these are areas that political scientists in the area, political strategists in the area have been saying were battlegrounds for different reasons. You know, Fulton County, because of how large it is, it's the largest county by population in the state. And what people were looking to see is what the impact of the Democratic city center of Atlanta would have on some of the suburbs in the surrounding area. Gwinnett County, an area that traditionally have been very Republican, due to diversifying and, becoming more of a county that wasn't so much of a Republican stronghold. We're going to be looking there to see how things shake out. So as we're taking stock of these battleground states, like I said, we really are zooming into some of the counties to see how both candidates are doing there, to get any kind of indication, if possible, on how things might turn out.
So, Lecrae, you know, in Georgia in particular, the recent past it's been checkered a little bit when it comes to access to voting. There have been accusations of voter suppression. There was a little bit of a hiccup, I think, at one polling place in Georgia where a pipe burst in the same room where ballots were being held. The ballots are fine,
that is
but
so
they had to stop.
2020.
They had to fix the pipe, and they had pardon?
That is so 2020. We plan.
So 2020.
News reporters and Lecrae, you and the political unit have been planning for this election for the last 4 years, covering it. I don't think anybody had in their 1,000-page planning books what happens if a pipe bursts in one of the districts that we're following.
Well, apparently what happens is you check on the ballots, you fix the pipe, and you extend the time that office is open, because you have to make sure that the equal amount of hours are available to all voters. But let us talk about this. We talked a little bit earlier about, those responsible for voting in the state. How aware and concerned are they about, the previous accusations of voter suppression in Georgia? How are they approaching this? All right, we're taking you to Louisville, where Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is speaking. He won his seat back again after a bit of a challenge. Let's listen in.
Of 120 counties and win by 20 points. So it was a statement by the people of Kentucky, I think, that they like having someone from our state be able to help set the national agenda and to look out for Middle America and for Kentucky. Beyond my race, as all of you know, we picked up 13 seats in the state House, 2 seats in the state Senate. And I think even more significant, given the challenges Republicans have had in recent years in the suburbs, won back 2 seats here in Jefferson County that were lost 2 years ago in suburban eastern Jefferson County. Ken Fleming and Jason Nemus won. Well, Jason had actually survived last time and won again. Ken Fleming won his old seat back. So I think we're very much aware of the challenges that we have in the suburbs across America. The other thing that's been a Republican challenge really for a number of years, and particularly in recent years, is the gender gap. We haven't totally broken it down, but at one point, at least in our tracking, I was ahead among women in Kentucky, and I think that must have been the case given the size of the margin. So it was a very gratifying victory for our side in Kentucky, and for the opportunity to continue to serve our people and to set the agenda at the national stage. Now, I know what's on your minds. I don't know whether I'm going to be the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator as we speak. I can tell you the latest that I know, which is not definitive. We're in a pretty good position in North Carolina, but not able yet to declare victory. In Maine, they have an unusual situation in which if either candidate fails to get to 50, they go back and apply something called rank order voting. In other words, you put down your second choice, and then they start adding second choices. As of the moment, Senator Collins is over 50. If that were to be sustained until they finished, she would win without going to rank order voting. So it's not a runoff, but they go start counting your second choice if neither candidate reaches 50. In Georgia, the only state in the union that requires you to get 50% in the general election, Senator Perdue is ahead, but it's not clear yet whether he will win without having a runoff. And of course, we have another runoff in Georgia anyway, because the other Georgia seat is an open seat, and under Georgia law, the way open seats are done is like a jungle primary. Everybody runs, and if anybody doesn't get to 50, the top two have a runoff. And so in the other one, we know there will be another race January the 6th in the other Georgia Senate race. So that's the latest on the control of the Senate, and I'm sure you want to ask about other things. So let me, at this point, throw it open and see where you want to go. Yeah. Well, I think we've talked about this before, but how you vote is determined at the state level and not in Washington. Every state does it differently. We did it differently this year under an agreement between the governor and the Secretary of State. And our job as candidates to adapt to however they want to conduct the vote. And there's no question that there are a greater number of states doing more both early and absentee voting this year because of the coronavirus. So we have to adapt to whatever the rules are in given states. It's not up to the federal government to determine how that's done. Well, as you know, I don't just sort of engage in random observations about those comments. I can give you my point of view, and I might, if you're talking about the presidential election, I think this underscores the beauty of the Electoral College. You know, everybody's always taking shots at the Electoral College. Imagine if you did not have the Electoral College and you had a close election in the popular vote count. When would the litigation ever stop? What the Electoral College guarantees is that you have finality in 50 separate places. 50 separate places, you get to a final outcome. We saw under the Electoral College in 2000, close election in one state created a 5-week challenge to get the outcome in the Bush versus Gore decision. So we ought to be grateful for the Electoral College in a close presidential election like this. There will be finality reached in 50 separate places. It may take a while for the voting to finish, and both sides will probably be lawyered up if it's a close election. That's happened before and could well happen this time. Yeah. No, I'm not, because the Democrats have got lawyers out there already. I mean, looking at the Senate, both sides are lawyered up in Georgia, North Carolina, Maine, both sides. Going to court is the way we resolve uncertainty in our country. So, no, I'm not troubled at all by the president suggesting that, because the other side's already doing it too. And you can anticipate in close elections, both sides will be lawyered up and will end up in court. It's happened over and over and over again. Nothing unusual. I'm having a hard time understanding you. Well, it's not unusual for people to claim they won the election. I can think of that happening on numerous occasions, but claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting. And what we're going to see here in the next few days, both in the Senate races and in the presidential race, is each state will ultimately get to a final outcome. And you should not be shocked that both sides are going to have lawyers there, both in these close Senate races and in the presidential contest. But Daniel, the answer is, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I've already answered it. The courts will decide disputes. That's the way we do it in this country. Having close, disputed elections is not unusual. It happens all the time. So I don't think the president should be criticized for suggesting he may have some lawyers, because the other guys are certainly already doing that. And in a close election, you could anticipate in some of these states you're going to end up in court. It's the American way. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure whether I'll need to or not. We don't know who won the presidential race yet. We'll see what the American people decide they want their government to be. I don't know whether I'm going to be the majority leader or the minority leader. As I've told you, I've been both. Majority is better. And but we're awaiting the judgment of the American people. Now, on the Senate, there is a chance we will know by the end of the day. I'm told we're more likely to get a definitive answer, and this could be incorrect, by the way, but I'm told we're more likely to get a definitive answer in North Carolina and Maine by the end of the day than we might be able to get a final answer in Michigan, or whether or not we're going to have 2 runoffs in Georgia instead of 1. Well, voter behavior is obviously impacted by the campaigns that you put on. And we tried to make as an aggressive argument as we could that my opponent was pretty much in line with where Democrats are nationally on every issue. And you heard me say over and over again that that's certainly not where I am, and that I allow Kentucky to punch above its weight. So I think it was a pretty clear choice for the people of Kentucky. And I'm glad they decided that our arguments were better than hers. It's been an amazing transformation over my time in the Senate. When I first ran, and by the way, I won by 1 vote a precinct in 1984. If you drew a line from Bowling Green to Owensboro, there wasn't a single Republican state representative or state senator in all of that area of Kentucky, not one. Today, there's not a single Democrat. And after yesterday's election, that could almost be said all over Kentucky, except for our 3 largest counties, Jefferson, Fayette, and Franklin. Eastern Kentucky did a complete transformation. I think that's a legacy of President Obama's war on coal, and then the popularity of the current president added on to that has flipped counties that I used to get 40% if I was lucky in to getting 60 and 70%. So, yeah, I think Kentucky's undergone a political transformation. It was happening, but really speeded up after Obama and Trump. And the last indicator is registration. 2.5 to 1 Democrat 36 years ago almost even now. Registration is the last thing to change. Change your voting behavior before you change your registration. Yeah. I agree. I'm disturbed by two things that I think we need to do better nationally. Number one, my hat's off to them for Act Blue. I think it is an incredibly effective model to reach out and to a lot of small donors and pull them together and target them in a particular direction. We were way behind on that model. We set up Win Red last year. Some of us did pretty well. I, for example, had over 1 million donors. Average donation, $35. But we are behind overall in this business of online fundraising, which harnesses small donors, which I think is a terrific model. So that's something we need to do better. Secondly, I'm disturbed by the loss of support in the suburbs nationwide. We saw it here, although I must say we did win 2 seats, 1 back and 1 kept in the suburbs of this county. Whatever slide we witnessed last year in northern Kentucky, I think I reversed that yesterday. So I think that turned out well from my point of view. But yeah, I think if you look at our situation, Republican situation nationally, I think we need to win back the suburbs. We need to do better with college-educated voters than we're doing lately. And we need to do better with women. So nothing's perfect. We had overall, I think, a better election than most people thought we were going to have across the country. But yeah, we have improvement we need to make. Well, you could argue they have the same problem. You know, why are they getting crushed in rural and small towns? These trends come and go, and if you're smart about it, you try to correct your flaws. And those are things that I think we ought to improve on. Yeah, as I've said repeatedly in the last few months, we need another rescue package. The Senate goes back in session next Monday. Hopefully the partisan passions that prevented us from doing another rescue package will subside with the election. And I think we need to do it, and I think we need to do it before the end of the year. As you noticed, we had some big differences about what to do. The Speaker laid out a $2.5 trillion package with all kinds of things that I felt were simply unrelated to the subject. I laid on the Senate floor, not once, but twice, $500 billion. We can all remember when that was a lot of money, targeting the school situation, the need to replenish the PPP small loan program, which has been an enormous success. 50,000 Kentucky businesses drew down $5.2 billion. Huge success. They need to be replenished. And we need another round for hospitals because clearly the coronavirus is not gone. In fact, we've got it worse now than we had it in the spring, I believe, and I think that's true in a lot of other states. So I think that's job one when we get back, hopefully with a more cooperative situation than we had. And we also need to fund the government. And the Speaker and I agree that we ought to do an omnibus appropriation bill and do it in December, no matter who wins the election. It's a basic function of government that we haven't handled very well in recent years, and we need to do that. So we have 2 big things to do here before the end of the year, and it won't surprise you to know there's some more judges to do. Won't surprise any of you. And we're going to continue to confirm lifetime appointments to the courts as well. Well, we've already sent Louisville, I believe. I don't know, Terry, do you have the figure? It's 137 million or something like that. Yeah. We did $150 billion for state and local government in the CARES Act, which basically was written by myself and my team. And it's a possibility that we will do more for state and local government. Many state and local governments are doing very well. So what happened as a result of that state and local plug that we put in the CARES Act is some states are flush, others aren't. And we need to look at the formula. If we do that again, we need to look at the formula and make sure there's a real need there. And also we need to make sure we're not basically allowing state and local governments to cover up or cover over pre-existing problems like pension problems and other problems that they've created for themselves. And so it's not quite as simple as it sounds. This is a big item for the Democrats, as you can imagine, and they're still going to control the House, and so we'll have to reach some kind of agreement, but it's not something that my side is very, very fond of, because it's hard to figure out who really needs it and who doesn't. Well, as long as until we get the vaccine, we're still here. I mean, you all have seen me emphasize wearing a mask and practice social distancing since May, everywhere I go. And this vaccine is not going to go away till we kill it. So that's job one. We've already allocated an enormous amount of money toward testing, treatment, and vaccines. We may need to do more in the next rescue package, because ultimately you got to kill the vaccine before we get back to normal. There's no other way to get back to normal. You can keep pumping money into the economy forever, and it won't solve the problem until we kill the virus. Having said that, there are other sectors that need help, and I outlined what I think is appropriate, but I don't get to make the final decision. We have to deal with the Democrats. And what I'm saying is, I think now that the election's over, the need is there, and we need to sit down and work this out. And state and local could end up being a part of it. I'd like to see it done a little more skillfully than simply providing borrowed money for everyone, regardless of their need. Yeah. Well, Morgan, it depends on state law as to how they do this. Some states, I think, have adopted a system that strikes me as kind of absurd. I mean, there are a couple of states that literally send out ballots to everybody on the voter rolls. They do that in Washington, D.C. I know people in Washington who live in rental apartments who receive ballots addressed to 6 different people who used to live there at some point. To me, that guarantees the opportunity for fraud. Most states don't do that. There's some verification process that you are who you are. And so it's not a massive problem, but there are systems states can adopt. For example, California has what's called ballot harvesting, which you can go around and collect ballots from people and turn it in for them. Unfortunately, most states don't do that. And my personal view is it's none of the federal government's business how states decide to conduct their elections. I mean, I think that has been for 230 years a state decision, and we have to adapt to how states choose to do it. Perfectly okay to complain about a particular system if you don't like it, but ultimately, if there's a dispute over it, it's going to be resolved in court. Well, the results are accepted when you get finality in 50 separate states. And the finality decision is up to states. And we're waiting, whether I'm going to be the majority leader or not, the outcome of a state decision in North Carolina, a state decision in Maine, a state decision in Michigan, and a state decision in Georgia. Do I feel what? Well, in March and April, we came together and passed the CARES Act without a single dissenting vote. So it's not impossible for us to get together. As I've said repeatedly, I think the closer we got to the election, the more that interfered with getting an outcome. The election is over. We don't know for sure all the outcomes, but hopefully we will by next week when we go back in session. And we need to sit down and talk to each other like we did back in March and April and address the problem. And I'm confident we will, no matter who ends up running the government, no matter who's in the White House, no matter who's, I think we know the Democrats are going to run the House, and no matter who runs the Senate. It's time to overcome all that and get results. You're trying to get me to answer a question. Well, obviously, I'd a lot rather be the majority leader than the minority leader. If it appears that, as of today, at this moment, that we are in a pretty good position in North Carolina and Maine. We may, as I said earlier, know later in the day how that turns out. If my math is correct, if we win in North Carolina and Maine, I'm still the offensive coordinator. So we may know by the end of the day. And then there are others that are still to play out. One or two specials in Georgia and the Michigan Senate race. We have a fabulous candidate up there who's got a real shot. Well, I sure hope so. You know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg said last year, not Mitch McConnell, Ruth Bader Ginsburg said last year, 9 is the right number. Talk about destabilizing the courts. Imagine if you started, every time the power shifted, you started adding new judges, they'd have no credibility at all. It's a terrible idea. And I was disappointed in my old friend Joe Biden for not just ruling it out, which surprised me, frankly. I think the president ran a heck of a race. Everybody was writing him off, said he had no shot. And he went out and literally worked himself to death for the last 2 months with multiple rallies every day and turned it into a cliffhanger against everybody's expectation. So it was an extraordinary campaign. I think it also helped us in our Senate races. The places, with the exception of Maine, the places where we have the best chance of winning are places where it looks like he won. So I'm going to take one more, and I think we've probably covered it. Yeah. Yeah, I never comment about security. As you all know, that goes with this position, and I've had it since I was whip almost 20 years ago. And my wife, it goes with this position of cabinet members. But beyond that, we don't comment on security issues. Okay, thanks everyone.
All right. The current Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, along with his wife, Secretary of Transportation, Elaine Chao, addressing some reporters' questions there. Most important detail before we take you to Georgia, where officials are giving an update on the race there, is Mitch McConnell essentially saying he's waiting for the states to count all their ballots. That is with regards to the presidential election, to figure out who will be the next president. Is it Donald Trump reelected or Vice President Biden, and whether or not he will be the minority leader or the majority leader. So those are, I think, the most important details that come from there. Let's take you down to Georgia, where officials are giving an update.
This election puts to rest the debates inflamed by those in our state or not in our state who have looked to sow doubt about our systems and those who have wrongly claimed there's a lack of access to voting. Elections matter. Completing this general election is a huge hurdle crossed, but it's far from the end of our work. We will have, immediately starting today, working towards certifying this election and then preparing for state and local runoff elections on December 1st, and then the September Senate runoff election between Senator Loeffler and Raphael Warnock on January 5th. This will require a monumental effort because we have a short window to get out absentee ballots for the December runoff to give voters time to return them. My team has sent reminders to counties to get all, let me repeat, all of our results counted today. Every legal vote will count. And I know that many of you probably have some questions. Justin. Well, I want everyone to know, the sound of my voice, that every legal vote in Georgia will count. And right now we have about 200,000 ballots that are left to be counted. With the absentee ballot process, counties worked on scanning those as many as they could, and then there are also about 40 to 50,000 early votes that need to be counted. Every legal vote will be counted. So is the president correct? We are saying that every legal vote will be counted in Georgia because that's our process and we follow state law.
I hear you say that you want counting to be done today. Is that realistic in counties with tens of thousands of outstanding absentee ballots, counties won elections? I don't know if they'll get it done today. Have you I know you said you communicated with the counties asking them to complete it today, but is that actually possible?
We're pushing really hard for that. If we can get that down, if we don't get it there, but we get the number so small that then there's no question of who actually the winner is, I think that'll be helpful. Really remove a lot of those questions that people might have. Yes, ma'am. That'll be something I'll get with our election team, and we'll get that out as soon as we have that information.
There's word that USPS was going to sweep up their facilities, make sure all the absentee ballots had been delivered, and that in some places that didn't take place. Do you know if that happened in Georgia? Is that any concern?
Well, it would always be a concern. We want to make sure everything gets to us. Don't have anything specific on that. But that's why we also instituted the absentee ballot drop boxes. Our concern actually was that voters would wait too long and then it'd be too late to mail. And that's why we had the absentee ballot drop boxes, which was very well received by voters in Georgia.
So you don't have word that that's in place?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific, but as soon as we do, we'll circle back and get that information out to you. Can I get with this, ma'am? Well, it's several counties, but we know that DeKalb, Fulton, Forsyth, even has 7,000 voters. So it's really, it's something when you have such a large number of absentee voters and then you have some early votes, it's really multiple counties, and we're just knocking those down one at a time. So the state election board gave the counties the authority that they could begin the process of scanning the absentee ballots, which is very helpful. So I know that down in Muskogee County and Richmond County, they were really current with everything they had received, but then all of a sudden we also had additional ballots come in on Monday and then Tuesday, so they were being dropped in. So they had to scan those. And so they'll be getting that as soon as they can, but it is a 2-page ballot. It just takes longer to get those ready for the scanning process. Is there another question back there? Well, I know that right now that we have, my numbers here were 52 to 54,000 in DeKalb. Right now we have 74,000 approximately Fulton County absentees and 43,000 early votes in Fulton County. And I have about 7,000 right now in Forsyth. We can get you the entire list because it's just we make sure we include all the counties. Well, the next process obviously will be to make sure we get all the ballots counted, then also the UOCAVA, the overseas military ballots, to get those in and have them incorporated in the vote totals. We're going to begin the risk limiting audit process later this week, which is really important. So many people are not aware of that. This is the first time we're doing a statewide audit. And so what that will really give you, first of all, we have, I think, a higher confidence of voters. I know there's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation out there, and some of it's just lack of knowledge, and we understand that. And that's why the risk limiting audit, what that will do will verify results. So if there's a race that was, say, reported a 51-49, when we do the audit, then we can verify what the result is, and we have over a 90% confidence level. That gives people additional assurance. I think also having that paper ballot, voters were very comfortable. It just gave them that comfort feeling that looked at it before they cast their ballot, and that's a good thing also. Then by Friday, November 13th, we then will have the certification. So nothing gets certified until after we do the risk limiting audit. Well, if there's a race that was in 0.5%, it is your right as the candidate that is close but not over the top that you could ask for a recount. So we actually could have a request for, say, a state representative, county commission race, or any race that's within 0.5%, and we'll just wait till we get every ballot counted, and that's why it's very important that we follow through the process. It'll be actually pulling out, running those through, and then it'll be actually seeing where that brings us, and then you're looking at the words that are on the ballot at some point.
Mr. Secretary, can you explain what you know about what's happening in Gwinnett County? Apparently they're having some issues with scanning, or maybe they have to rescan thousands of ballots.
Well, if they do, then they'll follow through that. That's the advantage of having the verifiable paper ballot, that you can rescan that. But that's why if some of the ballots do kick out. And the reason they kick out is everyone, if they don't fill out the ballot correctly or they put an X or they circle a name, that's why we have the adjudication panels of a Republican, Democrat, and then the election official to have 3 sets of eyes on there to verify that. So we want at least a 2-1 adjudication vote on each ballot so we can make sure that we capture the correct voter intent. Yeah, we want to make sure that we follow state law. We are always going to look at what is the state law, and that's why Ryan Germany, our legal counsel, can answer any legal questions you have. But we want to make sure the law is very clear, and we follow the state law, and we don't believe that judges should legislate.
Just get a quick assessment from you of the timing this is taking with the count. Is this taking longer than you expected to take, and why?
Oh, no, it's really going much quicker, and that's why we're really pleased with the state election board allowing us to scan that. If you look at some of these states, this morning is when they actually opened up their absentee ballot, boxes, and that's when they started actually the process of separating out the absentee ballots. That's a very extensive process, verifying the signature and going through there, separating it out. We have saved days and days. You're going to be waiting a long time in some of these states, much to many people's consternation, because we understand it's a close election.
You're saying this is right on schedule?
Yeah, we're doing fine, and we're really pleased with. We'll be off everyone's radar, and they'll be worried about the states up north.
Your website doesn't keep up with the absentee ballot process.
Right. Yeah. As it's getting reported, then it'll be just added to that total.
And so how do private citizens vote on that?
And it's just because it's a process. We just keep on adding that, and then eventually, when we have them all done, you'll know that we'll notify or put a note there that these are the final totals for that particular county.
We got time for one more question.
Yes, sir.
Question about rejected ballots. I know we talked about that last week. Now that these are coming in, where are we on that? You said about 1% last time. Have you heard anything about rejected ballots and what happened to those ballots?
Well, yes. Last time we actually had about 1%, but of that, probably 75% of those rejected ballots were actually received late. So very few of those actually were rejected by the adjudication panel. When they actually looked down at that, all three of the folks, or 2 out of the 3 folks, were saying, yeah, they really wanted Mary for this race here. They really wanted Bob for that race there, and that's a good thing. So very little of the actual ones that get through the adjudication panel are being rejected. So thank you very much. As we get more information, we'll get that to you. If you have any legal questions, Ryan Germany's here, and we're going to get these results out to you as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
So we had been listening to Georgia's Secretary of State talk about sort of how painstaking the process is to count every single vote to make sure everything is valid. They are dealing with a volume of mail-in ballots that they've never really had to deal with before, and they have to verify each and every one of them. And so it takes time. Georgia is, Vlad, still a toss-up, according to CBS News, and it's razor thin. It's really super close. CBS News has Donald Trump with 50.5% of the vote and Joe Biden with 48.3% of the vote. I think they said there was about 200,000 ballots to count, and then on top of that, mail-in ballots that also need to be counted. And they're simply, not going to come forward with any numbers until they have the final numbers, and everyone's sort of going to have to wait.
I think we have a couple of graphics that show CBS News battleground tracker polling, exit polling, that shows the belief that people in this country have, not only in the integrity of the elections, but also in the integrity of their state elections. In other words, how they vote by state. And it shows that an overwhelming percentage of people do believe that that their votes will be counted, that they do believe in the integrity of our elections. You spoke to somebody earlier on CBS and AM who explained to you that the notion of people trying to game an election, trying to vote fraudulently is, what was it? What did she say? It was like the chances of that happening are, you're great.
Something about being hit by lightning.
Right. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
Greater chance of being hit by lightning.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what you're hearing from these secretaries of state, whether they are Republican or Democrat. They're saying that they're doing the process of counting the ballots. They're waiting for them to all be counted. And when they are counted, they will have the results. You heard that also from the current Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who I thought was sort of very tempered in how he was talking about the way things were playing out. He said that, he doesn't know yet if he is still the Senate Majority Leader or if he's the Senate Minority Leader. He says he feels good about his chances for the Republicans maintaining control of the Senate, but he says he's waiting for Georgia. As we heard, we're still waiting for Georgia. He's waiting to hear from Maine. He's waiting to hear from North Carolina, and that, hopefully by the end of the day or by tomorrow, will give him an indication as to whether or not he's going to be calling the offensive plays or if he's going to be on defense, which I thought was interesting. And he said it also with regards to the presidential election. He says he doesn't know who the winner of the presidential election is because all the states have not yet delivered their results. And he said that, throughout the history of this country, when the states declare these are their final tallies, that is when you know what the numbers are. And there may be legal challenges, which is to be expected, but he says that those are ultimately resolved in court. So very different from what you heard from the president saying. He was asked, I think, about the president's comments, that the voting should stop and that, he's won. And he said, candidates say all sorts of things on the campaign trail. And oftentimes many candidates say, yeah, I did win, only to find out after the results come in that, no, you didn't. So it was sort of a very reasonable and tempered statement there from the current Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so we're going to continue to cover the latest with the election and bring you any other news you need to know. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
So as many states continue to process ballots cast by mail and in person, the U.S. presidential race remains too close to call. The president is exceeding expectations by capturing several large swing states with his Democratic challenger Joe Biden, or rather ones that Joe Biden had hoped would solidify his path to victory. So for more on all of this, we want to bring in CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright, as well as Joe Watkins, a former aide to President George H.W. Bush. He's also the host of State of Independence. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. Listen, Joe, I'm going to start with you. The president took to the podium at the White House at about 2 o'clock in the morning and falsely declared his own victory, said they were getting ready to party. But then he also suggested that there was fraud afoot and that he would take his concerns to the Supreme Court, demanding that voting be stopped. Now, we know that voting has already stopped, and he was probably talking about ballot counting being stopped. What is behind this strategy? I mean, he's talking about, and we sort of saw this coming, but he's talking about not counting legally submitted ballots. What's the strategy there?
I don't think this is rocket science. I used to be a big fan, still am a fan of boxing. I used to watch some great boxing matches. And whenever there was a boxing match and the match ended without one or the other being knocked out and they had to await the judge's decision, you see both boxers position themselves to win the decision by playing to their audience saying, I won, I won, I won. And that's kind of what we saw last night, more so with President Trump than with Vice President Biden. But it's not unusual in a situation like this for the candidates to say that they won and to say that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that the decision works in their favor. So I think that's what President Trump was doing last night. At the end of the day, we have to wait to see what the ballot vote looks like. So we're still waiting to hear what's happening in Wisconsin, in Michigan, Pennsylvania, where I live, of course. We may not know till Friday. And then Georgia and North Carolina. These are all important states, and these will really tell the picture. So we have to wait and see when all the ballots are counted, and then we'll have a much clearer picture.
Antoine and Joe, Antoine, Reince Priebus, who I know both of you know very well, having been in the arena as long as you both have been, on CBS This Morning earlier said that and predicted that recounts and recanvassing in at least 4 states, including Arizona, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, would be legally challenged. Now, Valerie Jarrett, who was also appearing with Reince on the broadcast, said that there's no legal basis for that. So is this how this is going to go, Antoine? We're going to see Republicans challenging the votes that have already been counted in these states where the margin is razor thin? And what is the legal basis for it?
Well, I think you're definitely going to see that. Look, it has been the Republican president and some of his chief supporters who've tried to cast clouds of doubt on this election from the very beginning when they saw some of the early surveying saying they were going to be down and they were going to be perhaps lose places they won in 16. So I would not be surprised if you see this legal battle continue to drag out this election process. I think this is just their way of putting more items on the doubt buffet for the Trump supporters and the Trump coalition to choose from about the election being rigged. Some of the results are not official, ballots being thrown away, all the things that we've heard kind of flirted with by the president and some of his supporters. So look for the election results to have a conclusion, but maybe not a final conclusion until we fight this out in courts. The scary part about that part, Vlad and Anne-Marie, is that if it gets pushed to some parts of the courts and where you have some Trump-appointed judges for whatever reason, that makes me a little nervous as a Democrat. But who knows what may happen. At the end of the day, I hope that the victory is very decisive until we will not be able to depend on or lean on that notion.
So, Joe, what states are you going to be watching closely? I presume Pennsylvania would be one of them, seeing that's where you live. But so break it down. What states do you think are pivotal? Because there are a number of toss-ups right now.
Yeah, I think Wisconsin is pivotal. I think that Pennsylvania is pivotal. Of course, Michigan is pivotal. And as those votes are counted, they'll really tell the story. I think the pollsters had the same challenges in 2020 that they had in 2016, and I've been saying it all along. They weren't accurately able to capture the number of non-college educated whites that support the president. And the inability to do that in this 2020 cycle is the reason why the race has been much, much closer than anybody imagined it would be. But you've got to look at those states. Pennsylvania especially. Pennsylvania, we may not know till Friday in Pennsylvania, given all the votes that need to be counted. But we may know sooner in Wisconsin and Michigan. So those are 3 states that I would say everybody should be watching closely.
Antoine, CBS News estimates Arizona likely to go to Vice President Biden. A Democrat hasn't won that state since former President Bill Clinton way back in 1996. What factors might have played a role in how we're seeing this state pan out?
You remember I was with you, Anne-Marie, yesterday, I think it was, and I said geographics and demographics are going to play a critical role, unlike what we thought we were going to see in 2016. Here's the thing about the states we have left that could decide this election. They're all states that Donald Trump won in 16, that Democrats were able to win over in 18 in some way, shape, or form down the ballot. We have a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania, Democratic governor in Wisconsin, Democratic governor in Michigan. We won a Senate seat in Arizona. That, I think, gives some sort of indication to how the votes may shake out. And if you look at the early vote numbers in those places, I think that could give Democrats an advantage. I think the big difference between 2016 and 2020 in those places, the African-American turnout in places like Detroit and some of the more suburban cities where you have high concentrations of African-American voters in those states has been bumped up from 2016, particularly in the absentee count. And in Arizona, I think the Senate race being on the ballot and with the amount of money being spent and the attention in the Senate race, I think will also elevate the number of votes that the top of the ticket will be able to receive. And so things look very handsome in Arizona. I feel optimistic about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but who knows?
I want to get both of your takes on Florida. CBS News has projected that President Trump has won Florida. I find Florida to be so fascinating because there are these sort of larger voting blocks that, some you would expect to vote for the president. They did last time, but then it was up in the air. This time around, like seniors, when you factor in COVID and all that sort of stuff, there is the Hispanic vote that is actually really diverse in the state of Florida. So, Antoine, I'm going to start with you. What do you think really sort of pulled the president over the finish line in Florida for voters?
I think the fear, anger, frustration, and confusion that the president operated from in 2016 may have helped him again in Florida. And also, I think what the Florida results have proven to all of us is that no constituency in this country is monolithic, and we cannot make assumptions about what they feel or how they will participate based on some of the stuff that we care about inside the bubble. I think that the president has always had a strong chance of winning Florida. I think the places where he had success, like in Dade County, where you would assume that the African-American turnout and the non-white turnout would have been a bit higher for Joe Biden and the Democrats. It did not go that way. And then the scary part, the unfortunate part for me is that we lost 2 congressional seats in Florida that Democrats held in the 2018 race. And I think that was a result of the wave that we saw in a place like Florida. And so I can't tell you exactly why. What I can tell you, this is further proof that no constituency in this country is monolithic.
Well, and that's a great point, Antoine and Joe.
What's your take?
Sorry, Anne-Marie.
No, my take is
I wanted to hear Joe's take on Florida. Mm-hmm.
No. My take was that Donald Trump was able to successfully pin the narrative on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that they were socialists. And for Cuban Americans and for a lot of Hispanics, Americans in Florida, that was just a non-starter. So they were able to build on that, and then likewise, at least retain, if not slightly build on their support with African Americans, and to retain their strong support with non-college educated whites. And then likewise, they did reasonably well with seniors. And so that really spelled the difference for Donald Trump in Florida. And the fact that the Panhandle voted, numbers came in later, only was icing on the cake for Donald Trump. The Panhandle is a reliably Republican area of Florida, so he knew he would do well when those votes were counted. So I had said it before. I said the president's capacity to just improve on the margins, to slightly improve his numbers with African Americans, to retain his strong support among non-college educated whites, and likewise to push the narrative that Harris and Biden basically represent socialist tendencies would spell victory in a state like Florida.
Anne-Marie, can I make one point? Can I make one point, Vlad? We knew that Democrats had an early advantage on the early vote, stuff, because that was the narrative we pushed that was so important to our party, and we knew we had to drive out excitement and energy with our party. But I also said to you guys yesterday that if the president, for whatever reason, would have a big election day surge, and that surge would outweigh our early vote support, then he could have a very handsome night. And in a lot of places, in a place like Florida, that's exactly what happened. His election day surge was much bigger than our early vote surge. And so those voters came through. And we made the assumption that the pandemic and all the things that were going to impact our participation and his participation and how he's failed on the response that most people agree with. But it didn't seem like any of those things matter in the minds of voters, in particular seniors, in a place like Florida, a constituency that Biden was winning almost 2-1 going into Election Day.
So I should just note for our viewers that because of COVID and because we're all separate, we're all on these remotes, which means that there's a delay so that we're not actually interrupting each other. Sometimes we are going on to our next question, and it feels like we're interrupting because of a delay, but it's a technical issue, just so people understand. But I want to ask you, both you, Antoine and Joe, you raised the issue of demographics. And Anne-Marie and I have talked about this in the past, and I've talked about this with some of our folks who are part of the political unit. I wonder if in the next couple of years we start to rethink how we the terms that we use around demographics. For example, this narrative that is building now that Donald Trump was able to turn out the Latino vote in Florida and Joe Biden underperformed how Hillary Clinton performed in Florida because of a lower Latino vote. There are differences between people who come from Cuba, people who are Cuban Americans, people who are Mexican Americans, people who are Puerto Rican, who are American citizens, people from Guatemala and Paraguay, and lumping, for example, Latinos into that entire bucket, or lumping the black vote, when I know a lot of people in Florida who originate from the Caribbean who did not vote for Joe Biden, who supported Donald Trump. There are black conservatives, Joe, like you, who don't sort of fit into these neat buckets that were probably, I don't know the history of this, but I'm going to guess they were created maybe like back in the 60s or 70s, how we were looking at these elections in terms of the demographic. Should we rethink how we talk about the people in this country and perhaps look at it from political affiliation, a conservative, a Republican, a liberal, a progressive, and people who are more split amongst the ethnic groups that have been traditionally used? Let me go to you, Antoine. Joe, go ahead first.
So these campaigns, of course, target voters, and they target them with messages that they know will resonate with voters, with certain voters. And so Donald Trump knew, for instance, that he's not going to win a majority of the black vote. He wouldn't win a majority of the black vote in 2020, but he knew that if he could improve on his numbers, if he could maybe move it up 3 or 4 or 5 percentage points, that would be a big win for him. Because I said repeatedly that Joe Biden needed really an Obama-like turnout from African Americans, and he needed to get above 90% of the black vote to really ensure a strong victory. He didn't do that. He got about 87% of the black vote. Donald Trump improved his number from about 7 or 8% in the last cycle, 2016, to about 12% in this cycle. So that was a significant upgrade for him. And how did he do it? He did it by talking about things that he had done that really strike a chord with black voters. He had a woman who had been imprisoned and had a life sentence, who he had since commuted to be the face of what he's done with regards to criminal justice reform. He talked about what he's done with historically black colleges and universities. And then he talked about the fact that Joe Biden was one of the authors of the 1994 crime bill that put so many black people in prison. So that wasn't enough to win all the black vote, but it was enough to shave off 3 or 4 or 5 percentage points, which is what Donald Trump needed to be competitive in this cycle and to win states like Florida.
Antoine,
same question.
You know, I do agree with my friend on the other side about Donald Trump's chip away strategy. He knew if he could chip away at some African American voters in this country, that would help his overall turnout, because he needed to find some expansion. But I'll say this: I think this race in the end will come down to 2 things when it comes to the minority voters in this country: the informed and the low propensity. And I think what Donald Trump was able to do was to penetrate the low propensity voters with this idea that he somehow has made their quality of life better because of his policy agenda, because of things he's done, and because of things that he's fought for. And we all know, those of us who are more informed, that may not necessarily be true, or it doesn't translate to success in the way that others see it. And I think that probably will be the story. The other part of it is that, in 2016, something happened that everyone was confused about, and this idea of white women supporting President Trump. We all made the assumption, Vlad and Anne-Marie, that because of his women's agenda and how terrible he's been on women policies, that was going to shift somehow those demographics to the Democrats in the 2020 election, although it shifted to us in the 2018 election. From all the exits I've seen from some of the data, that has not been true. And so every constituency has shown up for different reasons to vote. And that's why I think that geographics and demographics matter, but we can't make assumption when we talk to people in the Rust Belt, and they may be African American, those voters care about the same thing African American voters care about in the South. And that's something we have to really observe as a country. I think Democrats are going to have to take a hard look, and I think Republicans are going to have to have the same observations and take the same hard look as well.
That's a great point. Antoine Seawright and Joe Watkins, always great to have you both. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And a quick programming note: later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, Derek Johnson, the president and the CEO of the NAACP, will join CBSN to discuss election night and what the future potentially holds for Black Americans. That is right here on CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
So at this time, the race stands at 224 electoral votes for Joe Biden and 213 for President Trump. 6 battleground states are still outstanding, including Nevada, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. At least 4 of those are toss-ups. Projections show if Biden can secure at least 4 of them, he could claim victory. Early this morning at the White House, President Trump spoke to supporters, prematurely declaring victory without results. To back it up, here's a clip of that.
We will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won.
So for more on this, let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy and CBS News correspondent Nicole Killion. Ben, in that speech from the White House early this morning, President Trump pushed baseless accusations of fraud in this election. He pledged to take his fight to the Supreme Court. Has there been evidence of fraud in this election thus far, and can the president take his case directly to the Supreme Court?
The answers are no and no. There is no evidence of any sort of fraud so far in this election. But this is not surprising. The president's been making that claim now for many months, saying that there was going to be widespread fraud and that it would be rigged if you allowed people to vote by mail. As for the Supreme Court, no, that is the ultimate arbiter of these election disputes if they get that far. But first, they would be starting in state courts, and the Trump campaign is gearing up to do that. They've already filed some legal briefs in certain states ahead of the election based on certain rules in states that they did not agree with. So you can expect that to continue. But you know, the president is often very imprecise with his language, which leads to what he says to be open to a lot of different interpretations. And the president said in those remarks that you just played, he said he wants the voting to stop. We should clarify for people that what is happening right now is not voting, it's counting. It's counting of legal votes and legal ballots that came in on Election Day or within the legal time frame. So that's currently what is going on.
Right. If things, Nicole, were to stop, as we just pointed out, the vice president has 224 electoral votes and President Trump has 213. If you just stop and you say it's over, then the president loses. So what are you hearing from the Biden camp? And we know that Joe Biden spoke to his supporters last night. What was his message to the American people?
Well, his overall message was to keep the faith. That's how he ended his remarks. He tried to stay upbeat and optimistic, saying he feels good about where he is and he still thinks that he has a shot at winning this. But he also emphasized that it's important to count every ballot. And so really that is what the campaign is focusing on today, trying to watch these returns come in these additional states, places like Michigan, places like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. They do feel increasingly confident about Wisconsin, that they can potentially win there. They also feel that they will start building a broader lead in Michigan as far as vote by mail is concerned, and they also are confident about Pennsylvania, also watching to see what happens in Georgia, particularly in Fulton County in the Atlanta area. We are expecting a briefing from Biden campaign officials in the next hour, and it's possible we could hear more from the former vice president as well at some point later today, although as of now, those plans are pretty fluid. Back to you.
I think if the counting stops right now, no one wins because no one has 270 electoral votes. I suspect that's how it works. But Ben, let me ask you about some of the key swing states like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin, and what you're hearing from the Trump campaign about this. We're talking about like Wisconsin. The New York Times has Wisconsin, Biden's leading Wisconsin by 0.2%. It's super tight. 89% of the votes counted. So what are you hearing from the campaign? I expect there's sort of an element of optimism, probably a lot of optimism, but sometimes you can read between the lines when you listen to their statements.
I think optimism that there is still a path for the president, but the landscape has changed quite a bit since the president made those remarks at about 2 o'clock this morning in the East Room of the White House. These races are much closer than they appeared at that time, and that's because simply more votes have been counted. That's how this typically works. The president obviously jumped the gun. He has not won this election, but his campaign is doubling down on that. This morning, two of the campaign's top advisors were on television saying the president has won re-election. That's how they framed it. That is just patently untrue. Until all the votes are counted by these individual states and certified by the secretaries of state, those results are not official. And it seems strange that we have to keep saying this, but candidates don't get to declare themselves the winner. That's not how it works in this country. So we'll have to give this some time. This is what people expected. This is not unusual. There's a lot of mail-in ballots to be counted because of the pandemic. This is what everyone expected. But people also did expect the president to do what he has done, so there probably shouldn't be quite as much shock as there is. He pretty much telegraphed that this is what he was going to do.
And Nicole, speaking of unexpected, I know that there were a lot of Democrats that were, refreshing their Twitter feeds and looking at the New York Times Needle and watching CBS News to see our battleground tracker over and over and over again as the Florida results came in, as we started to get results in from Georgia. And what was the Biden campaign? I think it's sometimes instructive for people to understand what the campaigns were saying leading up to the election. They always talked about this path going through Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. And it was never really, hey, Florida's in the bag, that we've got that as a lock, or even Pennsylvania as being in the bag. In other words, I guess the question as we start to see these results coming in right now is how confident does the Biden campaign feel that some of the modeling that they did is actually bearing fruit?
Well, look, they always argue that they had multiple pathways to 270. In fact, they were tracking 17 battleground states, and their strategy all along was to protect the states that Democrats won in 2016, win back those that Democrats lost, and then tried to expand the map. And so I think basically what we're seeing is kind of a combination of that. I mean, picking up a state like Arizona is pretty significant if that holds. And then, of course, their big thing was trying to rebuild that blue wall through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, although they argued they could do it in a number of different ways if that didn't pan out by turning to a state like Georgia potentially, or a state like North Carolina, or a state like Florida. Now, obviously, we know some of those windows of opportunity have closed, but they certainly charted out a number of paths. So, one thing I will say is that they did project a lot of optimism. They felt that it would be a little more more clear-cut last night. I think they were really banking on seeing the Sun Belt break at some point, whether it was North Carolina, whether it was Georgia, or whether it was Florida. Obviously, we know Florida has been called, but North Carolina and Georgia still remain toss-ups. So from that standpoint, I would say the night didn't go maybe as they had hoped, but they were always kind of banking on that blue wall strategy. So from that standpoint, right now, that's where they continue to argue that they feel they have the best opportunity. And like I said, they're just continuing to watch how things play out as more of these ballots are counted, and they still remain confident that they have a shot at winning this.
All right, Ben, Nicole, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
The future of the presidency is hanging in the balance as these votes continue to be counted in some of those key battleground states across the country. We've been saying it for the last couple of hours. It is still too early to call the race. But right now, Democratic nominee Joe Biden appears to have a narrow lead over President Trump in the fight for 270 electoral votes. This could change throughout the day, throughout the week, even the month ahead as these mail-in ballots continue to be counted. But please, Lord, no. For more
Not
on
the month
this,
ahead, please.
Yes. For more on this, let's bring in Skylar Henry. He's following the latest in Washington. Skylar, I know I just said, I remember, I'm old enough to remember 2000 and Bush v. Gore went on for some 30-odd days. But, man, I hope it doesn't do that this time around. What are you seeing right now? Which states are you watching closely?
Well, it is certainly a marathon, not a sprint here, but somebody does have to win this race, right? And so I think what we're seeing up until this point, as you mentioned, a slight lead for the former vice president here. But as these states continue to tabulate their votes here, we could start to see a shift. We know that the folks in the upper Midwest are certainly counting those ballots, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan. But the real big question here, I think, is the state of Georgia. That's one of those states that we thought was going to be an early indicator as far as how this race will go here, but they had that hiccup in Metro Atlanta, my hometown there. But what happens there, I think, could be extremely significant, especially if it were to turn blue for Joe Biden there. I think you're starting to see a swell of support for Democrats in and around the state. Obviously, a lot of voters who are Democrats in the state have some bitter and sore feelings about how the 2018 election went in that gubernatorial race, where it was very close between the gubernatorial candidates in that state. And so if that were to shift and you were to start to see some sort of significant standing in that blue wall in the upper Midwest, that we could start to see a closer victory for the former vice president. His team has come out to say that they feel confident that they are going to get those 270 electoral votes. We know that President Trump also feels as though he's confident he's going to win this race. Obviously, neither of these candidates can call the race themselves, so it remains to be seen exactly what will happen in this race. Also, obviously, to keep an eye on what happens in Pennsylvania, because that state could be the key indicator in terms of where this thing goes.
Skylar, speaking of declaring the race themselves, President Trump, in fact, did do that. He said he was all ready to party because he, in fact, had won. Can we talk a little bit about the president's reaction to what is turning out to be a nail-biter in many of these key states? Right. He's already started threatening legal action.
Yeah, and really this is rhetoric that we've heard from the president for the last few weeks or so, you know, challenging the idea that we will see some sort of manipulation to the vote after Election Day. Obviously, votes stop on Election Day, but states can count ballots after the day. He said that he is considering taking it to the Supreme Court, although it's not necessarily clear what he meant by that. But we do know this. The Biden team is prepared. They have a team of lawyers that they say that they are willing to roll out should this get into the courts. Obviously, it's going to go by a state-by-state basis before it gets into the Supreme Court at all. But the Biden team put out a statement shortly after the president's remarks. He said that this is a naked attack on the democratic process for American citizens there. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. Hopefully we don't get to that point, but I think the president is certainly considering legal action should this race not go in his favor.
All right, Skylar Henry first at the White House. Skylar, as always, my man, we appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys.
So coming up after the break, all eyes are on the Midwest as key battleground states start off the morning with millions of ballots left to count. We'll take a closer look at some of the legal issues over mail-in voting that will paint an uncertain picture of how the rest of the week could unfold. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
While votes continue to be counted, we are learning more about how the coronavirus pandemic factored into voters' decision-making. A CBS News exit poll suggests that a majority of people who voted for Joe Biden believe tackling the coronavirus is more important than buoying the economy. For President Trump voters, the reverse appears to be true. For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Nita Ogden. She's an internal medicine specialist and an immunologist. Dr. Ogden, I oftentimes don't like these questions when they're asked to voters because it suggests that you have to be one for one or the other. It is possible to contain the pandemic and also have a vibrant economy at the same time, right? Hello, South Korea.
Well, good morning, and you beat me to my answer. That's exactly what I was going to say, that it's exactly this kind of polarizing rhetoric that it's one or the other, that it's lockdown or no lockdown, that gets us in this very tricky and messed up situation with COVID. And really, if we could just understand that they're inherently tied, that proper control of the virus through national efforts, a national mask mandate, a national concerted effort to get PPE, to do public health, to start rolling out the vaccine, these will all turn into positive results for the economy. As long as we falter with COVID, which is not going away anytime soon, we remain in this messy area where the economy does falter. So this is the problem. It's that kind of language that really doesn't look at this from all aspects and how it's a 360-degree problem, not just one or the other, not black and white. Really controlling the virus will allow us to open up our economy.
So this is a story that we didn't talk a lot about yesterday because it was the election. The coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, Deborah Birx, has contradicted the administration, saying that much more aggressive action needs to be taken to curtail the pandemic. The reason that this is newsworthy is because she has really sort of thread the needle for a very long time between what the administration has said and what the overwhelming abundance of scientists and doctors have been saying about how this pandemic needs to be handled. This was the first time we have heard now that she was being overtly critical of what the administration has done. What is she saying needs to be done to bring this pandemic under control here?
Yeah, I think Dr. Birx is speaking to the facts, which is that over 30% of the counties in the United States are seeing surges. Over half of the United States is looking at red and orange zones. So we're seeing a rapid surge here of coronavirus. And she's, again, talking about this polarizing language about that, when we really look at the science, this is not about lockdown versus not lockdown. It's about having an aggressive, balanced approach. What does that include? Well, the Infectious Disease Society of America just came out this week talking about needing these sort of national plans. We do not have a national message around coronavirus like South Korea does. This is what helps control the virus. When we have leadership that provides us with sort of standards by which we can navigate this pandemic, that helps. Right now, we're, again, in this messy situation where there's no language that's sort of unifying the country about how they can handle this in their own home, in their own personal life. And that is what Dr. Birx is speaking about, that without that kind of level of control, which would come from higher up, we're going to continue to see this virus surge throughout the United States, and that can only lead to more morbidity and mortality.
It strikes me, Dr. Ogden and Anne-Marie, that if early on in this pandemic, the President of the United States had just said, everybody should wear a mask, everybody should socially distance, and he had not turned it into a political football, we would see a different not only would we see a different number in the number of people infected and killed by the coronavirus, we might even see a different outcome in the election. In other words, if you see that people who are exit polling are saying that the coronavirus is really important to them and the economy is also really important to them, how different things might have looked if the president had just said, let's everybody wear a mask, let's everybody try to socially distance. Governors, decide what's best for your state. And let's try to do some kind of coordination. What works for New York may not necessarily work for Florida, but let's work together to make it happen, as opposed to language that suggested that wearing a mask was somehow an infringement of personal liberties or liberating states who had implemented lockdowns. We might not be in the situation that we are in right now. We could then perhaps look a little closer to South Korea. Now, I do point, we've been pointing out that you're starting to see spikes in Europe again, and many countries in Europe are seeing lockdowns. So Dr. Ogden, what is the difference? I mean, European countries did implement some of the measures that we're talking about right now, and yet they're also still seeing a surge. What's going on?
Well, I think part of it is that we know what works to help control the virus, and that is taking certain steps to control human behavior, frankly, which means, what we kind of saw in March. We certainly want to avoid those kinds of extreme measures, and I think what you're talking about makes a lot of sense. And Europe is trying to do this, where it's more regional lockdowns, where restaurants or bars and things like that are closed at not completely, but at a certain time. So you see these kinds of curfews. So they're trying to take these measures that might help rein in human behavior, which is to go out and be social, and ultimately leads to these surges in the time of coronavirus, and rather than completely creating lockdowns. And I think in the United States, we just never got into, there's so many different regions where the coronavirus is slowly touching. And I think that reflects on what sort of happened with the election, like people who experience coronavirus firsthand with friends and family members or their healthcare workers, they might view it differently than, some of these Midwestern states where it's only now we're seeing some of the really high surges happening. So those are smaller countries, and I think that they are handling it more regionally, whereas it's still, it's still touching some of the places in the United States for the first time, and that sort of lag has led to this sort of constant surge that we see in the United States now with these, crazy high daily case rates, which it's kind of.
We want to take you to Wisconsin, where officials are giving an update on the vote count there. Let's listen in.
Unofficial being the key word, to their county, and the county then posts the unofficial results by reporting unit on their website. There is no certified election night aggregate of results. That is according to state law. That is not a process that we made up or adopted. That is according to state law, and we followed state law. Part of democracy is following the laws that have been prescribed by our elected lawmakers. And the elected lawmakers have prescribed this process for canvassing in our jurisdictions. I'm incredibly proud of the work done by Wisconsin's election officials, and I feel 100% confident in the election that they conducted, and that the laws that are established by our elected lawmakers were followed in yesterday's election. So there's no calling elections at the state level, right? That's called certification. And certification is a very meticulous, careful process that commences with the certification at the state level on December 1st. Up until that point, there is no statewide aggregate, there is no calling of the election. Any of those predictions that you're hearing are predictions by the media and other groups based on unofficial results. And I just think that's so important. And I know for so many of us, we've spent the last few months talking about this on end, talking about the mechanics of how the process works. And so I think, as we head into today, it's really important to continue to convey that message that we've all been working so hard to understand exactly how the process works and bring those mechanical facts to Wisconsin voters. Unfortunately, earlier this morning, I may have misspoken about all of the unofficial results being in from our municipal clerks around the state. So again, we have 1,850 municipal clerks around the state. And it looks like, according to looking through, again, all those county websites, that every single one of those jurisdictions has submitted their unofficial results, except for one tiny township of less than 300 voters. And they're working to get their ballots finished and counted and posted as we speak. And so beyond that, we have no reason to believe that there are any other ballots that have not yet been counted and included as part of those unofficial totals. But again, the canvass process, so important, right? The canvass process is where the municipal election officials double check all of the results to make sure that they have the correct number of registrations, to make sure that everything checks out. Then the counties, they do the same. So today at 4 o'clock is actually the deadline for the municipalities to start their canvass process and to then route the materials over to the counties, where they start their certification process at the county level. They again do those double checks. All this publicly observable. You can go watch in your local communities. If you're skeptical about the process, engage. You can go watch the process in your local community. And so then it goes to the county level. They do their double checks. From there, it comes to the state. By state law, on December 1st, at the public meeting of the Wisconsin Elections Commission is when those results are certified. And that's when we will have the official winner. We'll have the official results of the election at that December 1st meeting as prescribed by state law. And so with that, I don't know, Reed, if you had any other background you want to lend, then we can open it up for some questions.
Sure. Just the only other thing to let people know is that the results that you're seeing reported on websites and newspapers, on cable TV, on whatever, those are numbers that are based on news gathering. The Associated Press, other news gathering organizations get those numbers from the counties. They aggregate them, they report them. The Wisconsin Elections Commission doesn't get any numbers from the locals until starting next week when the counties start to certify their numbers. So if you're asking us, is this number right? Is that number right? The numbers that you're seeing are from the news media. They are generally very accurate, but they're not official, and we don't have reports in from the counties ourselves. So that's just something to make sure that you all know. So if you want to take some questions, Megan, the first one is from Nick Bohr.
Good morning. Thank you. The president was referring to elections this morning early as a fraud and saying that they're, quote, finding votes everywhere. Anything you'd like to say about that and how the process went late into the night, early into the morning in Wisconsin?
Thank you for the question. I won't respond to that, but as I always do, I'm happy to talk about the facts of how elections work. And elections are such a deliberate, meticulous process where each of our local election officials in our local communities are conducting this process in a public setting. Every piece of data is publicly available. And so there's no opportunity to add additional votes to the tally, right? Because you have to make sure that everybody's registered to vote, that they have a lawful absentee request on file, or that they sign the poll book where they show their photo ID. There is no opportunity to count a ballot that did not go through that incredibly meticulous process to make sure it was issued correctly, to make sure that it's counted correctly. And then again, it also has to go through those 3 steps of canvass at the municipal, the county, and the state level before we have certified results. And anybody's welcome to watch that process. Some of the places even live streamed their tally last night. And so I think that it's insulting to our local election officials to say that yesterday's election was anything but an incredible success that was a result of years of preparation and meticulously, carefully following the law.
Next is Cinnamon Janzer.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Cinnamon. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just have a couple quick questions on the canvassing process. So was it 4 p.m. today that the municipalities start their certification, or is that when they're supposed to be done? And when it shifts to the counties, do the counties have a scheduled time for canvassing, or are they allowed to start whenever they receive results from the municipalities?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, it is sort of a cascading series of events and timelines that's laid out by the statutes. So today's 4 o'clock deadline is for the municipalities to begin to route their materials to their county. The county then, once they receive the materials, each county will notice, just like the municipality did, they'll notice when their canvass is going to occur. And the same thing happens at the municipal level. They notice their municipal boards of canvass. And then once that's complete and the county receives the materials, the county then convenes their county board of canvassers and begins their certification process. So it is going to vary by jurisdiction, by county, when they convene those boards, but they'll all be publicly noticed and they'll be available for people to observe and engage with.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Next is Scott Bauer.
Hey, Megan, thanks again for doing this call. Can you talk to me a little bit about provisional ballots? How many, do we have an idea of how many are out there? And if not, can you give some historical perspective on how many we should assume might be out there?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. You know, and that's another, and thanks for bringing up provisional ballots too. So provisional ballots is if somebody didn't have a photo ID yesterday, they're able to cast a provisional ballot under law. And they have until Friday at 4 o'clock to bring in their valid photo ID and still have that ballot counted. Historically, we have very few provisionals that are cast in the state of Wisconsin. And I know today our local election officials are getting that information into the system, posting their number of outstanding provisionals. But if we look back historically, I believe it's been fewer than 1,000 in a general election of provisionals that were issued. We don't have those official numbers yet because they're still being entered as the clerks are finishing their canvass process. But we will have those shortly. But we're not seeing anything to indicate that we would have more provisionals than usual. I don't know, Reed, if you remember what the 2016 presidential provisionals looked like.
I wish I did, and I can't remember it right off. I'll find it and send it out along with the video link for today's session.
Good idea. Yeah, we'll send that data along.
Next is Emily Davies.
Thank you so much for taking this call. I'm sure you had a late night too. And I just wanted to ask if any candidates have their results are 100% in, if they are looking to do a recount. I think the one in our area was the Van Orden Kind race so far would be probably within that margin. Has anyone indicated that? And can you just speak about recounts a little bit?
Yeah, so there is a whole statutory recount process. The recount statutes say that any an aggrieved party, so it has to be one of the top two vote getters, if they're within 1% of the margin of victory, that they can request a recount. If it's between 0.26% and 1%, then the aggrieved candidate pays for that recount. If it's 0.25% or less, then that cost is absorbed by the state. There's no automatic recounts in the state of Wisconsin. And the filing deadline for recounts, and I just had this in front of me, Reed, I hate to call on you again, but do you remember what that date is?
Which date? The date for which?
Recount, when you can file for a recount.
So when we get the last county's official results in, then there's a 3-day window that opens, and the aggrieved party or the aggrieved candidate has 3 days in which to make a request.
That's right. So it's not really quite a solidified deadline. I think another thing we can send out with this video is the memo we did with the timelines of when all the certification happens, because some of those deadlines, aren't set on a specific date. They're triggered by other events that happen in the certification process. So it's, it's not a set date, but it is 3 days after we receive that final canvas from those counties.
Just a quick clarification on that one too. So like with that Kind Van Orden race, that obviously wasn't a statewide race, would it be all the counties that were in that district once those are all in, or would it have to be the whole state's numbers?
Just the counties in that congressional district. Once the last one comes in, then somebody can request a recount.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next is Savannah Tomei.
Hi, Megan. Hi, Reed. Thanks as always. I just wanted to ask kind of more quantitatively,
You guys have been prepping for what feels like such a long time. We're in this heightened, polarized political climate. And then, of course, we're in the middle of a pandemic. How does it feel to kind of be on the day after so far? And it seemed like everything went smoothly, even though things went late into the night. We were expecting it. Really no big surprises in terms of how things were counted and how the process went.
Yeah, thank you, because it really was no surprise. Nothing about yesterday was surprising to me at all. And election officials gave their heart and soul to yesterday. Every one of our local election officials, our staff around the country in Wisconsin. And so I think we're just really proud of the work that we did yesterday, because I just feel so confident that every single valid ballot was counted in the state of Wisconsin. And I think that we should feel really proud about the election that was conducted yesterday, because there were some really trying circumstances this year. There's no doubt about it. And I think that we ran an excellent election. And I think that, again, our local election officials followed every rule with precision. And it's really something that we should all have a great deal of pride in.
Thank you.
Next is Jason Calvi. Jason, you got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you so much. Really quick, one of the things we are hearing is, people were saying they saw those numbers stuck overnight last night. Those numbers weren't moving. It's leading to speculation, or did lead to speculation, that Wisconsin stopped counting, which we know wasn't the case. We saw the counting happening with our own eyes all night long. So can you respond to that? And then secondly, why not release absentee ballot counts numbers in real time, so it doesn't look like a vote dump in the middle of the night? Can you respond to both of those criticisms you're hearing today?
Sure. So, it looks like we've got a lot of new folks on this call. So we've been having weekly media briefings for months now to talk about the mechanics of elections. And I think it's been a really useful conversation to talk about things like absentee and central count. So not to get too far into the weeds, but there are first of all, the law is structured to say that when a reporting unit is finished, only then can that reporting unit be posted. Now, for most jurisdictions across our state, and again, we have 1,850 municipalities, they count their absentees at their polling place. So my absentee ballot is sent down to my polling place. I'm assigned a voter number at my polling place, and my ballot is processed at the polls on election day with the in-person voters as well. But in some jurisdictions like Milwaukee and Green Bay and Kenosha and 39 of our 1,850 jurisdictions, they count their absentees centrally. So their absentees aren't sent to the polls, they're counted centrally. And again, this is all a process that's allowed and prescribed by law. This is not a policy decision. This is something that is allowed under law and is outlined very explicitly. In those jurisdictions, they're counting absentees for all the reporting units, right? So they're not just counting individual reporting units, they're counting all the absentees there. Publicly observable, you can go watch. There's challengers there all day. There's observers there all day. There's the parties there observing the process as well and involved in counting those ballots, just like at the polls. But with that, you're going to get the result set all as one with all the absentees from all the reporting units. And then those are going to get added in to each of the individual reporting units. And so really, it's a process prescribed in law that allows larger jurisdictions to centrally, any jurisdiction, but larger jurisdictions to centrally count their absentees. And a lot of our large jurisdictions do that because it allows them to do that a little bit more efficiently than if they were to try to send the ballots to all the individual polling places. So that's why you see at the end of the night, because you can't break up that central count result set. You can't break it up and say, okay, Ward 1 is done, let's send that over to Ward 1. You have to report the polling places and then add in all the central counts when all the absentees are done being counted. And so that's why you see the absentees being counted as they should be and added to the unofficial totals after that entire pool of absentees has been counted. But there are no dark corners or locked doors in elections. Anybody was free to watch those processes as they unfolded yesterday. They could watch those ballots being tallied. They could watch the unofficial results as they were transmitted to the county and added in to the county's unofficial result sets. The all the materials for an election are publicly available to observe as well. Some of those jurisdictions even did things like live streams, so you could watch ballots being counted all day if you wanted to, and all night. And so that's not the short answer, but that is the answer of why you see these large sets of absentees added to the polling place totals at the end of the night or early in the morning.
Okay. We've only got until about noon. So next is Emily Fannin. Keep your questions short so we can get in as many as possible.
Hi, yes, thanks Megan for doing this again. Real quick, can you describe to us what a recount will look like? Do they recount ballots at a central location or each polling location again?
Thank you for that question. So, you know, we've had practice in this. So in 2016, we were the only state to complete a presidential recount as well. And that recount process is actually conducted at the county level. So we have 1,850 municipalities, but we have 72 counties, and the recount happens at the county level. So the county is the one that, you know, today is the deadline for those municipalities to start routing the materials to the counties. The counties will have those materials, and then in the event of a recount, they're the ones that organize it. A lot of times they'll bring in help from their local election officials to help conduct that recount, but it does happen at our 72 counties.
All right, next is Ryan Curry.
Hi, good morning. My question is about voter turnouts. Have you been able to assess their turnout this year and yesterday compared to what it was in 2016? And how did that affect, I guess, the counting process for today and the process going forward?
Yeah, thank you for that question too, because also an important clarification. So another provision in state law is that participation, so actually going through and recording participation for an election, the local election officials have 30 days to complete that process. And so we don't have the official numbers in terms of turnout or voter registrations on election day until after that 30 days is completed and after the results have been certified. So, you know, you can get an idea by going to each of those 72 counties and looking at the numbers that are posted there from each of the 1,850 jurisdictions to find out what the pool is of voters who participated as part of those unofficial results. But again, they're unofficial. And so I know some of our individual jurisdictions did report in terms of their turnout that they were seeing in their jurisdictions. And it certainly looks like, if we're looking at those unofficial results, that we had higher turnout in this election than we did in the 2016 presidential.
The only thing that I would add is that if you want to do a quick and dirty figure out of what turnout was, look up the Associated Press's numbers for each of the candidates, add them together, and divide that number by the state's voting age population, which you can find on our statistics webpage. So I mean that's how I did it when I was a reporter. That's how I've done calculations. We haven't had a chance to do it, but obviously turnout is much higher this year than it has been in the past. Ellie Kaufman is next.
Hi, Megan. Two fast questions. That town that you mentioned that has less than 300 voters left to count, is that the town of Willow?
It is. Okay. Yeah, the town of Willow in Richland County.
Thank you. And then my second question is, so just to clarify, if you're requesting a recount, you request, I just pulled it up from a 2018 thing you guys had put online. It says you can request no later than 5 p.m. on the first business day following the day on which the WEC receives the last County Board of Canvassers statement. So would that mean December 2nd?
No, that's too early. I mean, that's too late.
Okay.
It's after we get the last, after the county, we get the last county's reports in, and they have to have us, their deadline to get them to us is November 17th. We usually get them sooner than that.
Okay. So sometime in, like, not this week, essentially, sometime around the 17th.
I think that's probably fair. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next, let's see where we go here. Phil Rogers.
Yes, hi. Megan, thank you. I'm in Chicago. Can you hear me?
I can.
Would you clarify, only because I'm in a different state and I want to make sure I understand your system. All of your mail-in ballots had to be in by yesterday, and I assume they are. So can you just clarify, have they all been processed now? Is some continuing counting still going on? Can you just kind of take me through, and maybe if you know any numbers?
Yeah, so all of the ballots had to be received by 8 p.m. yesterday to the place where they are to be counted in order to be counted, or a voter had to be in line by 8 o'clock and cast their ballot at the polls on election day. But yeah, there's no late return allowed in the state of Wisconsin. So if ballots were received after 8 p.m. last night, they cannot be counted. The only ballots that still need to be counted is potentially in that small township of less than 300, and also provisional ballots. So if there's any provisional ballots out there, those voters do have until Friday to bring their photo ID to their clerk's office and to have their ballot counted. But other than that, we believe that all of the absentees and all the ballots from yesterday's election have been counted.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Naomi Knowles.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Have you guys been receiving calls from the public asking to check their ballot status or with questions about the process that needed clarification?
We have been receiving calls from voters, certainly asking us, trying to verify if their ballot was received or counted. It does get a little tricky. We made some changes to the myvote.wi.gov website so that voters can continue to see their tracker for their absentee ballot. But participation, where we can actually say your ballot was counted, again, our local election officials by law have 30 days to record that participation. So they have 30 days to go through the poll book and record, each person that participated. They have 30 days to go through each of those absentee ballots and make sure that they're entered in as being received and counted. If somebody's absentee ballot was rejected, so let's say at the polls, they decided that the certificate wasn't sufficient and they had to reject that ballot, they would also record that in the statewide system. So voters won't be able to see their participation until 30 days after the election. Some may be sooner. Some of our jurisdictions, that have more resources may be able to start doing that data entry right away. But for others, they may take closer to that full 30 days allowed under statute. So we have certainly been trying to message that to voters. We know how important it is that voters want to know if their ballot was counted. But each of our clerks are working diligently, I assure you, to record that information, and it will be available on myvote.wi.gov, where you'll be able to not only track your absentee, but you'll be able to see your voter participation as part of your record.
All right, we got time for one more question from Adriana Diaz.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. I don't think anyone, have you responded directly to the campaign's announcement that they do plan to request a recount citing voting irregularities in some counties? What's your response, and do you track irregularities, and if so, how many did you observe?
Yeah, so I had not heard that, but certainly I know that our local election officials, elections are a meticulous process. So everything is recorded by your local election official. If there's anything abnormal that happens, they record it in their inspector statements. And so there's a paper trail for everything, and all those materials are maintained. And we've had a recount before, and it showed that we have a really good process. We have a really good system, and our local election officials are doing a phenomenal job. And so I believe that would be the case if we had a recount again in our state, that you would find that we have a really solid system here, and that there's an incredible paper trail for every single request, registration, and ballot that's cast.
All right, so I think that's going to be it for now. I'm going to send out a link to this as well as send out some other information, especially if you guys are going to be covering the recount, if we have one. The recount manual is your friend. Study it, know it, It'll really help you. And I'll do the best to answer questions. You guys have been blowing up my inbox. I've got about 100 emails from media already right now. So I will try to get back to you today. Thank you for coming. And anything else you want to add, Megan?
No, just thank you. And thank you for being here. As always, I really appreciate your willingness to engage with the facts about how elections work. That's what I'm here for, is to talk about the mechanics. I'm like a boring elections textbook with no pictures, but thank you for being willing to engage on the facts about elections and to bring those facts to voters, because I think a lot of these things, voters may not understand some of these mechanics or the laws behind some of these processes. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. The next occupant of the White House is uncertain more than 12 hours after Election Day. Millions of votes are still being counted in key states that will determine the presidency for the next 4 years. CBS News is making a new projection. Joe Biden has defeated President Trump in Maine. Nationwide, here's where things stand. CBS News estimates Biden has 227 electoral votes, while the president has clinched 213. Every state without a check mark on this map is too close to call. We are rating Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina as toss-ups. Elections officials in those states are working around the clock to tally votes. The outstanding vote count did not stop the president from falsely declaring victory last night at the White House.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
To be clear, the president cannot declare himself the victor. Millions of votes are still being counted. It could take days to find out the final results. Biden acknowledged that in an address to his supporters last night while expressing cautious optimism.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. So Pennsylvania's Secretary of State gave an update on the vote count today. Let's play some of her remarks.
This is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot.
So, Caitlin, what's the estimate on how long this vote count could take? And what are Pennsylvania officials saying about the president's legal threats?
Well, the secretary said that they're about halfway through that vote count and still have millions of more ballots to count. Here I'm in Philadelphia. Right behind me at the Pennsylvania Convention Center is where they're counting all the ballots from Philadelphia. And we still don't have quite a clear timeline as to when they'll be done. We know that they've had 150 staffers here in Philadelphia counting ballots in 8-hour shifts. So they've been working through the night and around the clock. This is the most populous county in the state of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County, which includes Pittsburgh, suspended their vote counting last night and resumed it at 10 a.m. this morning, so votes still being counted there. This is something that we knew about heading into election night, especially heading into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania officials have been telling us for months that we shouldn't have expected the results on election night because they weren't able to open mail-in ballots to begin to even process them until election day. So that's led to why we're still waiting for vote counts here in Pennsylvania. Of course, this is a critical state. The margins are close, and both candidates are hoping to include Pennsylvania in their victory. It's more important for President Trump to win Pennsylvania than it is for Biden. Biden seems to have a couple paths forward without the state, but still, since they campaigned here very heavily in the final days, the president's team already trying to kind of denigrate the results here without evidence. We should say also that we spoke to lots of supporters of the president throughout the few days that we've been here who did cast their ballots by absentee as well.
And so, Caitlin, what is the mood right now from both the Biden and Trump campaigns? I mean, we played some sound bites from earlier from last night. What are they feeling right now?
Well, here's where the two campaigns stand. We'll start with the Biden team. They believe that they are going to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. They spoke to reporters on a conference call earlier today and said that those states, they look poised for victory. They also think that Georgia is a toss-up. They're waiting on the votes from Atlanta and figure that those will favor the former vice president. They have also looked at North Carolina and see North Carolina as actually tipping to President Trump. The president's campaign has put out a statement saying that they are prepared to ask for a recount in Wisconsin. If a race in Wisconsin is within a percentage point, a campaign can ask for a recount. So the Trump team has already signaled there. They are disputing returns already in Arizona. That race has not been called by CBS, but it is leaning Biden. So that's kind of where the map is right now. So key states to watch, of course, Pennsylvania, where I am, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
And Caitlin, what are the dynamics that we're seeing at play here with some of those states as the vote counts come in? We're seeing now more mail-in ballots start to be counted. Is that what's accounting for, some of the shifts?
That's certainly why it is taking a long time. Remember, these states ramped up their vote by mail, their absentee voting programs in light of this pandemic to give people options to vote. Here in Pennsylvania, however, they expanded no excuse absentee as an option for voters before the pandemic. This was actually a bipartisan issue here in Pennsylvania. But it's also important to note that the reason that Pennsylvania and other states haven't been able to start opening up ballots is because there was resistance from Republican lawmakers here. There had been Democratic lawmakers asking for earlier processing of ballots to avoid this very situation that we're now in, where we're waiting for those votes to be processed and tabulated, but Republicans resisted that. So this is a very close race still. It's every vote counts, but we should also let our viewers know that these votes that we're talking about are all legal votes. These are all ballots that have already been cast. So that's an important message for our viewers as well.
Absolutely. We are waiting on the count of legal votes. All right. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. So let's turn now to our strategists, Jamal Simmons and Rachel Bovard. Jamal is a CBS News political contributor. Rachel is a senior policy advisor for the Conservative Partnership Institute. Welcome to both of you. Jamal, look, we don't even have a winner yet, so it's far too soon to start crafting a narrative about this election's results. However, given that there are so many ballots still out there, should the Biden team feel confident about a victory? And are there any lessons he should start taking away from this election?
Well, the Biden team's got to start focusing on what's going to come next, because the reality is the votes are coming in. They're coming in slowly, but it's starting to look like he's ahead in enough states to get to 270 electoral votes. So if that trend continues before the end of the week, we will probably have some indication that Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. For me, the big question is about what if the vice president is going to be not just a Democratic president, but an American president. He's going to find a way to talk to the voters that didn't vote for him. And my suspect is this isn't a left-right issue. This is an insider versus outsider issue. I call it 3D politics. They've got to make sure they're talking to people who feel left out of the political process and help find a way to bring them in. They feel left out of the economy, help find a way to bring them in and give them a shot to do better. And I think Democrats haven't been as explicit about how they want to do that.
All right, so Rachel, we've already seen the president falsely declare victory and attempt to sow doubt with claims of fraud. And we just have to keep repeating that this is completely untrue because there are millions of votes yet to be determined, legally cast votes. So shouldn't the president be encouraging the democratic process to play out, make sure that every legally cast ballot is counted regardless of how long it takes?
Well, it's obvious that neither candidate has secured a victory. And to your point, I think what you're seeing right now is both campaigns exude confidence in their victory. You've seen President Trump say it. You've seen Vice President Biden say, look, we're going to win this. Yeah, we're going to win this thing. You saw his election lawyer, Bob Bauer, this morning at a briefing say, we have won this thing. Americans don't need to be protected from campaigns exuding confidence in their victories. I do expect both campaigns will be pursuing the necessary steps to make sure that every ballot is counted, that the voter integrity of ballots cast is secured, because that is a right both campaigns have. So I don't think we're going to know in the next day or two, but hopefully we'll know, close to the end of the week.
So, Jamal, one thing that does seem to be clear is the Latino vote is not a monolith. That is something we've talked about on this show for a while. In areas like Florida's Miami-Dade County, home to a heavy Cuban-American population, and in Texas, where you've got, multi-generational Latino families, and near the Rio Grande, Biden ran behind Hillary Clinton with some of these groups. But in other places, like Arizona, which CBS News estimates is a likely for Biden, he ran ahead of Clinton with Latinos. So does that tell you that for the future of the Democratic Party, if they want to continue to try to cultivate those votes, they've got to get a lot more specific?
They do have to get a lot more specific. If you look at what happened in Florida, I was down there in 2018 when Andrew Gillum was running for governor. And one of the things that we saw during that race, I was just there as an observer, but you hear these stories about Rick Scott, who had been governor of Florida, and how when the hurricane hit Puerto Rico and Donald Trump went down there and threw out paper towels to people, Rick Scott established welcome centers for people when they showed up in the state. He went to every small communities group. There was a Honduran American festival. He was there. There was a Venezuelan festival. He was there. So he paid attention to the more micro-targeted parts of the Latino community. I think Democrats do have to get more specific about it, because they've got to start looking at this broad panoply of Americans, not as add-ons or extras, but these are the people who are they're the elements of the quilt that get Democrats to victory. I think Barack Obama did that when he ran in 2008, when I was a part of that group. And what he did was he allowed, whether it was Haitian Americans, Venezuelan Americans, all these different groups to have. Ethiopian Americans had their own little mini campaigns. He gave everybody a chance to feel invested in that campaign. I think Democrats have to recapture that.
Right. And Rachel, looking at the president's campaigning, though he still, trails by wide margins, it seems clear that the president made inroads nationwide with Black and Latino voters, sort of specifically male Black and Latino voters. What does this tell you about the coalition the Republican Party is trying to build?
Well, I think the nature of the Republican Party is changing, and the realignment that is going on, I think, is even further along than I think operatives in D.C. were even prepared for. And I think the exit polling is showing us that. But to a great extent, I think Jamal's critique is correct in the sense that both parties, I think, tend to take certain racial demographics for granted. And that is no longer acceptable, I think, in many parts of America. Race is not determinative of outcome. To a great extent, identity politics isn't working because a lot of racial voters care about bread and butter issues. They care about economic issues. They care about jobs. And they're going to respond most favorably to the candidate who I think talks to those issues. And that is, I think, where the Republican Party is trying to expand its tent to not simply focus on, traditionally the party of banks and Wall Street and those kind of areas, and focus more on the bread and butter economic issues that have had consequences from things like free trade, speaking more about protecting middle class and working class jobs. And that, I think, has been a core of Trump's economic message, and something the Republican Party as a whole is going to have to reflect, I think, if they want to continue to be relevant going forward.
If I could just hop in here.
It's interesting, I think.
It could happen very quickly.
Please, no, Jamal, go on.
Okay, the delay, I'm sorry. There are two things I think are driving a lot of the anxiety that people are feeling. Obviously, there's globalization that's occurred over the last couple of decades and factory jobs that have disappeared. I grew up in Michigan, so I've seen that firsthand. Secondly, it's the increasing diversity that's taking place. And I think for a lot of white Americans, particularly white non-college Americans who may view themselves in a job market that's getting tighter, what the president has done very explicitly is tie their economic misfortune to the diversification of the American society. And I think that's the thing that is driving so many people nuts on the liberal side of the equation, is because it's actually not brown people, black people, people of color. It's actually that Wall Street and the wealthier people are making so much more money and capturing so much more of the resources of the economy. So if we could find a way as a society to say, listen, we want to focus on workers, we want to equip them, we want them to be able to compete in the global economy. And yes, the wealthiest among us are going to have to pay more in order to make that happen. I think that is the bridge that can maybe tie these two different wings of American politics together.
Yeah, I think you're both making great points, because it seems like one thing this election will teach us, no matter who wins, is that it was, very, very close, and both parties need to be doing some soul searching, about the voters that they're hoping to court. And so, Jamal, I want to go back to you about Democrats, because, they don't appear like they will do as well as they would have hoped in both chambers of Congress. Winning the Senate majority is uncertain. They are on track to lose some House seats, although they will likely keep their majority there. That was widely unexpected. So what lessons should Democrats take away from these potential shortcomings? I mean, the blue wave did not happen. Do they need a shift in strategy or in leadership? What's your take?
Yeah, the blue wave was like a trickle that came from the faucet. It wasn't really very much at all for Democrats this year. So listen, I think what's going to happen is, like we've been talking about, Democrats need a good diagnosis of the problem and some solutions about how to fix it. Globalization, technology, software, robotics that are coming that are hurting people. And we've got to figure out if we're going to be a country that's so diverse. 43% of millennials are not white. 50% of the generation after them fit the same category. If we're going to stay together as a country, we have to start having explicit conversations about how we're going to do that. Donald Trump's having an explicit conversation, and it blames people of color. If liberals and progressives want to send people the other direction, they've got to get more clear about how it is we tie all these fortunes together.
All right, well, great conversation, but we've run out of time. Jamal Simmons and Rachel Bovard, thanks to both of you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last night, 2 New Yorkers became the first Black and openly gay candidates to be elected to Congress. One of those is Democrat Mondaire Jones of New York's 17th District. The other is Democrat Richie Torres. He defeated Republican Patrick DeLisis in the 15th Congressional District. That area represents the South Bronx. Here's what he said about his historic win last night.
We are going to have a United States Congress that is every bit as diverse and dynamic as America itself. 60% of the Democratic Conference in the House of Representatives is women, people of color, LGBTQ. And so I'm proud that I'm going to contribute to the diversity of the world's greatest legislature, the United States Congress.
And Richie Torres joins me now from New York. Hi, Richie. Congratulations. How are you feeling after last night's win?
I have never felt both drained and exhilarated at the same time. But I mostly feel grateful and gratified. I'm about to succeed Congressman Jose Serrano, who has served the Bronx for 40 years. And when Jose Serrano first entered Congress in 1990, I was only 2 years old. And so yesterday's election in 2020 represents a passing of the torch, and I'm honored to represent the next generation of leadership, not only in the South Bronx, but across the country.
And I know we spoke with you a few months ago, but what do you plan to do for the Bronx now that you are heading to the House of Representatives?
So, my greatest passion is affordable housing. For me, affordable housing is not simply brick and mortar. It's the foundation on which you build a better life for yourself and your family. And more than half the residents in the South Bronx pay more than half their income toward their rent. And especially during COVID-19, families are on the verge of eviction and displacement. And so I would strongly advocate expanding the Section 8 program, the housing voucher program, so that families in need pay no more than 30% of their income toward their rent. I'm going to advocate reinvesting in public housing so that families in public housing have access to safe, decent, affordable housing. And then more broadly, our highest priority should be to put people back to work and to put income in the pockets of working people and struggling families, because the road to recovery for our country runs through our families. So I'm going to advocate expanding the child tax credit, expanding the earned income tax credit, providing hazard pay to our essential workers who put their lives on the line so that most of us could safely shelter in place.
And Richie, Democrats had hoped to extend their majority in the House last night. While they were able to maintain their majority, they did not extend it. What do you make of that?
The results were profoundly disappointing, I have to be honest. I remain cautiously optimistic that Joe Biden will win the presidency. There are millions of mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So Joe Biden has a much clearer path to reaching or surpassing 270 electoral votes than Donald Trump does. Having said that, it's profoundly disappointing that the Republicans will likely retain control of the Senate. And it's equally disappointing that the Democratic Party lost a few seats in the House. So the likely result is going to be divided government, which will limit our ability to deliver for the American people. I'm going to fight as hard as I can and build whatever coalitions I need to build to deliver for the South Bronx. But it's much more challenging. I was looking forward to a full Democratic sweep and an FDR moment.
So is this some kind of wake-up call to Democrats? Because your soon-to-be colleague, AOC, did tweet last night that this is something that she'd been warning the Democratic Party about when it came to specifically Latino voters and some of the weakness there that it looks like Democrats had. Do you consider this also a sort of a wake-up call?
It should be a wake-up call. There needs to be serious soul-searching. And one of the lessons learned from this election cycle is never take votes for granted. Never treat a demographic like Latinos as a automatic voting block. You have to earn every single vote. You should take nothing for granted. Err on the side of over-campaigning.
Good advice for any politician. All right, well, Richie Torres, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to you again.
Thank you for having me.
Sarah McBride has won her Delaware State Senate race, making her the first openly transgender woman to serve in the United States Senate. McBride made history Tuesday night when she won her race against Republican candidate Steve Washington, taking in around 73% of the votes. As a U.S. Senator, McBride will be the country's highest-ranking openly transgender official. She is replacing Democrat Harris McDowell, who is retiring at the end of his term. McBride tweeted after her win that she hopes this shows LGBTQ kids that our democracy is big enough for them too. The balance of power in Congress still to come. Seats in the Senate and House are shifting and flipping in some states. We'll dive into the new congressional makeup. And weight of the world. The nation's allies and adversaries are standing by to see who will lead the United States. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
Doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
While the presidential race hangs in the balance, the control of the Senate is also in play. Some races in the chamber are still too close to call. Here's where we are now. CBS News projects Republicans have 47 seats and Democrats have 46, leaving 7 seats still up for grabs. Either side needs 51 seats to take the majority. Bafta Yamam has more.
It's a waiting game for the Democratic Party looking to wrestle control of the Senate chamber from Republicans. By early Wednesday, CBS News had projected 1 new seat for the party, with Colorado Democrat John Hickenlooper defeating incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. But that gain was offset by Doug Jones's projected loss to Republican Tommy Tuberville in Alabama. Democrats are eyeing Arizona, where it looks like Mark Kelly could pick up a seat from Martha McSally.
Thank you, South Carolina.
Top Republicans Lindsey Graham and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell both survived challenges from well-funded Democrats.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate.
The races remain a toss-up in Maine, North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan. Democrats had high hopes of flipping some traditionally red states, but fell short in Iowa, Texas, and Montana. CBS News has not made a projection on the House majority, but Democrats have fallen short of their goals.
The House predictions going in are a prime example of what I would call this irrational exuberance.
QAnon supporter Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene is projected to win her Georgia district. The president's former physician Ronnie Jackson took a House GOP seat in Texas, and freshman incumbent Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez retains her New York seat. Bafta Yamam, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
People around the world are watching as the U.S. works to declare who will be our next president. Some are worried about how the outcome will impact them. Ian Lee shows us how people around the world are reacting.
Bonjour à tous, l'édition spéciale se poursuit. Commentators around the world filled the airways.
Good evening. It's the election the whole world is watching.
With predictions about the U.S. presidential election. In every language, you could sense the uncertainty. Many Europeans are surprised the results didn't come straight away.
A wee bit anticlimactic waking up and there's no result.
after all the build-up.
Just very sad, just like shocked that it's so close.
Underscoring how pivotal the world sees the U.S. election, the hashtags Trump, Biden, and U.S. elections 2020 are trending across Europe and around the globe. A presidential election doesn't just determine who will lead the U.S. For America's allies, it selects their partner for the next 4 years.
The UK-US relationship is in great shape, and we're confident that it will go from strength to strength.
While America's rivals like China, Iran, and Russia also have an interest in how the results play out and what relations will look like going forward.
And Ian Lee joins us now from London to talk about it. Hi, Ian. So explain why it's so important to so many countries around the world. Who is the leader of the United States? And further, would you say that it's become slightly less important in recent years as we've seen a sort of global turn toward nationalism?
Hi, Tanya. First off, the U.S. can change the course of world history, so it really does matter who is at the helm. People look to the U.S. president for moral, political, military leadership. The U.S. president is in control of the most powerful military in the world. So when that military is engaged in a region, it can really have an impact, good or bad, for decades. And then just to kind of give you some examples of kind of how the presidents can interact in the international community, you have under President Obama 2 hallmark agreements that he was able to achieve. You have the Iran nuclear deal and the Paris Climate Accord. This was an international effort to get those accomplished. Well, when President Trump came into power, he pulled out of both of them, much to the frustration of our European partners. But if Joe Biden does win, he could go back into those agreements. The president also has his own achievements that for decades presidents haven't been able to do, and that is to normalize relations with Israel, Bahrain, the UAE, and Sudan. So that is one of his hallmark achievements too. So the U.S. presidents really do have a lot of power. And to go to the second part of your question, you do see a rise of nationalism around the world, but you still see a lot of countries looking to the United States for leadership, especially the United States is the leading member of NATO. And so that right there, you have a lot of people looking for leadership, especially when you see Russia kind of pushing its borders.
Absolutely. And so, Ian, what are the biggest concerns you've heard vocalized over the outcome of this election?
America is an example of democracy in action, Tanya. So there's a couple things that are really important when it comes to an election in the United States. The first thing is that they need to be seen as free and fair. America is the poster child for democracy. So if our elections are free and fair, that just is an example for the rest of the world where there are elections that aren't necessarily free and fair. We can look at Belarus. And so there has to be that example for a lot of countries, a lot of people in those countries who aspire to that. And the second important thing is the peaceful transfer of power. And in a lot of countries, that doesn't necessarily happen. And so the United States has been an example after every presidency. If the president is voted out, if they end their 8 years in office, there's always been that peaceful transfer of power. And that is an important example to the world.
Absolutely. Ian Lee in London, thank you so much for joining us. The U.S. is officially out of the Paris Agreement. The United States is the only country out of nearly 200 nations who signed the deal to walk away from its promise to reduce gashouse emissions. President Trump announced in 2017 the U.S. would withdraw from the agreement. He formally notified the United Nations of the departure last year, but regulations meant that his decision had to wait a year to take effect. The U.S. could choose to rejoin the deal if a future president chooses to do so. Ahead on CBSN, the election is coming down to a handful of states. Michigan and Wisconsin are the two that could be the deciding factors of which candidate gets to 270 first. We will drill down on the numbers ahead.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
With voter turnout at an all-time high, so are the number of ballots that need to be tallied. As the focus shifts from the Sun Belt to the Rust Belt, votes are still being tallied in critical states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. President Trump won all three of those states back in 2016. Former Vice President Biden addressed supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, where he urged his supporters to be patient. Meanwhile, at the White House, President Trump falsely declared victory despite promising he would not do so just yesterday in an interview. Now he's vowing a legal challenge, potentially all the way to the Supreme Court. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe has more.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Election night saw two very different messages from two very different candidates. Speaking to a drive-in crowd in Delaware, former Vice President Joe Biden called for patience.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
While President Trump prematurely declared victory at the White House, despite millions of votes still being counted in several key battleground states.
The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win.
The president touted wins in states not yet decided and made false and misleading claims of voter fraud.
This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court.
At the same time, he also called on voting to stop, even though the polls were long closed and ballots still being counted were all legally cast.
We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment.
The Biden campaign released a statement overnight calling Mr. Trump's efforts to stop the counting of ballots outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. The campaign also said if the president makes good on his threat to go to court, they have legal teams standing by. Earlier, Biden himself told his supporters not to give up.
Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this.
As ballots in several Rust Belt states are still being counted, all eyes are on two swing states, Michigan and Wisconsin. After hours of counting ballots, Wisconsin and Michigan are still tallying votes for their official results. Here is Wisconsin's elections commissioner speaking earlier this afternoon.
I'm incredibly proud of the work done by Wisconsin's election officials, and I feel 100% confident in the election that they conducted, and that the laws that are established by our elected lawmakers were followed in yesterday's election.
For more on this, CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Adam Brewster joins me now from Detroit. Hi, Adam. Boy, you are where everybody wants to be right now. We just heard from the Michigan Secretary of State that it seems the cities are the only areas they're waiting on right now that they're counting: Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids. Can you tell us the latest?
Well, those are the main areas, Tanya, that they're focusing on. Of course, those areas have a lot more votes than some of the rural areas, but those were the main areas Secretary Benson highlighted. Earlier today, she had said, they were still waiting on about 100,000 ballots. I spoke to the clerk in Kent County. That's the home of Grand Rapids. They were waiting for 60,000 or so, approximately, absentee ballots to come from Grand Rapids. That will be a big chunk of the outstanding vote that's still to come in from Michigan, where at this moment, as we speak, in this exact moment of time, former Vice President Joe Biden has a lead over President Trump. In Wisconsin, they had a very small number. Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf, who you heard from just before this, told reporters today that there was one place with a few hundred votes that hadn't yet handed in their results to the county clerk. Former Vice President Biden has a lead of about 20,000 votes in Wisconsin.
So is the trend that as these votes come in, because these are more populous urban areas, is the trend that these votes are skewing for Biden?
Well, it's partly where they come from, but also the method by which they were cast. We'd heard from voters for a long time leading up to this election that more supporters of former Vice President Joe Biden were going to vote early or absentee than were supporters of President Trump. And so the ballots that have been counted latest, because they take longer to count, have been the absentee ballots, which have helped Biden. In Wisconsin last night, when Milwaukee reported their results, that put Biden ahead for the first time. A few other key cities, Green Bay, Kenosha, reported results, and Biden built out a slightly bigger lead from those results. In Michigan, it appears the vast majority are absentee votes that are still outstanding. That is what Secretary Benson said earlier. The Trump campaign has said they plan to file a recount in Wisconsin. It might take a couple of weeks before they're able to do that, because they have to wait for the counties in Wisconsin to go through and canvass the results before they can file a recount. It has to be within a 1% margin of error in order for them to be able to file a recount. Former Republican Governor Scott Walker, two-term governor in Wisconsin, said today that 20,000 votes is a long uphill battle to fight for in a recount, and noted that in 2016, when Jill Stein filed a recount in Wisconsin, it netted President Trump about 130 votes.
Right. All right. Well, Adam Brewster, thank you so much. I'm sure we will be checking in with you again soon. Georgia and North Carolina are both still too close to call. In North Carolina, there are 15 electoral votes up for grabs. President Trump has a small lead in the state right now, but it is a very tight race. There have been several vote counting setbacks in Georgia, a state that offers 16 electoral votes. Georgia's largest county, Fulton County, is still tallying. That area includes most of Atlanta, which is a Democratic stronghold in the state. Officials say they are attempting to complete the election count today. Campaign reporter Lecrae Mitchell has been following the race from Tampa, Florida. Lecrae, thank you so much for joining us. So, what's the latest out of Georgia and North Carolina? Is this another case of the mail-in ballots being counted just more slowly?
So we do have mail-in ballots that still need to be counted in these states. And I'll start with, according to our editorial election app, with 93% of the expected vote in, President Trump is leading in Georgia by more than 85,000 votes. But it's still a toss-up, and it could be because of this. During the press conference this afternoon, you had Secretary of State for Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, say that there are still roughly 200,000 votes that haven't been counted in the state. And to drill down a little bit further, he highlighted a few of the counties where we see some of those numbers. In DeKalb, for example, there are 52 to 54,000 votes that are left to be counted. In Fulton, there are roughly 74,000 absentee votes that still need to be counted. And in Forsyth, he said that there are about 7,000 votes still left to be counted. So what does that mean? That means that there could be as many as 130,000 or so votes that are still needed to be counted in the Peach State. And so what Secretary Raffensperger said is that his team is going to be working with the counties to try to get results out today. But when asked if he thought that this was still within the timeline that was expected, he said yes. And he said that soon enough, people will not be looking at Georgia anymore because the results will be out, and they'll be looking at states up north and elsewhere. So he did say that his team is working to also release a full list of those counties to get out to us. And in North Carolina, what you see is we have an update that's scheduled for 2:30 p.m. There's going to be a press conference then where they hope to drill down into some of the results that have already been released. But most importantly, we're going to be asking what is going to be the process for when they're going to report their results for the absentee ballots that are yet to come in. And why that's important is because, remember, in North Carolina, up to 9 days after the election, if a voter postmarked their ballot on Election Day by 5 p.m., they have 9 days, which would be through November 12th, to still have those votes counted. So we want to know, when will those results be counted or reported, and how? Will they have to wait until all of the absentee ballots are in and counted to release at one time, or will they be releasing that information as they get it? So we're hoping to find that out at this 2:30 p.m. press briefing.
So, Lecrae, I guess it just all comes down to the numbers, though. Do they know how many mail-in ballots were postmarked on Election Day that they still might be waiting on, right? Because it really matters if those votes will make a difference, but it doesn't really matter if they're not enough to make a difference, right?
Well, that is why it is really important that we hear from them this afternoon, because you are absolutely right. A lot of times it is about whether or not the number of outstanding ballots is enough to change the race. And so that is something that we're going to definitely be listening out for, too. How many votes are we talking here, and can they make a difference?
Right. All right, Lecrae Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Election Day has come and gone, but we still don't know who will lead the country for the next 4 years. This political limbo is reminiscent of the 2000 election. Remember that? And the debacle of the hanging chads. We look back and ahead as to how it could influence this year's race. You're streaming CBSN Always On.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
Most of us can remember the year of the hanging chads, those punched-style ballots that helped determine the race for president in 2000. There are still several key battleground states that are too close to call in the 2020 election. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina are still up for grabs. As more mail-in ballots continue to come in, it could take several days to get a final decision from those state election officials. The delay in election results is eerily reminiscent to the 2000 election between then Texas Governor George W. Bush and the former Vice President Al Gore. On election night, the results were too close to call, which forced a recount in the state of Florida. After a month-long legal battle, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled to end the vote count. George W. Bush went on to win the recount, claiming the state of Florida and ultimately winning the election by a margin of 537 votes. Early this morning, President Trump spoke from the East Room in the White House to address the election where it stands now. Although the race is still too close to call, Mr. Trump falsely declared victory while claiming the election was open to fraud.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Justin Levitt joins me now from Los Angeles. He's a professor of law at Loyola Law School. Justin, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. So, as you know, President Trump is currently holding a slim lead in several key states. As we've heard, Mr. Trump will be requesting a ruling from the Supreme Court to prevent states from counting any additional ballots after Election Day. Number one, I want to know if this is legal. And number two, he can't really be asking for an end to the counting, because if we were to stop now, you know, Joe Biden has more electoral votes. So he's asking for a very specific end to the counting, correct?
He's asking for something that doesn't really exist. He's asking for disenfranchising military voters. He's asking for essentially cutting off a 9-inning game in the end of the first inning. And while I'm sure Tampa Bay would have loved the same thing in Game 6 of the World Series, to stop all of the playing after they scored the first run in the first inning, that's not how this works. The president is manufacturing a reality, this is not the first time, that doesn't exist.
So we know how the election in 2000 ended, with all those hanging chads in Florida. It's almost become the butt of a joke, right? How did the decision then set a precedent for what may be a legal challenge now, 20 years later?
I don't actually think we're in Bush versus Gore territory yet. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's certainly a lot of people very anxious about this election, like they were anxious about that one. We have a president claiming that the election is going to go to the Supreme Court, so naturally people think that might happen. I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet. As you pointed out, in 2000, Florida, the difference was 537 votes. That's astonishingly close. That's a razor finish. Even though the election's still, at the moment, too close to call, too close to project, we still have millions of ballots left to count in some of the states you mentioned, in Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Wisconsin. And unless, at the end of that count, the margin is 537 votes close, I think the people are going to decide this election, not the courts. We're just waiting for the ballots to come in. When we've added them up, it's probably going to be too high a margin to erase with litigation.
Right. You make a very good point. We're still waiting for millions of ballots to be counted. So having that razor thin of a margin is unlikely, or at least there's no indication of it yet. So, you know, just going back, though, to 2000, the Supreme Court made several key rulings in the state of Florida, which eventually led to George W. Bush, taking the election. Explain, what made the decision to stop counting ballots so controversial? Because it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there were still, over 100,000 ballots that didn't get counted?
Well, in Florida, and this is really important to remember, the Supreme Court didn't stop a count, it stopped a recount. So there was a count of the ballots in the initial days after Election Day. We've never had an election night result that is official. We've had projections. We've got some projections now of what we guess will happen. But the official results come in 2 to 3 weeks later when local officials and state officials certify the election. That happened in Florida. And then the race was too close at that point to figure out who had won, so we had to do a recount. We had to not only take that first answer, which we haven't gotten yet, we had to then look and see whether we could come up with a second answer. In Florida in 2000, there were all kinds of different procedures being used, different standards at different times in different counties. And the Supreme Court did, yes, in a very controversial move, eventually say, we have to stop this recount process because we can't be sure it's accurate. But all of that happened well after any phase we're in now. We haven't even gotten the first count done, much less a recount. So I think we all should step back and be a little patient. We got plenty of time to worry about whether we're going to be in a Bush versus Gore situation if the margin is 537 votes close. Let's wait for the end of the count before we even get anywhere close to that.
Right. Really quick question, being a lawyer and being a professor of law, there are some people that say, look, if this does become a legal issue, I agree with you, we're way too early to say that it will, but if it does and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, do you think Amy Coney Barrett should recuse herself because of the appearance of bias?
I'm not sure we'll ever get into a zone anywhere close to that. The fact that the count may be close doesn't mean it's going to be that close. The fact that it's, even if it is that close, doesn't mean it's going to be litigated in court. Even if it's litigated in court, I don't know that it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Remember, they get to decide which cases they want to take. And I think there are a lot of justices who think whatever the legal issue involved, they'd much rather stay out of this fight. They saw the backlash to what happened in 2000. A lot of people thought that politicized the court and it diminished the court as an institution. So even if we get to that point, and again, really, really low probability it's going to be anywhere close to that, I don't know that the court is going to want this case. They view themselves as above any individual partisan fight. They're not out playing for a partisan team. They're very conservative, they're very progressive. Individual justices have leanings, but they don't necessarily want a Republican to win or a Democrat to win. They don't want Trump or Biden to win. And I think that's going to factor into any decision that comes anywhere through the judicial system at any point about whether the Supreme Court wants to stay the heck away from all of the trouble it encountered in 2000.
It would probably be wise. All right. Well, Professor Justin Levitt, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up in our next hour, no decision. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of ballots still being counted in crucial battleground states. We are on the ground in states that will decide the presidency. And history was made for the Progressive Caucus as two black men who are openly gay claimed victory last night. Plus, the stock market is feeling the effects of the toss-up in the presidential election. Those stories and much more when we return. You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. We still do not know the results from the presidential election, as many states remain too close to call. We are still waiting to see final results from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, all of which could shape the race. The votes continue to be counted as we speak. Late last night, President Trump falsely claimed victory in an address from the White House, saying he had won the election, which he has not. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is urging Americans to be patient as the votes continue to be counted.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
And for more on this, I want to bring in Linda Tran and Matt Gorman. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Matt is a former campaign aide to Mitt Romney and Jeb Bush and a Republican strategist. Welcome to both of you. Great to have you with us. Linda, let me start with you. Obviously, we can't really play Monday morning quarterback yet. The election's not over. But talk about the historic nature of this election, if you will, and the voter turnout that we've seen. What does that say?
Tanya, I think the historic turnout that we've seen is definitely one of the big stories coming out of this cycle. We're anticipating somewhere around 157 million ballots cast when we finish the tallying. And what it tells us is that the American people are more engaged in the democratic process, small d democratic process this cycle than ever before. And it's no surprise given the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, economic concerns, and the millions of Americans who remain out of work. Clearly, Americans wanted to make sure that they had a say in the future of this country, and hopefully that's something that we see persist through future elections. As we often say, voting is a habit.
Right. And so, Matt, both candidates still have a path to the White House, including President Trump, of course, but he's continuing to undermine the vote counting process today. He falsely claimed that surprise ballot dumps were behind his narrowing lead in certain states. This, of course, is not true. What is the strategy from the president? Because he does need the votes to continue to be counted. I mean, if we were to stop now, he doesn't have enough electoral votes. So he clearly needs the counting to continue. What is the strategy?
Well, to your first point, his path is narrowing. As we see, there's hope that maybe Arizona could open up. Wisconsin now is going to be a recount, possibly, according to the Trump campaign. So his path is narrowing. Here's the conundrum if you're the Trump campaign, but also other Republicans, because down ballot Republicans in the Senate and the House had a very good night. And so if you're a Republican, it's hard to reconcile the fact that down ballot Republicans had a good night, and yet President Trump at the top of the ticket is claiming fraud. That doesn't make much sense, and it doesn't really give credence, certainly, to Trump's argument that there was fraud or misconduct when other Republicans did really well, just not him.
Right. So let's talk about some of these down ballot races, Linda, because there are still some remaining states that are too close to call. But, it didn't look good for Democrats on the whole. Certainly the blue wave that a lot of them were predicting didn't happen. What's the takeaway from that, Linda?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway, Tanya, is that this country is practically as split as we've ever seen it, and that trajectory has continued under the presidency of Donald Trump, and it's something that we can anticipate even in the event of a Joe Biden presidency in the coming years. I think what it says for my party in particular, but all across the board for all partisans, is that there's a disconnect. There are a lot of people who are feeling a lot of pain, and we've got to figure out a way to make this less of a polarized environment for everyone and more one that really helps people who are struggling a lot in this economy. I think there's a lot of work to do on both sides of the aisle.
It's interesting because even, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, some are suggesting that this may be the end of an identity politics, in that we've seen a lot of Latino voters and even some Black male voters, sort of move maybe unexpectedly to Democrat observers to the Republican Party. So, Matt, does that tell you there's opportunity here for Republicans?
It could. Look, I think with every presidential election, especially every winning presidential election, they have their own unique coalition. Nothing like this is static. You can go from W. Bush to Obama to Trump the first time and maybe Biden now. Everyone has their own coalition. It does give possibly a blueprint or at least a way for the future that these people can be gettable, so to speak, that they shouldn't be written off. And quite frankly, if you had told me in 2017 that Trump would be getting the non-white voting percentage that he has, my jaw would hit the floor. And that was a huge difference in places like Florida. And that helped keep the margins down in places like Georgia, possibly. So in the aggregate, it could be a difference maker.
So, let's go back to the presidential race. Linda, in the remaining states that are still too close to call, what does a path to the White House look like for Joe Biden?
I think the path to the White House is exactly where they had kept their laser focus over the last few weeks. We've talked a lot on this program and others about how much time Joe Biden was spending in Pennsylvania. We're watching the mail ballots get tallied today, especially from heavily Democratic areas, including Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And the numbers we're anticipating are going to trend very well for Joe Biden. So certainly if he gets Pennsylvania's 20 electoral college votes, that's basically it, game over. We also see that he's got a lead in Wisconsin and in Michigan, the two other states that, as we all know, were a huge part of Donald Trump winning the White House in 2016. And they're going to be nail biters to the very end. But I do think that ultimately those states will also go for Joe Biden.
And Matt, what about you? What does the remaining path to the White House look, not the remaining path, he's already there, but what does it look like for President Trump to stay where he is?
Well, first of all, Georgia is a must-win. He absolutely has to win Georgia right now, especially how the other states are looking, like Michigan and Wisconsin. He also obviously needs to keep Pennsylvania in his column. To Linda's point, so the more urban centers are coming in now. He needs to hold the margins down there. There is a possibility. Don't close off all the paths with Arizona quite yet. It isn't a great chance, but there are some pathways there for him to claw back some votes. I right now think that's a better chance, quite frankly, than trying to flip a Michigan or a Wisconsin. Like I said, it's narrow, but possible.
Mm-hmm. So, Matt, obviously we've known that this could take some time. The results are still coming in. But based on what we know now, when do you think we could have final results or at least a fairly clear idea of who's getting those 270?
My guess, and again, this is just me speculating here, I think by the end of today, or maybe very early tomorrow, Michigan, Wisconsin, that's the ball game, folks. So I think that could be a timeline for us.
Linda, you think the same?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, the bigger questions we're going to be grappling with are actually more about the system writ large. Clearly, there's been a lot of discussion about mail-in ballots and that process. Of course, that's something that we've had in play in this country for a very long time. But I think the question on a lot of folks' mind is really about the Electoral College vote. By the time we tally all of the votes that have come in, both during the in-person early and mail ballot period and yesterday during Election Day, it's going to look like Joe Biden is ahead by a historic total vote margin of probably around 7 million votes. And, that's something that we're just going to need to contend with overall when you look at how close the Electoral College numbers probably will end up being.
It will be interesting to compare that popular vote with the Electoral College vote for sure. I mean, it's not very often in U.S. history that the president doesn't also win or come close to winning the popular vote. And if that continues to happen more frequently, I think you're right, Linda, there will be a lot of people examining the Electoral College more carefully. But we've run out of time. Thanks to both of you, Linda Tran and Matt Gorman. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We are watching Pennsylvania as hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots are still being counted. The state has 20 electoral votes up for grabs, and right now President Trump has the lead over Joe Biden. National correspondent Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia with the message from the Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf about the election.
Yeah, Tanya, the governor and state secretary here just announced that they don't have a timeline for when all of those votes will be counted. But we do know that the counting continues inside the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Take a look right now. Those are the election workers and city officials on special assignment counting those ballots as we speak. They counted a number of mail-in ballots last night, starting off there, and now they're counting those in-person ballots. About 80% of the vote has been counted here for Pennsylvania, with Donald Trump up about 10 points or so, but it is not yet finished. It's not complete, and we do not have a winner yet. So officials just warning everyone, from the governor to the Secretary of State, to be calm and be patient and know that they will eventually have a result here soon. But again, they had cautioned that due to the amount of mail-in ballots they received this year, over 2.5 million, that this would take some time before we have a decision. Tanya?
Jerika Duncan, thank you. Joe Biden appears to be moving closer to clinching a historically Republican state in the Southwest. Our battleground tracker rates Arizona as likely for the Democratic candidate. Hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots are still being counted. For more on Arizona, I want to turn now to Mark Brnovich. He is the state's Attorney General. Attorney General, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So I want to ask you, Arizona is a state that Democrats have only won twice in the last 70 years in the presidential race. We've also, rated Senate candidate Mark Kelly as likely to win in the Senate race in Arizona. I know that you are a Republican, but as one of the top elected officials in the state, what changes have you noticed in the electorate or in the demographic that has led toward this lean toward Democrats in such a red state?
I think when Republicans have good quality candidates, they win elections. And I think when the Democrats have good candidates, they do well as well. So I think when you look at our situation in Arizona, this is the state that, brought us Barry Goldwater and John McCain, but it's also the state that brought us Bruce Babbitt and Morris Udall. And so we have a fiery independent streak out here in Arizona, that rugged individualism. And when we have good candidates, they win. It's as simple as that.
Now, of course, the pressure's on right now. All eyes are on Arizona and making sure that the counting proceeds apace. How are you guys making sure that every vote will be counted, and when do you believe we can expect final results?
Well, every vote does need to get counted, and one of my jobs as the Attorney General is to ensure the integrity of the election. So no matter who wins or who loses, we all have confidence in the system. And I think that as Americans, we need to realize, we need to appreciate that peddling in conspiracy theories or undermining the credibility of elections doesn't do any of us any good, regardless of where we live. And here in Arizona, I think we can expect probably at least a week till we get the final results. There are about 500 or 600,000, up to 600,000 outstanding ballots. If you look at the way the numbers are right now, President Trump is winning these leftover ballots, these remaining ballots, at about 60%. So if you look at the numbers, I'm no math whiz, but if you look at the numbers, it appears to me at least that President Trump will actually win Arizona by a razor-thin margin, assuming those numbers stay consistent.
And are those mostly, these 600,000 that still need to be counted, are they mostly mail-in ballots, or is it just a matter of the sheer volume? It takes a while to get through?
It's actually a combination of day of voters, which broke very heavily for Republicans. And if you look at the way those ballots are pulled, it also are ballots that were dropped off the day of. Sometimes people will get a mail-in ballot and then actually physically return it to the polling station. And those were also late arriving mail-in ballots, so ballots that came in after Friday and hadn't been able to be counted. And so if you look at those groups, at least what we've seen statistically is those were ballots that broke heavily for Republicans.
Right. Well, but you make a good point, I think, which is that, look, the narrative seems to be in some places that all of these late counting ballots are trending toward Biden. But you say that's not the case in Arizona. The president should want these votes to be counted because it looks like that they're leaning towards him. So, when you look at his call to sort of stop the voting in some places, what would you say about that? Or the counting, rather?
Yeah, I think it's important that regardless of what state we live in, that all of us have faith and confidence in the process. And what that means is there's a set of rules, there's a set of statutes as to how votes should be counted, how early ballots should be received, and we need to consistently apply the law, regardless of where we're at. And I think that at the end of the day, as I said, as Americans, we have to have confidence in the system. And it's easy to be a good winner or a gracious winner, but we also need to recognize that part of what makes this country great is that we need to have good losers. And what I mean by that is not that everyone's proud of losing, but we need to accept the results. And we need to make sure that people have confidence in the system. And it doesn't serve anyone anywhere if people, whoever they are undermining our confidence in the system.
That's what makes a strong democracy. Absolutely. I want to ask about, sort of Latino and Hispanic voters there, because President Trump has appeared to cut into his margins with Latino voters in many states. But it doesn't quite seem to be the case in Arizona, where Joe Biden is apparently leading with a 2-to-1 majority among those voters. What do you believe that Republicans specifically need to do to win those Latino voters in Arizona going forward? And I say that because we've discussed a lot, on this show about how Latino voters across the U.S. are certainly not a monolith. They're a very diverse group with specific, needs and interests. So talking about that group in your state, what do Republicans need to do to speak to them?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need candidates that are consistent in what their beliefs are, and they need to express those beliefs. I'm a first-generation American. My family fled communism, and I think my experience is common with a lot of other immigrant groups, and that is we want the rule of law to apply to everyone equally. And that means no matter who you are, where you're from, what your last name is, what language you speak, that everything or the law will be applied consistently to you. And too often in today's society, both Republican and Democrat, it seems like there's one set of rules that if you're powerful and wealthy and wealth connected, and there's another set of rules for everybody else. And so we need to ensure, and I think that whether they're Latino voters or Hispanic voters or Eastern European voters, that if we respect the rule of law and we're consistent and how that law will apply to everyone, regardless of who they are, that that is the way, I think, for Republicans to consistently get voters regardless of where they're from.
All right. So in terms of making sure that every ballot, makes it into your state, I know you guys are still counting, but is there anything in future elections that this has taught you that you might want to put into place when it comes to, mail-in balloting, absentee balloting, day of? Because clearly this was an election that caught us all a little bit off guard with COVID and how many people turned out to vote. Are there any lessons that you'll be taking into future elections?
Yeah, there's always lessons to learn, and there's always ways that you can improve. But my concern was, COVID was, obviously a pandemic. It was terrible, but this country in its past, we've had issues, we've had world wars, we've had pandemics, we've had social unrest, but it didn't stop us from, functioning as a society and making sure that, people got a right to vote. I mean, we didn't stop voting during World War II or World War I or even during the Spanish pandemic. And so we need to recognize that there are ways that you can deal with these issues. The second thing I think that's important that was frustrating to me, we had to step in at least a half a dozen times and defend lawsuits related to our election laws. And so I think we want consistency and certainty, as I said, when it comes to the application of the law. But what that also means is that I think it's very disingenuous for groups to file a lawsuit literally when early voting's already started, or there was a lawsuit regarding registration that was filed, shortly before the deadline. And so what that does is I think it creates havoc and it creates uncertainty. And even our U.S. Supreme Court has recognized that when you have these late lawsuits, what you end up doing is causing more chaos. And if you cause chaos, that actually undermines or not only people's confidence in the election result, but it also deters people from getting out there and voting. So I think it's important that as we move forward, that people know what the rules are and they don't try to undermine or change the rules at the last minute. And they don't try to find some federal judge to change the rules for them, or change the rules of a state legislator, because that's not the way our system works. And I think that undermines people's confidence in the system when you have one federal judge unilaterally rewriting a state's election laws, regardless of whether, what issue you want.
Sure, of course. You want voters to go into, Election Day, or at least the time leading up to Election Day, confident that they know how to vote so that their vote is counted. If they suddenly lose confidence that their vote is counting, then that's a mark on democracy for sure. All right. Well, Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Peace.
Still to come, the election and the financial markets. A look at how the stock market is reacting to the uncertainty of the presidential election. And as the country and the world wait for the results, one of the nation's adversaries, Russia, is keeping a close eye on the outcome. You're streaming CBSN.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
It doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall. If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that carbon gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Investors are also waiting to learn who will be the next president of the United States. So for more on the financial markets, Heather Long joins me. She's an economics correspondent at The Washington Post. Hi, Heather. Great to see you. We, of course, don't yet know who will be occupying the White House, yet the markets have seemed to rally on this news, up sharply today. I'm certainly no market expert, but it seems to me the markets don't usually like uncertainty. So what can we make of this?
Well, basically, the market looks at the two most likely scenarios, which is President Biden with a Republican Senate or President Trump with a Republican Senate. And both of those scenarios in the past, so a Republican president and Republican Senate, or a Democratic president with a Republican Senate, have actually tended to be the two highest returning scenarios for markets. So bottom line, even though there's still a lot of uncertainty about who will occupy the White House, and we saw a lot of jitters in markets overnight, most people on Wall Street are looking at what they're seeing and thinking, we can live with this, and this might actually be good for us.
So interesting. So how do you see this playing out in the markets if the tally count extends over the next few days, though? I mean, is this a reaction to something they assume, or the market assumes, will be resolved in the next day or so? Will it change if we have no resolution for a few days or even a week?
Yeah, that's a great question. It probably will change if this drags on for weeks. But again, I think most people on Wall Street, most investors I'm seeing are looking at this. They're seeing the comments from Mitch McConnell in the Senate. Suddenly he seems more open to doing stimulus. That's a bit more of a positive than what we were seeing a week ago, for example. You know, the two biggest issues here for most people in markets are what's going to happen with the coronavirus and what is going to happen with this stimulus that's been stalled in Congress. And some of that's looking a little better on the stimulus, even though the political situation for the White House is so unresolved.
It's so interesting how you laid out those scenarios and the way the market responds to them. One, a Republican president with a Republican Senate, or two, a Democratic president with a Republican Senate. And those are the two scenarios that Wall Street likes, because you would think, you know, with a Democrat in the Oval Office and Republicans controlling the Senate, that administration might not be able to get much done. But that's not how Wall Street sees it?
Well, that's exactly how they see it, but they see that as a positive scenario. So note after note in my inbox this morning from Goldman Sachs, from JP Morgan, from Barclays, from all these big banks is, hey, look, you know, it looks like we might have divided government going forward. You know what that means? It means that President Biden won't be able to do a tax increase. He wouldn't be able to do a big climate agenda like some sort of Green New Deal. He wouldn't be able to do a big overhaul of healthcare. And look at the stocks that are up big today. There's two big areas that are surging today. One is healthcare stocks, because basically the market is reading that there's not going to be a big change in the healthcare system in the United States in the next 2 years. And the other are tech stocks. And again, the market is looking at this, and if the Democrats, if there had been a blue wave, there would have been a lot of pressure on Democrats to break up some of these big tech companies. Now that that blue wave is not happening, tech stocks are soaring. There's much more of a belief that there isn't going to be dramatic change.
But the Republicans have targeted the tech companies as well, though. This, you know, for different reasons, perhaps. You know, their ideological motivations may be different, but there's certainly no indication that Republicans are going to look favorably on the big tech companies.
Yeah, you're right. And you're obviously seeing a lot of anger and angst about that. Even today, some tweets from Republicans who are upset that some of the President Trump's tweets, for example, were being, you know, tagged as inappropriate or as not factual on Twitter. And so you're right. There's clearly going to be ongoing tension. But again, if you're Wall Street and they were pricing in before this morning, they're pricing in a blue wave. They're pricing in much more regulation. You know, things, it's all relative. That's what's going on. People are repricing things on Wall Street, and they are seeing a little bit less of a concern of heavy-handed regulation. Is that the right move for the country? We can all debate that going forward, but that's, I think, the reaction that you're seeing in the market. And you're right, if this drags on, the big wild card here for businesses and the market is, does this contested election drive societal unrest? Do protests turn into riots. You've seen a lot of businesses and companies boarding up their store fronts, putting up those blockades and barriers. There is still a big concern that something could spark here into some sort of riots. If that happens, I think that begins to really spook investors and business leaders. But right now, things seem pretty peaceful when you walk around many cities.
Yes, they do, as democracy plays out. All right, well, Heather Long, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Countries from around the world are awaiting the outcome of our election. That includes our adversary, Russia. President Vladimir Putin has not publicly stated who he hopes will win the U.S. election, but has said he will work with whoever it is. Holly Williams has more.
Well, Russia's President Vladimir Putin appeared on Red Square just behind me during celebrations for a national holiday here in Russia, but he said nothing about the U.S. elections. And Russia, which U.S. intelligence concluded interfered in the 2016 election with a clear preference for President Trump, has publicly at least been quite even-handed this time around. President Putin has even said that he'll work with whoever wins. Now, you might dismiss that as a smokescreen, but remember that experts in disinformation say that Russia's overarching strategic goal isn't about one election or one candidate, but rather about sowing public distrust in the U.S., including in the political process. And to that point, what we have seen is the Russian media portraying this U.S. election as potentially chaotic, embarrassing even, and symbolic of a dysfunctional system. But what about ordinary Russians and their level of interest in this U.S. election? Well, you may be surprised to learn that a recent poll found that 55% of people here had not heard of Joe Biden. Holly Williams, CBS News, Moscow.
We're going to take a short break now, but this is a good time to remind you you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
The next occupant of the White House is uncertain more than 12 hours after Election Day. Millions of votes are still being counted in key states that will determine the presidency for the next 4 years. CBS News is making a new projection. Joe Biden has defeated President Trump in Maine. Nationwide, here's where things stand. CBS News estimates Biden has 227 electoral votes, while the president has clinched 213. Every state without a check mark on this map is too close to call. We are rating Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina as toss-ups. Elections officials in those states are working around the clock to tally votes. The outstanding vote count did not stop the president from falsely declaring victory last night at the White House.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
To be clear, the president cannot declare himself the victor. Millions of votes are still being counted. It could take days to find out the final results. Biden acknowledged that in an address to his supporters last night while expressing cautious optimism.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. So Pennsylvania's Secretary of State gave an update on the vote count today. Let's play some of her remarks.
This is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot.
So, Caitlin, what's the estimate on how long this vote count could take? And what are Pennsylvania officials saying about the president's legal threats?
Well, the secretary said that they're about halfway through that vote count and still have millions of more ballots to count. Here I'm in Philadelphia. Right behind me at the Pennsylvania Convention Center is where they're counting all the ballots from Philadelphia. And we still don't have quite a clear timeline as to when they'll be done. We know that they've had 150 staffers here in Philadelphia counting ballots in 8-hour shifts. So they've been working through the night and around the clock. This is the most populous county in the state of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County, which includes Pittsburgh, suspended their vote counting last night and resumed it at 10 a.m. this morning. So votes still being counted there. This is something that we knew about heading into election night, especially heading into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania officials have been telling us for months that we shouldn't have expected the results on election night because they weren't able to open mail-in ballots to begin to even process them until election day. So that's led to why we're still waiting for vote counts here in Pennsylvania. Of course, this is a critical state. The margins are close, and both candidates are hoping to include Pennsylvania in their victory. It's more important for President Trump to win Pennsylvania than it is for Biden. Biden seems to have a couple paths forward without the state, but still, since they campaigned here very heavily in the final days, the president's team already trying to kind of denigrate the results here without evidence. We should say also that we spoke to lots of supporters of the president throughout the few days that we've been here who did cast their ballots by absentee as well. And so, Caitlin, what is the mood right now from both the Biden and Trump campaigns? I mean, we played some sound bites from earlier from last night. What are they feeling right now? Well, here's where the two campaigns stand. We'll start with the Biden team. They believe that they are going to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. They spoke to reporters on a conference call earlier today and said that those states, they look poised for victory. They also think that Georgia is a toss-up. They're waiting on the votes from Atlanta and figure that those will favor the former vice president. They have also looked at North Carolina and see North Carolina as actually tipping to President Trump. The president's campaign has put out a statement saying that they are prepared to ask for a recount in Wisconsin. If a race in Wisconsin is within a percentage point, a campaign can ask for a recount. So the Trump team has already signaled there. They are disputing returns already in Arizona. That race has not been called by CBS, but it is leaning Biden. So that's kind of where the map is right now. So key states to watch, of course, Pennsylvania, where I am, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
And Caitlin, what are the dynamics that we're seeing at play here with some of those states as the vote counts come in? We're seeing now more mail-in ballots start to be counted. Is that what's accounting for, some of the shifts?
That's certainly why it is taking a long time. Remember, these states ramped up their vote by mail, their absentee voting programs in light of this pandemic to give people options to vote. Here in Pennsylvania, however, they expanded no excuse absentee as an option for voters before the pandemic. This was actually a bipartisan issue here in Pennsylvania. But it's also important to note that the reason that Pennsylvania and other states haven't been able to start opening up ballots is because there was resistance from Republican lawmakers here. There had been Democratic lawmakers asking for earlier processing of ballots to avoid this very situation that we're now in, where we're waiting for those votes to be processed and tabulated. But Republicans resisted that. So this is a very close race still. It's every vote counts, but we should also let our viewers know that these votes that we're talking about are all legal votes. These are all ballots that have already been cast. So that's an important message for our viewers as well.
Absolutely. We are waiting on the count of legal votes. All right. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. And we have some breaking news out of the Badger State. CBS News is projecting Wisconsin to flip for Joe Biden. That would mean 10 more electoral votes for Biden. This is, of course, a battleground state that President Trump won in 2016. So losing Wisconsin is clearly a big blow to his campaign and tightens the president's path to retaining the White House, but does not block it altogether. Again, CBS News is projecting Joe Biden has won Wisconsin to give him a current total of 237 electoral votes to President Trump's 214. We will have more analysis ahead. So let's turn now to our strategists, Jamal Simmons and Rachel Bovard. Jamal is a CBS News political contributor. Rachel is a senior policy advisor for the Conservative Partnership Institute. Welcome to both of you. Jamal, look, we don't even have a winner yet, so it's far too soon to start crafting a narrative about this election's results. However, given that there are so many ballots still out there, should the Biden team feel confident about a victory? And are there any lessons he should start taking away from this election?
Well, the Biden team has got to start focusing on what's going to come next, because the reality is the votes are coming in. They're coming in slowly, but it's starting to look like he's ahead in enough states to get to 270 electoral votes. So if that trend continues before the end of the week, we will probably have some indication that Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. For me, the big question is about what if the vice president is going to be not just a Democratic president, but an American president. He's going to find a way to talk to the voters that didn't vote for him. And my suspect is this isn't a left-right issue. This is an insider versus outsider issue. I call it 3D politics. They've got to make sure they're talking to people who feel left out of the political process and help find a way to bring them in. They feel left out of the economy, help find a way to bring them in and give them a shot to do better. And I think Democrats haven't been as explicit about how they want to do that.
All right, so Rachel, we've already seen the president falsely declare victory and attempt to sow doubt with claims of fraud. And we just have to keep repeating that this is completely untrue because there are millions of votes yet to be determined, legally cast votes. So shouldn't the president be encouraging the democratic process to play out, make sure that every legally cast ballot is counted regardless of how long it takes?
Well, it's obvious that neither candidate has secured a victory. And to your point, I think what you're seeing right now is both campaigns exude confidence in their victory. You've seen President Trump say it. You've seen Vice President Biden say, look, we're going to win this. Yeah, we're going to win this thing. You saw his election lawyer, Bob Bauer, this morning in a briefing say, we have won this thing. Americans don't need to be protected from campaigns exuding confidence in their victories. I do expect both campaigns will be pursuing the necessary steps to make sure that every ballot is counted, that the voter integrity of ballots cast is secured, because that is a right both campaigns have. So I don't think we're going to know in the next day or two, but hopefully we'll know, close to the end of the week.
So, Jamal, one thing that does seem to be clear is the Latino vote is not a monolith. That is something we've talked about on this show for a while. In areas like Florida's Miami-Dade County, home to a heavy Cuban-American population, and in Texas, where you've got, multi-generational Latino families, and near the Rio Grande, Biden ran behind Hillary Clinton with some of these groups. But in other places, like Arizona, which CBS News estimates is a likely for Biden, he ran ahead of Clinton with Latinos. So does that tell you that for the future of the Democratic Party, if they want to continue to try to cultivate those votes, they've got to get a lot more specific?
They do have to get a lot more specific. If you look at what happened in Florida, I was down there in 2018 when Andrew Gillum was running for governor. And one of the things that we saw during that race, I was just there as an observer, but you hear these stories about Rick Scott, who had been governor of Florida, and how when the hurricane hit Puerto Rico and Donald Trump went down there and threw out paper towels to people, Rick Scott established welcome centers for people when they showed up in the state. He went to every small communities group. There was a Honduran American festival. He was there. There was a Venezuelan festival. He was there. So he paid attention to the more micro-targeted parts of the Latino community. I think Democrats do have to get more specific about it, because they've got to start looking at this broad panoply of Americans, not as add-ons or extras, but these are the people who are they're the elements of the quilt that get Democrats to victory. I think Barack Obama did that when he ran in 2008, when I was a part of that group. And what he did was he allowed, whether it was Haitian Americans, Venezuelan Americans, all these different groups to have. Ethiopian Americans had their own little mini campaigns. He gave everybody a chance to feel invested in that campaign. I think Democrats have to recapture that.
Right. And Rachel, looking at the president's campaigning, though he still, trails by wide margins, it seems clear that the president made inroads nationwide with Black and Latino voters, sort of specifically male Black and Latino voters. What does this tell you about the coalition the Republican Party is trying to build?
Well, I think the nature of the Republican Party is changing, and the realignment that is going on, I think, is even further along than I think operatives in D.C. were even prepared for. And I think the exit polling is showing us that. But to a great extent, I think Jamal's critique is correct in the sense that both parties, I think, tend to take certain racial demographics for granted. And that is no longer acceptable, I think, in many parts of America. Race is not determinative of outcome. To a great extent, identity politics isn't working because a lot of racial voters care about bread and butter issues. They care about economic issues. They care about jobs. And they're going to respond most favorably to the candidate who I think talks to those issues. And that is, I think, where the Republican Party is trying to expand its tent, to not simply focus on, traditionally the party of banks and Wall Street and those kind of areas, and focus more on the bread and butter economic issues that have had consequences from things like free trade, speaking more about protecting middle class and working class jobs. And that, I think, has been a core of Trump's economic message, and something the Republican Party as a whole is going to have to reflect, I think, if they want to continue to be relevant going forward.
If I could just hop in here.
It's interesting, I think.
It could happen very quickly.
Please, no, Jamal, go on.
Okay, the delay, I'm sorry. There are two things I think are driving a lot of the anxiety that people are feeling. Obviously, there's globalization that's occurred over the last couple of decades and factory jobs that have disappeared. I grew up in Michigan, so I've seen that firsthand. Secondly, it's the increasing diversity that's taking place. And I think for a lot of white Americans, particularly white non-college Americans who may view themselves in a job market that's getting tighter. What the president has done very explicitly is tie their economic misfortune to the diversification of the American society. And I think that's the thing that is driving so many people nuts on the liberal side of the equation, is because it's actually not brown people, black people, people of color. It's actually that Wall Street and the wealthier people are making so much more money and capturing so much more of the resources of the economy. So if we could find a way as a society to say, listen, we want to focus on workers, we want to equip them, we want them to be able to compete in the global economy. And yes, the wealthiest among us are going to have to pay more in order to make that happen. I think that is the bridge that can maybe tie these two different wings of American politics together.
Yeah, I think you're both making great points, because it seems like one thing this election will teach us, no matter who wins, is that it was, very, very close, and both parties need to be doing some soul searching, about the voters that they're hoping to court. And so, Jamal, I want to go back to you about Democrats, because, they don't appear like they will do as well as they would have hoped in both chambers of Congress. Winning the Senate majority is uncertain. They are on track to lose some House seats, although they will likely keep their majority there. That was widely unexpected. So what lessons should Democrats take away from these potential shortcomings? I mean, the blue wave did not happen. Do they need a shift in strategy or in leadership? What's your take?
Yeah, the blue wave was like a trickle that came from the faucet. It wasn't really very much at all for Democrats this year. So listen, I think what's going to have to happen is, like we've been talking about, Democrats need a good diagnosis of the problem and some solutions about how to fix it. Globalization, technology, software, robotics that are coming that are hurting people. And we've got to figure out, if we're going to be a country that's so diverse, 43% of millennials are not white, 50% of the generation after them fit the same category. If we're going to stay together as a country, we have to start having explicit conversations about how we're going to do that. Donald Trump's having an explicit conversation, and it blames people of color. If liberals and progressives want to send people the other direction, they've got to get more clear about how it is we tie all these fortunes together.
All right, well, great conversation, but we've run out of time. Jamal Simmons and Rachel Bovard, thanks to both of you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The balance of power in Congress still to come. Seats in the Senate and House are shifting and flipping in some states. We'll dive into the new congressional makeup. And weight of the world. The nation's allies and adversaries are standing by to see who will lead the United States. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
While the presidential race hangs in the balance, the control of the Senate is also in play. Some races in the chamber are still too close to call. Here's where we are now. CBS News projects Republicans have 47 seats and Democrats have 46, leaving 7 seats still up for grabs. Either side needs 51 seats to take the majority. Bafta Yamam has more.
It's a waiting game for the Democratic Party looking to wrestle control of the Senate chamber from Republicans. By early Wednesday, CBS News had projected 1 new seat for the party, with Colorado Democrat John Hickenlooper defeating incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. But that gain was offset by Doug Jones's projected loss to Republican Tommy Tuberville in Alabama. Democrats are eyeing Arizona, where it looks like Mark Kelly could pick up a seat from Martha McSally.
Thank you, South Carolina.
Top Republicans Lindsey Graham and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell both survived challenges from well-funded Democrats.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate.
The races remain a toss-up in Maine, North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan. Democrats had high hopes of flipping some traditionally red states, but fell short in Iowa, Texas, and Montana. CBS News has not made a projection on the House majority, but Democrats have fallen short of their goals.
The House predictions going in are a prime example of what I would call this irrational exuberance.
QAnon supporter Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene is projected to win her Georgia district. The president's former physician Ronnie Jackson took a House GOP seat in Texas, and freshman incumbent Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez retains her New York seat. Bafta Yamam, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The U.S. is officially out of the Paris Agreement. The United States is the only country out of nearly 200 nations who signed the deal to walk away from its promise to reduce gas-house emissions. President Trump announced in 2017 the U.S. would withdraw from the agreement. He formally notified the United Nations of the departure last year, but regulations meant that his decision had to wait a year to take effect. The U.S. could choose to rejoin the deal if a future president chooses to do so. Ahead on CBSN, the election is coming down to a handful of states. Michigan and Wisconsin are the two that could be the deciding factors of which candidate gets to 270 first. We will drill down on the numbers ahead.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
This could be the worst that you've ever seen. Fires are going to get worse, and hurricanes are going to get worse, and they already are.
Firefighters struggle to contain over 600 wildfires.
Do not let go.
Thousands of people evacuated.
It's hard to find a place that has not been affected.
This is Hurricane Laura.
Behind me, you can see that we are in the eye wall.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
COVID-19 is impacting every American in one way or another. But if you're Asian American, you may also be getting the blame.
Overt, in-your-face racism.
I'm Elaine Quijano. Join me as CBS News helps make sense of the unique impact of the pandemic on our country's Asian American communities and why they are making their voices heard in the presidential election.
We count. Our votes matter.
Asian Americans battling bias. Watch free with the CBS News app.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. We begin with breaking news out of the Badger State. CBS News is projecting Wisconsin to flip for Joe Biden. That would mean 10 more electoral votes for the former VP. This is, of course, a battleground state that President Trump won in 2016. Again, CBS News is projecting Joe Biden has won the state of Wisconsin and its 10 electoral votes, giving him a current total of 237 electoral votes to President Trump's current tally of 214. For more on this, CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Adam Brewster joins me from Detroit. Hi, Adam. So put this into perspective for us. What does this state win mean for Joe Biden?
Well, it puts him one step closer towards that magic 270 number that you need. There will be several other states to watch. Of course, Wisconsin, you mentioned President Trump, first Republican to win Wisconsin since 1984 when he won it in 2016. It was part of that so-called blue wall that Democrats said they wanted to build back in the Rust Belt states in Michigan and Wisconsin, over in Pennsylvania. It has been a focus. Joe Biden used to talk about it on the campaign trail back in Iowa about how he was someone who could win in the Midwest. And so this is a win that would be significant for him and puts him, or a projection, I should say, that puts him, one step closer to that 270 mark.
I mean, we should probably also point out that all of this is happening against the backdrop of the coronavirus. Wisconsin reported its highest daily infection number today, 5,935 COVID cases reported today. So surely this must have played into the race there?
In polling there, it had shown in Wisconsin that people thought Biden was better fit, to handle the COVID-19 pandemic. It has hit the state hard in September and October, and so it was at the forefront of many people's minds who were voting for former Vice President Biden. Now, I was in Wisconsin a lot towards the end of October. I went to 3 of the president's rallies there, and his supporters were not so concerned about the coronavirus compared to Biden's supporters. Of course, that was shown in the exit polls, that difference between the two. So, for people who were upset with the way the pandemic had been handled, this was certainly something that factored into their decision.
I'm just curious, at those Wisconsin rallies of the presidents that you attended, was there a lot of social distancing or masks, or was that largely absent?
It was, I would say, there were people wearing masks and, more people, though, not wearing them. And these were large rallies, thousands of people standing or seated very close to each other, just like we've seen in Pennsylvania or Florida or Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona, anywhere else the president had traveled recently.
Right. All right. So pulling back and looking at the bigger picture a little bit now, what does it say that Joe Biden was able to flip this state from President Trump, who won it in 2016? As you pointed out that, before 2016, it had a pretty solid Democratic history. So perhaps that isn't as surprising as flipping a traditionally red state. But still, it's got to mean something to his campaign.
It's something that Democrats really talked about. I mean, the 3 states that they were focused on most during the early days of the caucuses in Iowa, of course, Iowa in the Midwest, so, speaking to a similar set of voters. Now, the night did not go so well for Mr. Biden in Iowa, but still, they had focused on winning back these Midwestern areas, and that had kind of been the building blocks for them, and as they built out their campaign and looked at their paths to 270. Of course, 2 of those states are still in question, Michigan and Pennsylvania, as there are still many ballots left to be counted in both of those states.
Right. And of course, the Trump campaign has said that it will immediately request a recount in Wisconsin. What can we expect to come from this? Of course, as we've pointed out, we've projected that the state will go to Joe Biden. The final results are not in, so nothing, I guess, legally can happen until every vote is counted. But what would a legal challenge there in Wisconsin look like?
So this is a process. First, the counties will have to go through and canvass the results, basically go back and look at all the results, make sure that every vote was cast properly and tabulated properly. That process has to play out first. That'll take a couple of weeks. The deadline is November 17th for counties to complete that. After that process is finished is when a recount can be filed if the margin is still 1% or less between former Vice President Biden and President Trump. Now, as far the president's campaign said in a statement that there were irregularities at polling places. The Wisconsin Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf said today that these elections are administered in public. There is an open, bright light on them at every step, and that there is meticulous detail that goes into executing these elections and carrying them out. So we've seen recalls in Wisconsin before. The state is, or excuse me, recounts in Wisconsin before. We have seen recalls there too. But the process played out in 2016, and when Jill Stein filed a recount, cost her about $3.5 million. It netted the president about 130 votes from that process. Now, if it will play out the exact same way, we don't quite know yet, but there's going to be a little bit of a wait-and-see period before a next step is able to be taken.
Right. And I guess there's no official number, no sort of margin that would trigger it. In other words, if the winner ends up winning by, hundreds of thousands of votes, it's probably not worth triggering a recount. Is there a number that might be worth it? Of course, we saw in 2000 in Florida that recount was, triggered by just over 500 votes. That seems reasonable. But, is there a number in Wisconsin that might automatically trigger one?
There's not an automatic trigger, but the margin does have to be 1% or less between the candidates in order to file a recount challenge. And so you point out a great point about the margin, around 20,000 votes right now. Former Republican Governor Scott Walker of Wisconsin, tweeted today that is a big margin to overcome, and pointed out what the recount effort in 2016 did for the president, getting him just an extra, 130 some votes. And that wasn't filed by the president's campaign. He won. It was just when they went back and looked at all the ballots, he ended up with about 130 more votes than initially were allocated for him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
Excuse me,
Adam,
that was the margin.
Thank you so
His
much
margin,
for your
his winning
insight.
margin was about 130 more. Yes, thank you.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much, Adam. Georgia and North Carolina are both still too close to call. In North Carolina, there are 15 electoral votes up for grabs. President Trump has a small lead in the state right now, but it is a very tight race. There have been several vote counting setbacks in Georgia, a state that offers 16 electoral votes. Georgia's largest county, Fulton County, is still tallying. That area includes most of Atlanta, which is a Democratic stronghold in the state. Officials say they are attempting to complete the election count today. Campaign reporter Lecrae Mitchell has been following the race from Tampa, Florida. Lecrae, thank you so much for joining us. So, what's the latest out of Georgia and North Carolina? Is this another case of the mail-in ballots being counted just more slowly?
So we do have mail-in ballots that still need to be counted in these states. And I'll start with, according to our editorial election app, with 93% of the expected vote in, President Trump is leading in Georgia by more than 85,000 votes. But it's still a toss-up, and it could be because of this. During the press conference this afternoon, you had Secretary of State for Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, say that there are still roughly 200 200,000 votes that haven't been counted in the state. And to drill down a little bit further, he highlighted a few of the counties where we see some of those numbers. In DeKalb, for example, there are 52 to 54,000 votes that are left to be counted. In Fulton, there are roughly 74,000 absentee votes that still need to be counted. And in Forsyth, he said that there are about 7,000 votes still left to be counted. So what does that mean? That means that there could be as many as 130,000 or so votes that are still needed to be counted in the Peach State. And so what Secretary Raffensperger said is that his team is going to be working with the counties to try to get results out today. But when asked if he thought that this was still within the timeline that was expected, he said yes. And he said that soon enough, people will not be looking at Georgia anymore because the results will be out, and they'll be looking at states up north and elsewhere. So he did say that his team is working to also release a full list of those counties to get out to us. And in North Carolina, what you see is we have an update that's scheduled for 2:30 p.m. There's going to be a press conference then where they hope to drill down into some of the results that have already been released. But most importantly, we're going to be asking what is going to be the process for when they're going to report their results for the absentee ballots that are yet to come in. And why that's important is because, remember, in North Carolina, up to 9 days after the election, if a voter postmarked their ballot on Election Day by 5 p.m., they have 9 days, which would be through November 12th, to still have those votes counted. So we want to know, when will those results be counted or reported, and how? Will they have to wait until all of the absentee ballots are in and counted to release at one time, or will they be releasing that information as they get it? So we're hoping to find that out at this 2:30 p.m. press briefing.
So, Lecrae, I guess it just all comes down to the numbers, though. Do they know how many mail-in ballots were postmarked on Election Day that they still might be waiting on, right? Because it really matters if those votes will make a difference, but it doesn't really matter if they're not enough to make a difference, right?
Well, that is why it is really important that we hear from them this afternoon, because you are absolutely right. A lot of times it is about whether or not the number of outstanding ballots is enough to change the race. And so that is something that we're going to definitely be listening out for, too. How many votes are we talking here, and can they make a difference?
Right. All right, Lecrae Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Election Day has come and gone, but we still don't know who will lead the country for the next 4 years. This political limbo is reminiscent of the 2000 election. Remember that? And the debacle of the hanging Chads. We look back and ahead as to how it could influence this year's race. You're streaming CBSN Always On.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Most of us can remember the year of the hanging chads, those punched-style ballots that helped determine the race for president in 2000. There are still several key battleground states that are too close to call in the 2020 election. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina are still up for grabs. As more mail-in ballots continue to come in, it could take several days to get a final decision from those state election officials. The delay in election results is eerily reminiscent to the 2000 election between then Texas Governor George W. Bush and the former Vice President Al Gore. On election night, the results were too close to call, which forced a recount in the state of Florida. After a month-long legal battle, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled to end the vote count. George W. Bush went on to win the recount, claiming the state of Florida and ultimately winning the election by a margin of 537 votes. Early this morning, President Trump spoke from the East Room in the White House to address the election where it stands now. Although the race is still too close to call, Mr. Trump falsely declared victory while claiming the election was open to fraud.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Justin Levitt joins me now from Los Angeles. He's a professor of law at Loyola Law School. Justin, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. So, as you know, President Trump is currently holding a slim lead in several key states. As we've heard, Mr. Trump will be requesting a ruling from the Supreme Court to prevent states from counting any additional ballots after Election Day. Number one, I want to know if this is legal. And number two, he can't really be asking for an end to the counting, because if we were to stop now, you know, Joe Biden has more electoral votes. So he's asking for a very specific end to the counting, correct?
He's asking for something that doesn't really exist. He's asking for disenfranchising military voters. He's asking for essentially cutting off a 9-inning game in the end of the first inning. And while I'm sure Tampa Bay would have loved the same thing in Game 6 of the World Series, to stop all of the playing after they scored the first run in the first inning, that's not how this works. The president is manufacturing a reality, this is not the first time, that doesn't exist.
So we know how the election in 2000 ended, with all those hanging chads in Florida. It's almost become the butt of a joke, right? How did the decision then set a precedent for what may be a legal challenge now, 20 years later?
I don't actually think we're in Bush versus Gore territory yet. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's certainly a lot of people very anxious about this election, like they were anxious about that one. We have a president claiming that the election is going to go to the Supreme Court, so naturally people think that might happen. I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet. As you pointed out, in 2000, Florida, the difference was 537 votes. That's astonishingly close. That's a razor finish. Even though the election's still, at the moment, too close to call, too close to project, we still have millions of ballots left to count in some of the states you mentioned, in Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Wisconsin. And unless at the end of that count, the margin is 537 votes close, I think the people are going to decide this election, not the courts. We're just waiting for the ballots to come in. When we've added them up, it's probably going to be too high a margin to erase with litigation.
Right. You make a very good point. We're still waiting for millions of ballots to be counted. So having that razor thin of a margin is unlikely, or at least there's no indication of it yet. So, just going back, though, to 2000, the Supreme Court made several key rulings in the state of Florida, which eventually led to George W. Bush, taking the election. Explain, what made the decision to stop counting ballots so controversial? Because it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there were still, over 100,000 ballots that didn't get counted?
Well, in Florida, and this is really important to remember, the Supreme Court didn't stop a count, it stopped a recount. So there was a count of the ballots in the initial days after Election Day. We've never had an election night result that is official. We've had projections. We've got some projections now of what we guess will happen. But the official results come in 2 to 3 weeks later when local officials and state officials certify the election. That happened in Florida. And then the race was too close at that point to figure out who had won, so we had to do a recount. We had to not only take that first answer, which we haven't gotten yet, we had to then look and see whether we could come up with a second answer. In Florida in 2000, there were all kinds of different procedures being used, different standards at different times in different counties. And the Supreme Court did, yes, in a very controversial move, eventually say, we have to stop this recount process because we can't be sure it's accurate. But all of that happened well after any phase we're in now. We haven't even gotten the first count done, much less a recount. So I think we all should step back and be a little patient. We've got plenty of time to worry about whether we're going to be in a Bush versus Gore situation if the margin is 537 votes close. Let's wait for the end of the count before we even get anywhere close to that.
Right. Really quick question, being a lawyer and being a professor of law, there are some people that say, look, if this does become a legal issue, I agree with you, we're way too early to say that it will, but if it does and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, do you think Amy Coney Barrett should recuse herself because of the appearance of bias?
I'm not sure we'll ever get into a zone anywhere close to that. The fact that the count may be close doesn't mean it's going to be that close. The fact that it's, even if it is that close, doesn't mean it's going to be litigated in court. Even if it's litigated in court, I don't know that it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Remember, they get to decide which cases they want to take. And I think there are a lot of justices who think whatever the legal issue involved, they'd much rather stay out of this fight. They saw the backlash to what happened in 2000. A lot of people thought that politicized the court and it diminished the court as an institution. So even if we get to that point, and again, really, really low probability it's going to be anywhere close to that, I don't know that the court is going to want this case. They view themselves as above any individual partisan fight. They're not out playing for a partisan team. They're very conservative, they're very progressive. Individual justices have leanings, but they don't necessarily want a Republican to win or a Democrat to win. They don't want Trump or Biden to win. And I think that's going to factor into any decision that comes anywhere through the judicial system at any point about whether the Supreme Court wants to stay the heck away from all of the trouble it encountered in 2000.
It would probably be wise. All right. Well, Professor Justin Levitt, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up in our next hour, no decision. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of ballots still being counted in crucial battleground states. We are on the ground in states that will decide the presidency. And history was made for the Progressive Caucus as 2 black men who are openly gay claimed victory last night. Plus, the stock market is feeling the effects of the toss-up in the presidential election. Those stories and much more when we return. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
We still do not know the results from the presidential election, as many states remain too close to call. We're still waiting to see final results from Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, all of which could shape the race. The votes continue to be counted as we speak. But we do know that Joe Biden has won Wisconsin. He wins all 10 electoral votes from the Badger State. Late last night, President Trump falsely claimed victory in an address from the White House, saying he had won the election when he has not. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is urging Americans to be patient as the votes continue to be counted.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
We are watching Pennsylvania as hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots are still being counted. The state has 20 electoral votes up for grabs, and right now President Trump has the lead over Joe Biden. National correspondent Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia with the message from the Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf about the election.
Yeah, Tanya, the governor and state secretary here just announced that they don't have a timeline for when all of those votes will be counted. But we do know that the counting continues inside the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Take a look right now. Those are the election workers and city officials on special assignment counting those ballots as we speak. They counted a number of mail-in ballots last night, starting off there, and now they're counting those in-person ballots. About 80% of the vote has been counted here for Pennsylvania, with Donald Trump up about 10 points or so, but it is not yet finished. It's not complete, and we do not have a winner yet. So officials just warning everyone from the governor to the Secretary of State to be calm and be patient and know that they will eventually have a result here soon. But again, they had cautioned that due to the amount of mail-in ballots they received this year, over 2.5 million, that this would take some time before we have a decision. Tanya?
Jerika Duncan, thank you. Joe Biden appears to be moving closer to clinching a historically Republican state in the Southwest. Our battleground tracker rates Arizona as likely for the Democratic candidate. Hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots are still being counted. For more on Arizona, I want to turn now to Mark Brnovich. He is the state's Attorney General. Attorney General, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So I want to ask you, Arizona is a state that Democrats have only won twice in the last 70 years in the presidential race. We've also, rated Senate candidate Mark Kelly as likely to win in the Senate race in Arizona. I know that you are a Republican, but as one of the top elected officials in the state, what changes have you noticed in the electorate or in the demographic that has led toward this lean toward Democrats in such a red state?
I think when Republicans have good quality candidates, they win elections. And I think when the Democrats have good candidates, they do well as well. So I think when you look at our situation in Arizona, this is the state that, brought us Barry Goldwater and John McCain, but it's also the state that brought us Bruce Babbitt and Morris Udall. And so we have a fiery independent streak out here in Arizona, that rugged individualism. And when we have good candidates, they win. It's as simple as that.
Now, of course, the pressure's on right now. All eyes are on Arizona and making sure that the counting proceeds apace. How are you guys making sure that every vote will be counted, and when do you believe we can expect final results?
Well, every vote does need to get counted, and one of my jobs as the Attorney General is to ensure the integrity of the election. So no matter who wins or who loses, we all have confidence in the system. And I think that as Americans, we need to appreciate that peddling in conspiracy theories or undermining the credibility of elections doesn't do any of us any good, regardless of where we live. And here in Arizona, I think we can expect probably at least a week till we get the final results. There are about 500 or 600,000, up to 600,000 outstanding ballots. If you look at the way the numbers are right now, President Trump is winning these leftover ballots, these remaining ballots, at about 60%. So if you look at the numbers, I'm no math whiz, but if you look at the numbers, it appears to me at least that President Trump will actually win Arizona by a razor-thin margin, assuming those numbers stay consistent.
And are those mostly, these 600,000 that still need to be counted, are they mostly mail-in ballots, or is it just a matter of the sheer volume takes a while to get through?
It's actually a combination of day of voters, which broke very heavily for Republicans. And if you look at the way those ballots are pulled, it also are ballots that were dropped off the day of. Sometimes people will get a mail-in ballot and then actually physically return it to the polling station. And those are also late arriving mail-in ballots, so ballots that came in after Friday and hadn't been able to be counted. And so if you look at those groups, at least what we've seen statistically is those were ballots that broke heavily for Republicans.
Right. Well, but you make a good point, I think, which is that, look, the narrative seems to be in some places that all of these late counting ballots are trending toward Biden. But you say that's not the case in Arizona. You know, the president should want these votes to be counted because it looks like that they're leaning towards him. So, you know, when you look at his call to sort of stop the voting in some places, you know, what would you say about that, or the counting rather?
Yeah, I think it's important that regardless of what state we live in, that all of us have faith and confidence in the process. And what that means is there's a set of rules, there's a set of statutes as to how votes should be counted, how early ballots should be received, and we need to consistently apply the law, regardless of where we're at. And I think that at the end of the day, as I said, as Americans, we have to have confidence in the system. And it's easy to be a good winner or a gracious winner, but we also need to recognize that part of what makes this country great is that we need to have good losers. And what I mean by that is not that everyone's proud of losing, but we need to accept the results. And we need to make sure that people have confidence in the system. And it doesn't serve anyone anywhere if people, whoever they are undermining our confidence in the system.
That's what makes a strong democracy, absolutely. I want to ask about, you know, sort of Latino and Hispanic voters there, because President Trump has appeared to cut into his margins with Latino voters in many states. But it doesn't quite seem to be the case in Arizona, where Joe Biden is apparently leading with a 2-to-1 majority among those voters. What do you believe that Republicans specifically need to do to win those Latino voters in Arizona going forward? And I say that because we've discussed a lot, you know, on this show about how Latino voters across the U.S. are certainly not a monolith. They're a very diverse group with specific, you know, needs and interests. So talking about that group in your state, what do Republicans need to do to speak to them?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need candidates that are consistent in what their beliefs are, and they need to express those beliefs. I'm a first-generation American. My family fled communism, and I think my experience is common with a lot of other immigrant groups, and that is we want the rule of law to apply to everyone equally. And that means no matter who you are, where you're from, what your last name is, what language you speak, that everything or the law will be applied consistently to you. And too often in today's society, both Republican and Democrat, it seems like there's one set of rules that if you're, you know, powerful and wealthy and wealth connected, and there's another set of rules for everybody else. And so we need to ensure, and I think that whether they're Latino voters or Hispanic voters or, you know, Eastern European voters, that if we respect the rule of law and we're consistent and how that law will apply to everyone, regardless of who they are, that that is the way, I think, for Republicans to consistently get voters regardless of where they're from.
All right. So in terms of making sure that every ballot, you know, makes it into your state, I know you guys are still counting, but is there anything in future elections that this has taught you that you might want to put into place when it comes to, you know, mail-in balloting, absentee balloting, day of? Because clearly this was an election that caught us all a little bit off guard with COVID and how many people turned out to vote. Are there any lessons that you'll be taking into, you know, future elections?
Yeah, there's always lessons to learn, and there's always ways that you can improve. But, you know, my concern was, you know, COVID was, you know, obviously a pandemic. It was terrible. But, you know, this country in its past, we've had issues. We've had world wars. We've had pandemics. We've had social unrest. But it didn't stop us from, you know, functioning as a society and making sure that, you know, people got a right to vote. I mean, we didn't stop voting during World War II or World War I or even during the Spanish pandemic. And so we need to recognize that there are ways that you can deal with these issues. The second thing I think that's important that was frustrating to me, we had to step in at least a half a dozen times and defend lawsuits related to our election laws. And so I think we want consistency and certainty, as I said, when it comes to the application of the law. But what that also means is that I think it's very disingenuous for groups to file a lawsuit literally when early voting's already started, or there was a lawsuit regarding registration that was filed, you know, shortly before the deadline. And so what that does is I think it creates havoc and it creates uncertainty. And even our U.S. Supreme Court has recognized that when you have these late lawsuits, what you end up doing is causing more chaos. And if you cause chaos, that actually undermines or not only people's confidence in the election result, but it also deters people from getting out there and voting. So I think it's important that as we move forward, that people know what the rules are, and they don't try to undermine or change the rules at the last minute, and they don't try to find some federal judge to change the rules for them, or change the rules of a state legislator, because that's not the way our system works. And I think that undermines people's confidence in the system when you have one federal judge unilaterally rewriting a state's election laws, regardless of whether what issue you want.
Sure, of course. You want voters to go into, Election Day, or at least the time leading up to Election Day, confident that they know how to vote so that their vote is counted. If they suddenly lose confidence that their vote is counting, then that's a mark on democracy for sure. All right. Well, Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Peace.
Last night, 2 New Yorkers became the first Black and openly gay candidates to be elected to Congress. One of those is Democrat Mondaire Jones of New York's 17th District. The other is Democrat Richie Torres. He defeated Republican Patrick DeLisis in the 15th Congressional District. That area represents the South Bronx. Here's what he said about his historic win last night.
We are going to have a United States Congress that is every bit as diverse and dynamic as America itself. 60% of the Democratic Conference in the House of Representatives is women, people of color, LGBTQ. And so I'm proud that I'm going to contribute to the diversity of the world's greatest legislature, the United States Congress.
And Richie Torres joins me now from New York. Hi, Richie. Congratulations. How are you feeling after last night's win?
I have never felt both drained and exhilarated at the same time. But I mostly feel grateful and gratified. I'm about to succeed Congressman Jose Serrano, who has served the Bronx for 40 years. And when Jose Serrano first entered Congress in 1990, I was only 2 years old. And so yesterday's election in 2020 represents a passing of the torch, and I'm honored to represent the next generation of leadership, not only in the South Bronx, but across the country.
And I know we spoke with you a few months ago, but what do you plan to do for the Bronx now that you are heading to the House of Representatives?
So, my greatest passion is affordable housing. For me, affordable housing is not simply brick and mortar. It's the foundation on which you build a better life for yourself and your family. And more than half the residents in the South Bronx pay more than half their income toward their rent. And especially during COVID-19, families are on the verge of eviction and displacement. And so I would strongly advocate expanding the Section 8 program, the housing voucher program, so that families in need pay no more than 30% of their income toward their rent. I'm going to advocate reinvesting in public housing so that families in public housing have access to safe, decent, affordable housing. And then more broadly, our highest priority should be to put people back to work and to put income in the pockets of working people and struggling families, because the road to recovery for our country runs through our families. So I'm going to advocate expanding the child tax credit, expanding the earned income tax credit, providing hazard pay to our essential workers who put their lives on the line so that most of us could safely shelter in place.
And Richie, Democrats had hoped to extend their majority in the House last night. While they were able to maintain their majority, they did not extend it. What do you make of that?
The results were profoundly disappointing, I have to be honest. I remain cautiously optimistic that Joe Biden will win the presidency. There are millions of mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So Joe Biden has a much clearer path to reaching or surpassing 270 electoral votes than Donald Trump does. Having said that, it's profoundly disappointing that the Republicans will likely retain control of the Senate. And it's equally disappointing that the Democratic Party lost a few seats in the House. So the likely result is going to be divided government, which will limit our ability to deliver for the American people. I'm going to fight as hard as I can and build whatever coalitions I need to build to deliver for the South Bronx. But it's much more challenging. I was looking forward to a full Democratic sweep and an FDR moment.
So is this some kind of wake-up call to Democrats? Because your soon-to-be colleague, AOC, did tweet last night that this is something that she'd been warning the Democratic Party about when it came to specifically Latino voters and some of the weakness there that it looks like Democrats had. Do you consider this also a sort of a wake-up call?
It should be a wake-up call. There needs to be serious soul-searching. And one of the lessons learned from this election cycle is never take votes for granted. Never treat a demographic like Latinos as a automatic voting block. You have to earn every single vote. You should take nothing for granted. Err on the side of over-campaigning.
Good advice for any politician. All right, well, Richie Torres, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to you again.
Thank you for having me.
Still to come, the election and the financial markets. A look at how the stock market is reacting to the uncertainty of the presidential election. And as the country and the world wait for the results, one of the nation's adversaries, Russia, is keeping a close eye on the outcome. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Investors are also waiting to learn who will be the next president of the United States. So for more on the financial markets, Heather Long joins me. She's an economics correspondent at The Washington Post. Hi, Heather. Great to see you. We, of course, don't yet know who will be occupying the White House, yet the markets have seemed to rally on this news, up sharply today. I'm certainly no market expert, but it seems to me the markets don't usually like uncertainty. So what can we make of this?
Well, basically, the market looks at the two most likely scenarios, which is President Biden with a Republican Senate or President Trump with a Republican Senate. And both of those scenarios in the past, so a Republican president and Republican Senate or a Democratic president with a Republican Senate, have actually tended to be the two highest returning scenarios for markets. So bottom line, even though there's still a lot of uncertainty about who will occupy the White House, and we saw a lot of jitters in markets overnight, most people on Wall Street are looking at what they're seeing and thinking, we can live with this, and this might actually be good for us.
So interesting. So how do you see this playing out in the markets if the tally count extends over the next few days, though? I mean, is this a reaction to something they assume, or the market assumes, will be resolved in the next day or so? Will it change if we have no resolution for a few days or even a week?
Yeah, that's a great question. It probably will change if this drags on for weeks. But again, I think most people on Wall Street, most investors I'm seeing are looking at this. They're seeing the comments from Mitch McConnell in the Senate. Suddenly he seems more open to doing stimulus. That's a bit more of a positive than what we were seeing a week ago, for example. You know, the two biggest issues here for most people in markets are what's going to happen with the coronavirus and what is going to happen with this stimulus that's been stalled in Congress. And some of that's looking a little better on the stimulus, even though the political situation for the White House is so unresolved.
It's so interesting how you laid out those scenarios and the way the market responds to them. One, a Republican president with a Republican Senate, or two, a Democratic president with a Republican Senate. And those are the two scenarios that Wall Street likes, because you would think, you know, with a Democrat in the Oval Office and Republicans controlling the Senate, that administration might not be able to get much done. But that's not how Wall Street sees it?
Well, that's exactly how they see it, but they see that as a positive scenario. So note after note in my inbox this morning from Goldman Sachs, from JP Morgan, from Barclays, from all these big banks is, hey, look, you know, it looks like we might have divided government going forward. You know what that means? It means that President Biden won't be able to do a tax increase. He wouldn't be able to do a big climate agenda like some sort of Green New Deal. He wouldn't be able to do a big overhaul of healthcare. And look at the stocks that are up big today. There's two big areas that are surging today. One is healthcare stocks, because basically the market is reading that there's not going to be a big change in the healthcare system in the United States in the next 2 years. And the other are tech stocks. And again, the market is looking at this, and if the Democrats, if there had been a blue wave, there would have been a lot of pressure on Democrats to break up some of these big tech companies. Now that that blue wave is not happening, tech stocks are soaring. There's much more of a belief that there isn't going to be dramatic change.
But the Republicans have targeted the tech companies as well, though. This, you know, for different reasons, perhaps. You know, their ideological motivations may be different, but there's certainly no indication that Republicans are going to look favorably on the big tech companies.
Yeah, you're right. And you're obviously seeing a lot of anger and angst about that. Even today, some tweets from Republicans who are upset that some of the President Trump's tweets, for example, were being, you know, tagged as inappropriate or as not factual on Twitter. And so you're right. There's clearly going to be ongoing tension. But again, if you're Wall Street and they were pricing in before this morning, they're pricing in a blue wave. They're pricing in much more regulation. You know, things, it's all relative. That's what's going on. People are repricing things on Wall Street, and they are seeing a little bit less of a concern of heavy-handed regulation. Is that the right move for the country? We can all debate that going forward, but that's, I think, the reaction that you're seeing in the market. And you're right, if this drags on, the big wild card here for businesses and the market is, does this contested election drive societal unrest? Do protests turn into riots? You've seen a lot of businesses and companies boarding up their store fronts, putting up those blockades and barriers. There is still a big concern that something could spark here into some sort of riots. If that happens, I think that begins to really spook investors and business leaders. But right now, things seem pretty peaceful when you walk around many cities.
Yes, they do, as democracy plays out. All right, well, Heather Long, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Countries from around the world are awaiting the outcome of our election. That includes our adversary, Russia. President Vladimir Putin has not publicly stated who he hopes will win the U.S. election, but has said he will work with whoever it is. Holly Williams has more.
Well, Russia's President Vladimir Putin appeared on Red Square just behind me during celebrations for a national holiday here in Russia, but he said nothing about the U.S. elections. And Russia, which U.S. intelligence concluded interfered in the 2016 election with a clear preference for President Trump, has publicly at least been quite even-handed this time around. President Putin has even said that he'll work with whoever wins. Now, you might dismiss that as a smokescreen, but remember that experts in disinformation say that Russia's overarching strategic goal isn't about one election or one candidate, but rather about sowing public distrust in the US, including in the political process. And to that point, what we have seen is the Russian media portraying this US election as potentially chaotic, embarrassing even, and symbolic of a dysfunctional system. But what about ordinary Russians and their level of interest in this US election? Well, you may be surprised to learn that a recent poll found that 55% of people here had not heard of Joe Biden. Holly Williams, CBS News, Moscow.
Another country waiting to learn if it will be Joe Biden or Donald Trump occupying the White House is Iran. It's a country with a long and complicated relationship to the United States. Elizabeth Palmer explains how the people there are hoping to see this vote play out.
President Trump's policy of maximum pressure on Iran through sanctions has been effective for sure. It's also caused real hardship. And we saw a good example yesterday. We went to the institute where they're trying to make enough tests to cope with what's a very serious COVID outbreak here. And the scientists said, look, we just cannot make enough because we have no access to the foreign chemicals and equipment we need. I spoke to Iran's Foreign Minister Jawad Zarif, and he said that the statements coming from the Biden camp had been what he called more promising. Translate that to mean that perhaps the U.S. and Iran could find themselves back together at the nuclear table, and in return there'd be some sanctions relief. But very quickly the Supreme Leader torpedoed that idea. He said on national television the American administration was rotting and not to be trusted. The bottom line is that the Iranian people, beleaguered and impoverished, know perfectly well that they are not going to see any improvement in the quality of their lives anytime soon, no matter who is in the White House. Tanya?
Elizabeth Palmer, thank you. We're going to take a short break now, but this is a good time to remind you you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Thank you for joining us. The next occupant of the White House is still uncertain more than 14 hours after Election Day. Millions of votes are still being counted in key states that will determine the presidency for the next 4 years. The latest undecided state, Wisconsin, is now going to Joe Biden. CBS News projects he will win the state's 10 electoral college votes. The Trump campaign is demanding a recount as the current margin appears to be about 20,000 votes. Nationwide, here is where things stand. At this point, CBS News estimates Biden has 237 electoral votes to the president's 213. Every state without a check mark on this map is still too close to call at this hour. We are still rating Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina as toss-ups. Elections officials in those states are working around the clock to tally votes. The outstanding vote count did not stop the president from falsely declaring victory overnight at the White House.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
To be clear, the president cannot declare himself the victor. Millions of votes are still being counted. It could take days to find out the final results. Joe Biden acknowledged that in an address to his supporters while expressing cautious optimism.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
CBS News' Michael George has the latest on the race for the White House.
President Trump's campaign says it will immediately ask for a recount in Wisconsin, as CBS News projects former Vice President Joe Biden narrowly winning the state.
Our municipal and county clerks have worked tirelessly throughout the night to make sure that every valid ballot has been counted and reported accurately.
Biden is also slightly ahead in Michigan.
By the end of the day, the majority of our ballots will be tabulated and will be much closer to having a full, if not a full and complete unofficial result to announce at that point.
In Pennsylvania, more than 1 million mail-in ballots still have to be counted. Officials say it could take days before the winner is known.
We'll be done as soon as we're done. We want to make sure that every vote that is
legitimately cast and is good.
Aides to the former vice president say they see a clear path for him to get to 270 electoral college votes. But President Trump continues to undermine confidence in the integrity of the election. The president tweeted this afternoon they are working hard to make up 500,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania disappear ASAP. Likewise, Michigan and others. Overnight, he called the counting process a fraud and claimed victory.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The president said he'll take his vote count fight to the Supreme Court. The Biden camp responded its legal teams are ready. Michael George, CBS News, Wilmington, Delaware.
CBSN's political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by in Philadelphia, where the vote count is ongoing. Hi, Caitlin. So Pennsylvania's Secretary of State gave an update on the vote count today. Let's play some of her remarks.
This is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot.
So, Caitlin, what's the estimate on how long this vote count could take? And what are Pennsylvania officials saying about the president's legal threats?
Well, the secretary said that they're about halfway through that vote count and still have millions of more ballots to count. Here I'm in Philadelphia. Right behind me at the Pennsylvania Convention Center is where they're counting all the ballots from Philadelphia. And we still don't have quite a clear timeline as to when they'll be done. We know that they've had 150 staffers here in Philadelphia counting ballots in 8-hour shifts. So they've been working through the night and around the clock. This is the most populous county in the state of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County, which includes Pittsburgh, suspended their vote counting last night and resumed it at 10 a.m. this morning. So votes still being counted there. This is something that we knew about heading into election night, especially heading into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania officials have been telling us for months that we shouldn't have expected the results on election night because they weren't able to open mail-in ballots to begin to even process them until election day. So that's led to why we're still waiting for vote counts here in Pennsylvania. Of course, this is a critical state. The margins are close, and both candidates are hoping to include Pennsylvania in their victory. It's more important for President Trump to win Pennsylvania than it is for Biden. Biden seems to have a couple paths forward without the state, but still, since they campaigned here very heavily in the final days, the president's team already trying to kind of denigrate the results here without evidence. We should say also that we spoke to lots of supporters of the president throughout the few days that we've been here who did cast their ballots by absentee as well.
And so, Caitlin, what is the mood right now from both the Biden and Trump campaigns? I mean, we played some sound bites from earlier from last night. What are they feeling right now?
Well, here's where the two campaigns stand. We'll start with the Biden team. They believe that they are going to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. They spoke to reporters on a conference call earlier today and said that those states, they look poised for victory. They also think that Georgia is a toss-up. They're waiting on the votes from Atlanta and figure that those will favor the former vice president. They have also looked at North Carolina and see North Carolina as actually tipping to President Trump. The president's campaign has put out a statement saying that they are prepared to ask for a recount in Wisconsin. If a race in Wisconsin is within a percentage point, a campaign can ask for a recount. So the Trump team has already signaled there. They are disputing returns already in Arizona. That race has not been called by CBS, but it is leaning Biden. So that's kind of where the map is right now. So key states to watch, of course, Pennsylvania, where I am, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
And Caitlin, what are the dynamics that we're seeing at play here with some of those states as the vote counts come in? We're seeing now more mail-in ballots start to be counted. Is that what's accounting for, some of the shifts?
That's certainly why it is taking a long time. Remember, these states ramped up their vote by mail, their absentee voting programs in light of this pandemic to give people options to vote. Here in Pennsylvania, however, they expanded no excuse absentee as an option for voters before the pandemic. This was actually a bipartisan issue here in Pennsylvania. But it's also important to note that the reason that Pennsylvania and other states haven't been able to start opening up ballots is because there was resistance from Republican lawmakers here. There had been Democratic lawmakers asking for earlier processing of ballots to avoid this very situation that we're now in, where we're waiting for those votes to be processed and tabulated, but Republicans resisted that. So this is a very close race still. It's every vote counts, but we should also let our viewers know that these votes that we're talking about are all legal votes. These are all ballots that have already been cast. So that's an important message for our viewers as well.
Absolutely. We are waiting on the count of legal votes. All right. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. Last night, 2 New Yorkers became the first Black and openly gay candidates to be elected to Congress. One of those is Democrat Mondaire Jones of New York's 17th District. The other is Democrat Richie Torres. He defeated Republican Patrick DeLisis in the 15th Congressional District. That area represents the South Bronx. Here's what he said about his historic win last night.
We are going to have a United States Congress that is every bit as diverse and dynamic as America itself.
We're going to go to Joe Biden now, who is speaking to reporters in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware. Let's listen in.
And thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. That is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And that was Joe Biden speaking from his hometown in Wilmington, Delaware. We're going to take a quick break now, but stay with us. You're streaming at CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
in 60 years. We went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
While the presidential race hangs in the balance, the control of the Senate is also in play. Some races in the chamber are still too close to call. Here's where we are now. CBS News projects Republicans have 47 seats and Democrats have 46, leaving 7 seats still up for grabs. Either side needs 51 seats to take the majority. Bafta Yamam has more.
It's a waiting game for the Democratic Party looking to wrestle control of the Senate chamber from Republicans. By early Wednesday, CBS News had projected 1 new seat for the party, with Colorado Democrat John Hickenlooper defeating incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. But that gain was offset by Doug Jones's projected loss to Republican Tommy Tuberville in Alabama. Democrats are eyeing Arizona, where it looks like Mark Kelly could pick up a seat from Martha McSally.
Thank you, South Carolina.
Top Republicans Lindsey Graham and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell both survived challenges from well-funded Democrats.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate.
The races remain a toss-up in Maine, North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan. Democrats had high hopes of flipping some traditionally red states, but fell short in Iowa, Texas, and Montana. CBS News has not made a projection on the House majority, but Democrats have fallen short of their goals.
The House predictions going in are a prime example of what I would call this irrational exuberance.
QAnon supporter Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene is projected to win her Georgia district. The president's former physician Ronnie Jackson took a House GOP seat in Texas, and freshman incumbent Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez retains her New York seat. Bafta Yamam, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
People around the world are watching as the U.S. works to declare who will be our next president. Some are worried about how the outcome will impact them. Ian Lee shows us how people around the world are reacting.
Bonjour à tous, l'édition spéciale se poursuit.
Commentators around the world filled the airways.
Good evening. It's the election the whole world is watching.
With predictions about the U.S. presidential election. In every language, you could sense the uncertainty. Many Europeans are surprised the results didn't come straight away.
A wee bit anticlimactic waking up and there's no result after all the build-up.
Just very sad, just like shocked that it's so close.
Underscoring how pivotal the world sees the U.S. election, the hashtags Trump, Biden, and U.S. elections 2020 are trending across Europe and around the globe. A presidential election doesn't just determine who will lead the U.S. For America's allies, it selects their partner for the next 4 years.
The UK-US relationship is in great shape, and we're confident that it will go from strength to strength.
While America's rivals like China, Iran, and Russia also have an interest in how the results play out and what relations will look like going forward.
And Ian Lee joins us now from London to talk about it. Hi, Ian. So explain why it's so important to so many countries around the world. Who is the leader of the United States? And further, would you say that it's become slightly less important in recent years as we've seen a sort of global turn toward nationalism?
Hi, Tanya. First off, the U.S. can change the course of world history, so it really does matter who is at the helm. People look to the U.S. president for moral, political, military leadership. The U.S. president is in control of the most powerful military in the world. So when that military is engaged in a region, it can really have an impact, good or bad, for decades. And then just to kind of give you some examples of kind of how the presidents can interact in the international community, you have under President Obama 2 hallmark agreements that he was able to achieve. You have the Iran nuclear deal and the Paris Climate Accord. This was an international effort to get those accomplished. Well, when President Trump came into power, he pulled out of both of them, much to the frustration of our European partners. But if Joe Biden does win, he could go back into those agreements. The president also has his own achievements that for decades presidents haven't been able to do, and that is to normalize relations with Israel, Bahrain, the UAE, and Sudan. So that is one of his hallmark achievements too. So the U.S. presidents really do have a lot of power. And to go to the second part of your question, you do see a rise of nationalism around the world, but you still see a lot of countries looking to the United States for leadership, especially the United States is the leading member of NATO. And so that right there, you have a lot of people looking for leadership, especially when you see Russia kind of pushing its borders.
Absolutely. And so, Ian, what are the biggest concerns you've heard vocalized over the outcome of this election?
America is an example of democracy in action, Tanya. So there's a couple things that are really important when it comes to an election in the United States. The first thing is that they need to be seen as free and fair. America is the poster child for democracy. So if our elections are free and fair, that just is an example for the rest of the world where there are elections that aren't necessarily free and fair. We can look at Belarus. And so there has to be that example for a lot of countries, a lot of people in those countries who aspire to that. And the second important thing is the peaceful transfer of power. And in a lot of countries, that doesn't necessarily happen. And so the United States has been an example after every presidency. If the president is voted out, if they end their 8 years in office, there's always been that peaceful transfer of power. And that is it's an important example to the world.
Absolutely. Ian Lee in London, thank you so much for joining us. The U.S. is officially out of the Paris Agreement. The United States is the only country out of nearly 200 nations who signed the deal to walk away from its promise to reduce gas-house emissions. President Trump announced in 2017 the U.S. would withdraw from the agreement. He formally notified the United Nations of the departure last year, but regulations meant that his decision had to wait a year to take effect. The U.S. could choose to rejoin the deal if a future president chooses to do so. Ahead on CBSN, the election is coming down to a handful of states. Michigan and Wisconsin are the two that could be the deciding factors of which candidate gets to 270 first. We will drill down on the numbers ahead.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
We begin with breaking news out of the Badger State. CBS News is projecting Wisconsin to flip for Joe Biden. That would mean 10 additional electoral votes for the former VP. This is, of course, a battleground state that President Trump won in 2016. Again, CBS News is projecting Joe Biden has won the state of Wisconsin and its 10 electoral votes, giving him a current total of 237 electoral votes to President Trump's 213. For more on this, CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Adam Brewster joins me from Detroit. Hi, Adam. So put this into perspective for us. What does this state win mean for Joe Biden?
Well, it puts him one step closer towards that magic 270 number that you need. There will be several other states to watch. Of course, Wisconsin, you mentioned President Trump, first Republican to win Wisconsin since 1984 when he won it in 2016. It was part of that so-called blue wall that Democrats said they wanted to build back in the Rust Belt states in Michigan and Wisconsin, over in Pennsylvania. It has been a focus. Joe Biden used to talk about it on the campaign trail back in Iowa about how he was someone who could win in the Midwest. And so this is a win that would be significant for him and puts him, or a projection, I should say, that puts him, one step closer to that 270 mark.
I mean, we should probably also point out that all of this is happening against the backdrop of the coronavirus. Wisconsin reported its highest daily infection number today, 5,935 COVID cases reported today. So surely this must have played into the race there?
In polling there, it had shown in Wisconsin that people thought Biden was better fit to handle the COVID-19 pandemic. It has hit the state hard in September and October, and so it was at the forefront of many people's minds who were voting for former Vice President Biden. Now, I was in Wisconsin a lot towards the end of October. I went to 3 of the president's rallies there, and his supporters were not so concerned about the coronavirus compared to Biden's supporters. Of course, that was shown in the exit polls, that difference between the two. So, for people who were upset with the way the pandemic had been handled, this was certainly something that factored into their decision.
I'm just curious, at those Wisconsin rallies of the president's that you attended, was there a lot of social distancing or masks, or was that largely absent?
It was, I would say, there were people wearing masks and, more people, though, not wearing them. And these were large rallies, thousands of people standing or seated very close to each other, just like we've seen in Pennsylvania or Florida or Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona, anywhere else the president had traveled recently.
Right. All right. So pulling back and looking at the bigger picture a little bit now, what does it say that Joe Biden was able to flip this state from President Trump, who won it in 2016? As you pointed out that, before 2016, it had a pretty solid Democratic history. So perhaps that isn't as surprising as flipping a traditionally red state. But still, it's got to mean something to his campaign.
It's something that Democrats really talked about. I mean, the three states that they were focused on most during the early days of the caucuses in Iowa, of course, Iowa in the Midwest, so, speaking to a similar set of voters. Now, the night did not go so well for Mr. Biden in Iowa, but still, they had focused on winning back these Midwestern areas, and that had kind of been the building blocks for them, and as they built out their campaign and looked at their paths to 270. Of course, two of those states are still in question, Michigan and Pennsylvania, as there are still many ballots left to be counted in both of those states.
Right. And of course, the Trump campaign has said that it will immediately request a recount in Wisconsin. What can we expect to come from this? Of course, as we've pointed out, we've projected that the state will go to Joe Biden. The final results are not in, so nothing, I guess, legally can happen until every vote is counted. But what would a legal challenge there in Wisconsin look like?
So this is a process. First, the counties will have to go through and canvass the results, basically go back and look at all the results, make sure that every vote was cast properly and tabulated properly. That process has to play out first. That'll take a couple of weeks. The deadline is November 17th for counties to complete that. After that process is finished is when a recount can be filed if the margin is still 1% or less between former Vice President Biden and President Trump. Now, as far the president's campaign said in a statement that there were irregularities at polling places. The Wisconsin Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf said today that these elections are administered in public. There is an open, bright light on them at every step, and that there is meticulous detail that goes into executing these elections and carrying them out. So we've seen recalls in Wisconsin before. The state is, or excuse me, recounts in Wisconsin before. We have seen recalls there too. But the process played out in 2016. And when Jill Stein filed a recount, cost her about $3.5 million. It netted the president about 130 votes from that process. Now, if it will play out the exact same way, we don't quite know yet, but there's going to be a little bit of a wait and see period before a next step is able to be taken.
Right. And I guess there's no official number, no sort of margin that would trigger it. In other words, if the winner ends up winning by, hundreds of thousands of votes, it's probably not worth triggering a recount. Is there a number that might be worth it? Of course, we saw in 2000 in Florida that recount was, triggered by just over 500 votes. That seems reasonable. But, is there a number in Wisconsin that might automatically trigger one?
There's not an automatic trigger, but the margin does have to be 1% or less between the candidates in order to file a recount challenge. And so you point out a great point about the margin, around 20,000 votes right now. Former Republican Governor Scott Walker of Wisconsin, tweeted today that is a big margin to overcome, and pointed out what the recount effort in 2016 did for the president, getting him just an extra, 130 some votes. And that wasn't filed by the president's campaign. He won. It was just when they went back and looked at all the ballots, he ended up with about 130 more votes than initially were allocated for him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
excuse me,
Adam
that was the
Brewster,
margin.
thank you so
His
much
margin,
for your
his winning
insight.
margin was about 130 more. Yes, thank you.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much, Adam. Georgia and North Carolina are both still too close to call. In North Carolina, there are 15 electoral votes up for grabs. President Trump has a small lead in the state right now, but it is a very tight race. There have been several vote counting setbacks in Georgia, a state that offers 16 electoral votes. Georgia's largest county, Fulton County, is still tallying. That area includes most of Atlanta, which is a Democratic stronghold in the state. Officials say they are attempting to complete the election count today. Campaign reporter Lecrae Mitchell has been following the race from Tampa, Florida. Lecrae, thank you so much for joining us. So, what's the latest out of Georgia and North Carolina? Is this another case of the mail-in ballots being counted just more slowly?
So we do have mail-in ballots that still need to be counted in these states. And I'll start with, according to our editorial election app, with 93% of the expected vote in, President Trump is leading in Georgia by more than 85,000 votes. But it's still a toss-up, and it could be because of this. During the press conference this afternoon, you had Secretary of State for Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, say that there are still roughly 200,000 votes that haven't been counted in the state. And to drill down a little bit further, he highlighted a few of the counties where we see some of those numbers. In DeKalb, for example, there are 52 to 54,000 votes that are left to be counted. In Fulton, there are roughly 74,000 absentee votes that still need to be counted. And in Forsyth, he said that there are about 7,000 votes still left to be counted. So what does that mean? That means that there could be as many as 130,000 or so votes that are still needed to be counted in the Peach State. And so what Secretary Raffensperger said is that his team is going to be working with the counties to try to get results out today. But when asked if he thought that this was still within the timeline that was expected, he said yes. And he said that soon enough, people will not be looking at Georgia anymore because the results will be out and they'll be looking at states up north and elsewhere. So he did say that his team is working to also release a full list of those counties to get out to us. And in North Carolina, what you see is we have an update that's scheduled for 2:30 p.m. There's going to be a press conference then where they hope to drill down into some of the results that have already been released. But most importantly, we're going to be asking what is going to be the process for when they're going to report their results for the absentee ballots that are yet to come in. And why that's important is because, remember, in North Carolina, up to 9 days after the election, if a voter postmarked their ballot on Election Day by 5 p.m., they have 9 days, which would be through November 12th, to still have those votes counted. So we want to know, when will those results be counted or reported, and how? Will they have to wait until all of the absentee ballots are in and counted to release at one time, or will they be releasing that information as they get it? So we're hoping to find that out at this 2:30 p.m. press briefing.
So, Lecrae, I guess it just all comes down to the numbers, though. Do they know how many mail-in ballots were postmarked on Election Day that they still might be waiting on, right? Because it really matters if those votes will make a difference, but it doesn't really matter if they're not enough to make a difference, right?
Well, that is why it is really important that we hear from them this afternoon, because you are absolutely right. A lot of times it is about whether or not the number of outstanding ballots is enough to change the race. And so that is something that we're going to definitely be listening out for, too. How many votes are we talking here, and can they make a difference?
Right. All right, Lecrae Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Observers are being allowed in to see things. They're filing lawsuits in Pennsylvania as well, out of concern there.
They're asking for a recount.
They're asking for a recount in Wisconsin. So they're going to use every legal and bureaucratic maneuver they have to at least slow this down, it appears, in those three states. And there are concerns among Republicans about potential outstanding ballots in Arizona as well, so there's a chance that we may see a legal challenge there.
But, John, have we entered a significant new phase where
President Trump's path to a second term has narrowed.
Oh, it's significantly narrowed, and now we're going to see things slosh over between the public relations fight and the legal fight over these ballots, because the president is going to argue in the court of public opinion. You saw him already do it last night, throwing up a lot of things that are incendiary, and that may or may not bounce against what's happening actually in the courts. But we are definitely in a new place, because for Joe Biden, nothing succeeds like success, and if the numbers follow where they appear to be going, that's where you want to be as a candidate.
Nora, can I interject real quick?
Yes, you may.
Because there is something that's worth capturing in this moment. The president's campaign says you got to keep counting in Arizona, and yet it says we need to stop counting in Pennsylvania and these other places. There is an inherent inconsistency there that we must hold in front of ourselves to say, what is this moment really about, and what are the trend lines, both legally and in the math?
That's an important distinction to make, Major.
And those inconsistencies are the kind of thing, if I'm a Republican politician, do I want to get on the president's side and take this all the way to the end? Or at some point, do other Republicans who may not be on for the kind of fight the president, do they have to make a different political calculation? And that's why the public fight here is as interesting as the legal one.
And we've seen some signs of Republicans today saying, let the votes be counted, let the process play out. Marco Rubio from the state of Florida, which the president won. Rob Portman from the state of Ohio, another state the president won. Both saying, got to respect the process, let it play out, respect the people who are counting the ballots. So there is some distance already being put between Republicans who have longer political futures probably than the president, understanding that, you know, there's a belief in this country that every vote matters.
All right, so just to update everyone, in the last hour, CBS News projects that Joe Biden will be the winner in the state of Michigan and also in the state of Wisconsin. That is significantly narrowing President Trump's path to a second term in office. Our coverage will continue on our 24-hour streaming network, CBSN. There will be more on your local news on this CBS station, and we will have a full wrap-up tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell, CBS News, Election Headquarters, New York.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Most of us can remember the year of the hanging chads, those punched-style ballots that helped determine the race for president in 2000. There are still several key battleground states that are too close to call in the 2020 election. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina are still up for grabs. As more mail-in ballots continue to come in, it could take several days to get a final decision from those state election officials. The delay in election results is eerily reminiscent to the 2000 election between then Texas Governor George W. Bush and the former Vice President Al Gore. On election night, the results were too close to call, which forced a recount in the state of Florida. After a month-long legal battle, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled to end the vote count. George W. Bush went on to win the recount, claiming the state of Florida and ultimately winning the election by a margin of 537 votes. Early this morning, President Trump spoke from the East Room in the White House to address the election where it stands now. Although the race is still too close to call, Mr. Trump falsely declared victory while claiming the election was open to fraud.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Justin Levitt joins me now from Los Angeles. He's a professor of law at Loyola Law School. Justin, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. So, as you know, President Trump is currently holding a slim lead in several key states. As we've heard, Mr. Trump will be requesting a ruling from the Supreme Court to prevent states from counting any additional ballots after Election Day. Number one, I want to know if this is legal. And number two, he can't really be asking for an end to the counting, because if we were to stop now, you know, Joe Biden has more electoral votes. So he's asking for a very specific end to the counting, correct?
He's asking for something that doesn't really exist. He's asking for disenfranchising military voters. He's asking for essentially cutting off a 9-inning game in the end of the first inning. And while I'm sure Tampa Bay would have loved the same thing in Game 6 of the World Series, to stop all of the playing after they scored the first run in the first inning, that's not how this works. The president is manufacturing a reality, this is not the first time, that doesn't exist.
So we know how the election in 2000 ended, with all those hanging chads in Florida. It's almost become the butt of a joke, right? How did the decision then set a precedent for what may be a legal challenge now, 20 years later?
I don't actually think we're in Bush versus Gore territory yet. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's certainly a lot of people very anxious about this election, like they were anxious about that one. We have a president claiming that the election is going to go to the Supreme Court, so naturally people think that might happen. I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet. As you pointed out, in 2000, Florida, the difference was 537 votes. That's astonishingly close. That's a razor finish. Even though the election's still, at the moment, too close to call, too close to project, we still have millions of ballots left to count in some of the states you mentioned, in Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Wisconsin. And unless at the end of that count, the margin is 537 votes close, I think the people are going to decide this election, not the courts. We're just waiting for the ballots to come in. When we've added them up, it's probably going to be too high a margin to erase with litigation.
Right. You make a very good point. We're still waiting for millions of ballots to be counted. So having that razor thin of a margin is unlikely, or at least there's no indication of it yet. So, just going back, though, to 2000, the Supreme Court made several key rulings in the state of Florida, which eventually led to George W. Bush, taking the election. Explain, what made the decision to stop counting ballots so controversial? Because it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there were still, over 100,000 ballots that didn't get counted?
Well, in Florida, and this is really important to remember, the Supreme Court didn't stop a count, it stopped a recount. So there was a count of the ballots in the initial days after Election Day. We've never had an election night result that is official. We've had projections. We've got some projections now of what we guess will happen. But the official results come in 2 to 3 weeks later when local officials and state officials certify the election. That happened in Florida. And then the race was too close at that point to figure out who had won, so we had to do a recount. We had to not only take that first answer, which we haven't gotten yet, we had to then look and see whether we could come up with a second answer. In Florida in 2000, there were all kinds of different procedures being used, different standards at different times in different counties. And the Supreme Court did, yes, in a very controversial move, eventually say, we have to stop this recount process because we can't be sure it's accurate. But all of that happened well after any phase we're in now. We haven't even gotten the first count done, much less a recount. So I think we all should step back and be a little patient. We've got plenty of time to worry about whether we're going to be in a Bush versus Gore situation if the margin is 537 votes close. Let's wait for the end of the count before we even get anywhere close to that.
Right. Really quick question, being a lawyer and being a professor of law, there are some people that say, look, if this does become a legal issue, I agree with you, we're way too early to say that it will, but if it does and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, do you think Amy Coney Barrett should recuse herself because of the appearance of bias?
I'm not sure we'll ever get into a zone anywhere close to that. The fact that the count may be close doesn't mean it's going to be that close. The fact that it's, even if it is that close, doesn't mean it's going to be litigated in court. Even if it's litigated in court, I don't know that it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Remember, they get to decide which cases they want to take. And I think there are a lot of justices who think whatever the legal issue involved, they'd much rather stay out of this fight. They saw the backlash to what happened in 2000. A lot of people thought that politicized the court and it diminished the court as an institution. So even if we get to that point, and again, really, really low probability it's going to be anywhere close to that, I don't know that the court is going to want this case. They view themselves as above any individual partisan fight. They're not out playing for a partisan team. They're very conservative, they're very progressive. Individual justices have leanings, but they don't necessarily want a Republican to win or a Democrat to win. They don't want Trump or Biden to win. And I think that's going to factor into any decision that comes anywhere through the judicial system at any point about whether the Supreme Court wants to stay the heck away from all of the trouble it encountered in 2000.
It would probably be wise. All right. Well, Professor Justin Levitt, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Coming up, it's Red and Blue. We'll have the latest on the fight for the presidency, what President Trump is saying about potential legal challenges, and how Joe Biden is responding. Michigan is still too close to call. My colleague Elaine Quijano will speak with Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson about Michigan's ongoing vote count. Plus, Florida is a decisive victory for the president. We'll have analysis on why a state that appeared to be a toss-up swung so hard to the right. That and the rest of the day's political news next. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
The reboot of Roseanne is over.
Kevin Hart stepped down following an outcry.
Sanders is retracting his endorsement.
When institutions are criticized, that shame can be productive.
The editor-in-chief of Bon Appetit magazine has resigned.
I focus on people who have hoarded power, money, and status.
What folks are doing is saying that this is not acceptable for our society.
You're simply failing to reason.
Why the is he here?
I remember comments like, "You deserve to die."
We're human. We've all made 1,000 mistakes.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. We have another call to make in a key state in the race for the White House. CBS News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Michigan when all votes are tallied. The former vice president currently leads by a little under 1 percentage point. That gives Biden 253 Electoral College votes, 17 away from the 270 needed to win. Any state without a check mark on your screen is still too close to call, according to our elections team. Here is a look at the count underway in Philadelphia, where workers were not allowed to start processing mail ballots until Election Day yesterday. That is the law in Pennsylvania, as it is in Michigan, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Several of those state officials wanted Republican-controlled legislatures to allow counting to start early. But the change never came. Overnight, President Trump falsely claimed victory, even though millions of votes had yet to be tallied in several battleground states.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
But voting did stop when polls closed, and a candidate wins only after securing 270 Electoral College votes. Right now, the states are counting legally cast votes. They are also waiting for mail and military ballots to arrive in accordance with state deadlines. The president's message is a continuation of his years-long claim that America's electoral process is inherently fraudulent. In a press conference earlier today, Democratic nominee Joe Biden expressed confidence in his fate in the race.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Eugene Scott join me now. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent tracking the Biden campaign in Delaware. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter following the vote in Philadelphia. And Eugene is a political reporter for The Washington Post and host of the upcoming podcast, The Next 4 Years. Well, that's very catchy. I don't know, though. I don't know if I can handle just the next 4 days. So, but anyway, I look forward to that, Eugene. All right, Nicole, let me start with you. We heard Joe Biden there say that he believes he has enough to win. How crucial is it that they picked up Michigan?
Well, it's extremely significant, one, because that's always been a core part of their strategy. You know, they really wanted to rebuild that blue wall, and they really saw their easiest path to victory by going through the Midwest. At the same time, the campaign argued that it didn't necessarily have to win all of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, while it believes that it still can and will. It did make several arguments that if it picked up, for instance, Wisconsin and Michigan and a state like Arizona, that also kind of changes the map for them. So getting Wisconsin, getting Michigan were very critical. Obviously, Pennsylvania remains very critical too, but it certainly puts the former vice president much closer to that 270 threshold and gives him a little bit of wiggle room to try to get to that magic number. And he said as much today in his remarks that he believes that he is on that path to 270, that he does believe that he can win this. His campaign really exuding a lot of confidence on that front tonight.
Well, Caitlin, we knew the vote count in these states was going to take longer than one night. So bring us up to date. Where do things actually stand right now?
Well, here in Pennsylvania, they are still counting the votes, and they're counting the votes in Philadelphia in this building right behind me at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. They're about 60% of the way through the votes in Pennsylvania. Earlier today, the Secretary of State of this Commonwealth said that over 1 million ballots were still left to be counted. We should note to our audience once again that these are ballots that have been legally cast. We have the president's campaign tonight pledging to take legal action. They have wanted to stop the ballot counting, and they want to take this all the way back to the Supreme Court. Now, it's also important to note that all of the ballots that we're talking about have been received by Election Day. That's what they are counting now. Nobody has won Pennsylvania yet. The ballots are still being counted, and that's what we're watching for in the next couple of days, because we don't quite have a timeline for Pennsylvania. But we knew that it was going to take a while to count these votes, because this is the first time that Pennsylvania has had no excuse absentee voting in a presidential election. And officials here for several months had been cautioning people that just because that the votes will take a while to calculate, because you couldn't start opening them up until 7 a.m. yesterday, that they are prizing accuracy over speed, and that it's okay not to have results here just yet.
Well, Caitlin, you mentioned the president threatening to take the election to the Supreme Court. Is it that simple?
It's very difficult. And when you think of a case like Florida in 2000, that started at the local level. So that's where these kinds of things would go. That's why we're also keeping an eye on the other states to see if Biden reaches those 270 electoral votes before you even have to get to Pennsylvania. So still outstanding, of course, Nevada and Arizona. If the former vice president can win those, he is on a path to 270. Here in Pennsylvania, however, the state Supreme Court ruled ruled that ballots received up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, could still stand to be counted. That went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kicked it back because they had a 4-4 court, but they didn't. The Supreme Court didn't rule out ruling on this after the election, and that's where the Trump campaign is trying to target. I should note, however, and I've noted this before, that we've been talking to voters on the ground here for the past several days, and we spoke to lots of Trump supporters who voted absentee. I spoke to one man yesterday in Bucks County, a key county here, who said that he was dropping off his ballot for his wife who had cancer, and she was voting for Donald Trump.
That's an important point to keep in mind, Caitlin, yes. Well, Nicole, how is the Biden campaign preparing for a potential legal battle?
Well, ideally, they hope it doesn't come to that, but they do tout that they have one of the largest election protection programs and efforts that a campaign has ever built, and they aren't afraid to use it if they need to, particularly against some of these challenges that the president is now mounting. Now, we are still waiting for more specific details as to how the campaign plans to respond to some of these suits that were filed by the Trump campaign, for instance, in places like Michigan and other places. However, the campaign did, as far as the president's comments overnight about trying to take this to the Supreme Court, one of the top legal counsel members of the Biden campaign said today that that was laughable by merit. So they do feel that some of these efforts by the president are frivolous, but they are prepared to fight them in any way that they can.
Well, Eugene, in your latest analysis piece, you took a dive into what the election results so far tell us about the Latino vote, and you wrote that it did not turn out the way many expected. Why?
Well, it's worth noting that the Democrats so far are leading with Latino voters. I believe Biden won Latino voters 2-1. But very often, the left talks about Latino voters and their faithfulness to the Democratic Party in ways that are synonymous to black voters and the Democratic Party, and that's just not the case. Part of that is because Latino is not a race, it's a culture, and it's a culture developed from people from multiple different countries with different ideologies, values, histories, political perspectives, religions, and just cultures in general, and that causes them to engage policy and politics very differently. And so there are some Latino Americans, for example, Cuban Americans or Colombian Americans or Venezuelan Americans who tend to be more conservative than some Mexican Americans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. And so that is why you see states like Florida go for Trump, despite people noting that it has such a large Latino population.
Yeah, you wonder what it is that both sides, both political parties are taking away as they dive into the nuances of some of these communities like Latinx voters. Well, Eugene, Joe Biden's theory of governing is built on reaching across the aisle and working with Republicans, especially if the Senate stays in Republican hands. Now, President Trump has already won more than 66 million votes in this race. Regardless of who wins the White House, what impact is President Trump having on the Republican Party's identity and future?
Well, we know the Republican Party is pretty much Trump's party. I mean, there was no official platform this year for the GOP at their convention. The platform was Trump. And so whether or not Trump could still maintain that level of influence over Republican lawmakers remains to be seen. There's an argument to be made that he likely can, because most Republican voters, the individuals who elect Republican lawmakers, also support Trump. And so his influence, even if he's out of office, will loom heavy. But the reality is that Joe Biden won in part and got a lead very early on by making the argument that he could win the support of Republican lawmakers because of his history of working with them in the past.
Well, Caitlin, let's talk about the Postal Service. It ignored a federal judge's order to sweep processing plants for mail ballots. This was after more than 300,000 scanned ballots could not be traced. Now, according to new data filed today, nearly 7% of ballots in USPS facilities were not processed on time for submission to election officials. So what sort of impact does that have? And in any scenario, could those votes be counted?
Well, this was an election in which the U.S. Postal Service was really a main character, and there were lots of concerns going into this campaign about Postal Service delays. And lots of voters that we talked to increasingly became concerned about putting their ballots in the mail, and that's why we saw people drop them off in person or vote early in person as well. This is significant depending on which state it is. Again, here in Pennsylvania, as it stands right now, ballots received up to 3 days after the election will still be counted because of those Postal Service delays. But if you're in a state that doesn't accept ballots beyond the deadline, this could be something that's problematic.
All right. Well, I know I said this before, but I think we really are almost there now. Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Eugene Scott. Thanks to you all. Really appreciate it. Coming up, President Trump threatens to go to the Supreme Court over election results, but does he have the legal authority to do it? Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
At some point, people will push back.
and they'll push back with violence. It will be force.
And turn the world.
There was another large hotel chain that 18,000 were let go.
Right side up.
That's what's being attacked right now with the climate crisis.
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN. Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
There's a guilty until proven innocent mentality with a lot of these social media mobs.
Think.
This idea that there's something wrong with you if you're fat, that you're ugly.
And stream out loud.
Companies are operating the largest system of censorship that the world has ever known.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Going to court is the way we resolve uncertainty in our country. So no, I'm not troubled at all by the president suggesting that, because the other side's already doing it too. And you can anticipate in close elections, both sides will be lawyered up and we'll end up in court.
That was Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell earlier today speaking about the election and its legal aftermath. A growing number of lawsuits are triggering fights over which ballots should and should not be counted. There are currently about a dozen major voting lawsuits pending nationwide. More are expected. Many of these cases are in battlegrounds like Pennsylvania and North Carolina. As we mentioned, President Trump has prematurely and falsely declared victory over Joe Biden. During that announcement last night, the president said he plans to take his own legal action.
For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want that.
For more, let's bring in Jessica Levinson. She's a professor at Loyola Law School. Professor Levinson, great to have you. Thanks for joining us. So does the president actually have the legal authority to take this ballot discrepancy directly to the Supreme Court?
No, he doesn't. And he said it's time to stop the voting. We're going to have to assume that he meant it's time to stop the counting because, of course, nobody is continuing to vote. The election is over. We had weeks, and then the last day of the election cycle is Election Day. I think what he means is let's stop counting the ballots that either haven't been counted but arrived by Election Day or will be late arriving ballots, meaning they're postmarked by Election Day and they're allowed under state law. But I suspect he worries that those will not favor him. You asked me specifically, does the president have the authority to go straight to the Supreme Court? No, he doesn't. So first, what you need is to find a law that was violated. You have to find some sort of irregularity, not a comment that there's an irregularity, but a statute that was violated, an evidence of violation. Then you go to the district court. In this case, you would ask for emergency relief from the district court. That's appealed then to an intermediary court, a court of appeals. Then you can appeal that again to the U.S. Supreme Court. It takes 4 members of the U.S. Supreme Court to decide to hear a case. There are at least a few members of the Supreme Court who will be extremely excited not to get involved in this particular election. And that's how you wind up in the Supreme Court. We're not yet there. It is 2020. Everything is possible, but we're many, many steps away from that.
All right. Well, in 2016, as you know, the Supreme Court intervened to halt voting in the state of Florida, and that's what the president seems to be at least asking to happen now. Why do you think that would or wouldn't happen?
Yeah, so far, what we don't see is the type of irregularities, the indicia that there has been some sort of fraud, that there's been a breakdown in the system, that something has lacked integrity. So far, what I've heard and seen, and of course, there might be something else out there, but what I've heard and seen is really, I hate to say it this starkly, but it's the President of the United States who doesn't like the outcome. But I have not seen any evidence of fraud, of illegal behavior, of some sort of election snafu. Of course, the courts of law cannot rectify a candidate who's unhappy with a political outcome, but that is what you would need in these cases. You would need to show that ballots that should not be counted are in fact being counted, that ballots are being counted improperly, that the local county registrars and state election administration officials are somehow not fulfilling their duties. I have not at this point seen evidence of any of those things.
So I also want to ask you about this lawsuit that seems to be getting a lot of attention right now. It's in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Now, Republicans allege that the county is notifying only some voters whose mail-in ballot may have had a defect, like a missing signature, and that gives the voter an opportunity to fix it. Republicans believe those ballots should be thrown out because of a federal equal protection violation. So, Professor, what is the legal argument here, and what is your assessment of that argument? Is it a strong one?
Yeah, I hate to give you this answer, but I think it's too soon to tell because at this point we've seen the Republicans' allegations, but we haven't seen specific evidence to back that up, or at least I have not. We have not seen the Democrats' response. I have to say, I hate that this idea of which ballots are being counted has broken along party lines. It is terrible to have to say when it comes to counting ballots, Republicans say this and Democrats say this. You know, in terms of what will happen, to put on my political hat for a minute, this is a really potentially big case if the election comes down to Pennsylvania. We have always known that if the election comes down to Pennsylvania, there will be rigorous fight to the death litigation. But if, as it potentially appears, Vice President Biden does not need Pennsylvania to get to 270, then this litigation, we could see it, again, potentially fizzling. In terms of, the legal merits of it, right now, I have not seen enough evidence to indicate that there is, in fact, a practice that's violating the Equal Protection Clause. I'm hedging. Of course, you're hearing me hedge because all of this is a moving target and things are changing. But at this point, I would not be terrifically concerned if I were the Biden team based on this particular suit.
So the president has a history of seeking alternate legal venues when facing an unfavorable ruling. Can he employ that strategy on voting?
Well, every lawyer's answer, it depends. So certainly the president has a robust legal team and they've been getting ready for quite a while now. And so does Vice President Biden. I mean, let's be clear that both sides have had legal teams who have been fighting for quite a while. Could President Trump seek an alternative legal venue? What we could see is, and I suspect that we will see this in Pennsylvania, there'll be litigation in the state court, and then there will be parallel or secondary litigation in the federal court. We're already seeing iterations of this. And then President Trump, as he's telegraphed to us, and as you asked me, will try his best to get these cases to the Supreme Court. He thinks because he has been able to appoint 3 of the 9 justices, which is very significant, that they will vote in his favor. I will say, of course, to the American people that we need to know what law is at issue, what facts are at issue, again, what the legal question is. I know everything feels so polarized, but let's not prejudge what the Supreme Court would do before we know exactly what the legal issue is and if there are even 4 votes on the court to accept that question.
All right, sounds like wise counsel to me. Professor Jessica Levinson. Professor, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Coming up, CBS News projects Joe Biden has won Michigan as the Trump campaign files a lawsuit to temporarily stop ballots there from being counted. Ahead, we'll speak to Michigan's Secretary of State. Plus, Democrats' hopes to make strides in the House and Senate are dwindling. A look at the party's strategy moving forward. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The role of a journalist is to report about what our government is doing.
The Supreme Court is at the center of a monumental battle.
I feel an incredible responsibility.
This is the moment.
We have to make sure that we're right, that we're fair. The president said he wants this done before Election Day. Can it be done? And bring Americans a greater understanding, but also hopefully bring Americans closer together. That's why I wanted to become a journalist.
This is the moment.
The outcome of the presidential election is still too close to call, and so is the balance of power in Congress. Deborah Alfarone reports from Capitol Hill on where things stand now.
The ballots continue to be counted across several key states, with neither party coming away with the majority in the U.S. Senate so far.
We're awaiting the judgment of the American people.
The Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, held on to his Senate seat, as did South Carolina's Lindsey Graham.
We did it!
While this election may be over, we have to work together.
In Maine, Democratic challenger Sarah Gideon conceded to moderate Republican Susan Collins.
To the people of Maine, thank you.
Former Auburn University football coach, Republican Tommy Tuberville, is projected to flip Alabama's Senate seat after defeating incumbent Democrat Doug Jones. Meanwhile, CBS News projects that former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper, a Democrat, will unseat Republican Cory Gardner.
Let's get to work, Arizona.
Democrats are also keeping a watchful eye on Arizona's race, where Democrat Mark Kelly leads GOP incumbent Martha McSally. The Democrats came up short in their push to flip GOP Senate seats in Iowa, Montana, and Texas. Losing Democratic challengers combined outspent their Republican opponents by at least $120 million.
Money doesn't vote, people do. The polling was off.
On the House side, Republican leaders are in a celebratory mood after flipping several more seats than the Democrats have so far.
I'm very confident we continue to grow our majority.
There's more to come.
CBS News has yet to call the House of Representatives for either party, but Speaker Nancy Pelosi has already claimed victory. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Despite a number of states being too close to call, both the Biden and Trump campaigns are expressing confidence in their odds. The candidates are neck and neck in Pennsylvania, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. Many of the outstanding ballots in battleground states are believed to be from precincts that favor Democrats. Earlier today, Joe Biden said he's on track to gain the 270 electoral votes to win the presidency and expressed trust in the electoral process.
And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive.
Those comments stand in stark contrast to President Trump. He called for all vote counting to stop after prematurely declaring victory overnight. The Trump campaign has already filed lawsuits over ballots in Wisconsin and Michigan. For more on this, let's bring in CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright and CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez. Oh, it's so good to see you. I missed you at the broadcast center last night. It was just not the same without you two. We had you, let's be clear, we had you both, but we didn't have you at the table. So, Antoine, let's just start with you here. Because heading into that night, there were a lot of expectations. There was this blue wall that Democrats were betting on, and it did not fully materialize. The party lost at least 6 House seats to Republicans, and their path to a Senate majority is shrinking. So, Antoine, what's the reality here behind the scenes? Are there conversations happening about party leadership?
You know, I do not want to give the premature benediction to any of this stuff because we're still counting votes in many places. Here's what I feel very confident about. I feel very confident that Democrats will retain their majority in the U.S. House of Representatives, and I'm very confident that we will make some type of net gain in the U.S. Senate to close whatever margin there may be between the differences between the Dems and the Republicans. Here's what I also know. Going into a presidential election cycle with so many unknowns, the first time we've had to cast votes in a pandemic, no one can predict what the outcome was going to be, who was going to show up, where they were going to show up. But we do know we had to block and tackle as Democrats. We had to block out this narrative that Trump campaign was going to run the table with some sort of red wall. And we had to really tackle the reality of trying to turn out our voters and dealing with the challenges that everyday American face. I think we've done well. I think we will pick up some seats in the Democratic House. And I also think we will pick up some seats in the U.S. Senate.
Well, so Leslie, let me turn to you. Clearly, as we see from the results that we know so far, the Trump brand of Republican politics continues to resonate with tens of millions of Americans. Can you help us understand that? What is behind that resonance with such large segments of the country?
There's so many parts of the country that don't understand the populist movement that really fuels a lot of the turnout you're seeing for President Trump. And a lot of that is around the mantra that he ran in 2016 was the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the tremendous frustration at the dysfunction of federal government, in some cases state government, their low approval ratings, not getting a lot of things done. Trump is so unorthodox. He breaks around all of that, and he puts tremendous pressure on establishment Republicans and Democrats together. But he's been successful at moving forward on things that, quite honestly, Republicans didn't have the political capital to spend. And he moved forward on those, and he really built a strong alliance. The interesting thing, when you talk to focus group voters that listen to Trump, they say he's the first politician who's not a politician. I can understand what he's saying. I mean, you may not like his style, some do, but they believe if he says it, he's going to execute on it. He's going to build a wall. He said Mexico was going to pay for it. That didn't really happen. He gets lost in the details, but he gets credit for starting the wall. So it's this. If you've been in politics a long time, there's a statesman type of expectation of how Washington works and the gridlock. He breaks all of that. And there's a tremendous amount of support in this country for someone who will do just that and try to get balance and order around an America that they used to admire. They would say that it presents itself as very strong internationally, and that stands very strong for personal liberties and against socialism. And all of that together creates what we're seeing today.
So, Antoine, let me turn to you, because when we look at the map right now, Joe Biden's path to victory seems to rest on those same states that Hillary Clinton lost 4 years ago. Now, Democrats had said they had learned lessons from 2016. But what is the sense right now as we look at those states on this map and where the vote is still outstanding?
Well, you look at a place like Wisconsin, a place that Democrats lost in 2016. In the 2018 midterms, we came and had a clean sweep in terms of statewide offices in the 2018 midterms. In an election a few months ago, we won a Supreme Court seat there. If you look at the outstanding ballots that remain in a place like Wisconsin, not only are they Democratic-leaning territories, but they're territories that trend African-American. The margins we're ahead in Wisconsin is a 20,000 vote margin. That's virtually the same margin Donald Trump won Wisconsin by in 2016. If you look at a place like Michigan, we're ahead by 35,000 votes and counting. That is virtually the margin Donald Trump won Michigan by in 2016. And I use the words counting. You look at Nevada, the trends are growing our way there. Who knows what may happen in Georgia? In all of those places, Elaine, there are several things happen. One, I think we personalize the attention to voters who may have showed up in 2008 and 2012, but necessarily did not show up in 2016. There was a personalized effort. I know there was direct engagement among African-American men in those places. And I also know the serious investments in the African-American vote share there collectively in all of those places. When you look at Milwaukee, Detroit, and some of those places where we did not do well in 2016. And I think those investments are paying off long term. And once again, as I tweeted earlier today, it is African-American voters that will step up and save this country once again, because if the vote share would have reflected 2016, perhaps Joe Biden would not be in position to being this close to being named the president-elect of these United States.
Leslie, I want to just pick up on what Antoine just said, though. We saw the president have and the campaign have very targeted efforts to those groups, especially in these final days. We saw them target, for instance, African-American men. We saw very specific messages clearly being aimed at elements within the Latinx community. Can you talk a little bit more about that sort of micro-targeted outreach that we did see from the Trump campaign in the final days especially?
The entire thing's been going on the length of the president's campaign. They put a tremendous amount of money into data technology. Micro-targeting used to be the term, but a lot of analytics to understand these voters, find these voters, which was by happenstance in 2016, a much more strategic effort in 2020. The interesting part, though, if you go and look at some of those red states, let's just take some of these red states, for example, the president performed, as other Republicans have, pretty high, at a higher level, very consistent. He didn't gain much, but he didn't really lose much. But in the suburban areas, the areas that were really critical, maybe where the trade-offs were, where he would take more of the working class vote and kind of less of the more affluent white women vote that you may see in some of those suburban areas, you saw bigger disparities where the president was losing by larger numbers, and his numbers were almost flat in terms of support, or he would lose 10, 20, 30,000 votes. They were smaller in some of those counties, but cumulatively, that's where it gets really difficult in states like Wisconsin, states like Michigan. It trended in his favor in Ohio, certainly did that in Miami-Dade, where you saw with a very large Hispanic, particularly Cuban and Venezuelan or Latin American community, that Hillary Clinton won by 300,000 votes, and they managed to get that down to Biden only winning by about 85,000 votes. big swings. And if you talk to people on the ground there, they'll say it was very organic. They liked the stance against socialism. They liked the way he connected the strong stance of the president. You heard it all the way through in Texas with this massive turnout. And people keep scratching their heads saying, I can't believe the president does well with African Americans or Latinos. He doesn't have to win those voters in a group, but he has to stay competitive. That's how you win those swing states. And in many cases, as Antoine points out, that's how you lose them.
So, yeah, Antoine, over
Leslie,
to you. Go ahead, Antoine.
Leslie brought up a fine point when she mentioned working class voters. If there was a gigantic difference between 2016 and 2020, it's the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were able to turn out both white and African American working class voters in the Rust Belt. It's no accident that 3 of the states we lost by slim margins are the reason Joe Biden will likely end up being the president of the United States. I think the messaging has changed. I do think COVID has had impact, and I think the policy failures, perhaps, of Donald Trump and this administration has caused those voters who used to be Democratic voters to come back to the Democratic side of the aisle, and that is the one advantage a Joe Biden candidacy brought to the table, because we all reference to him at some point in our lives as working class Joe or the middle class messenger in chief. I think that narrative has been pulled through in some of the results we see in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
All right, we have to leave it there. Antoine Seawright and Leslie Sanchez, it really does make me so happy to see you both. Thank you.
It's so good to see
likewise.
you. You missed my singing, Elaine.
Thank you.
How did you know, Antoine? That's exactly it. That's exactly right. All right. As we have been reporting, CBS News projects Joe Biden has won the state of Michigan and its 16 electoral votes. The Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit in that state today. The campaign says it has, quote, not been provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots and the counting process as guaranteed by Michigan law. Now, it's asking the state's Court of Claims to stop counting ballots until, quote, meaningful access has been granted. Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson joins me now to discuss this and more. Secretary Benson, thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
What is your response? What is your response? Do you believe that this suit has any merit?
It does not have merit. It's a frivolous lawsuit, and it's really an example of the type of misinformation designed to sow seeds of doubt among our voters about the integrity of our elections process, which I fully stand behind. From the moment the polls opened yesterday, when our poll workers and election workers were able to begin tabulating ballots, up until now, they have been following every rule, meticulously counting every vote, doing so transparently with people from both sides of the aisle, both looking on and working the process. So I'm very confident in our work. I'm very confident in our processes, and I'm very confident that we're going to continue counting the vote until every vote is counted in Michigan.
So for people who may have some skepticism, I know what you just said there, but can Michigan guarantee then, with a high level of confidence, that every vote that was in fact received will be counted?
Yes, that is our job. That is what our over 30,000 election workers all across the state have been committed to doing since they got the green light under Michigan law to begin counting those ballots. I am committed to ensuring every valid vote will count, and that only valid votes will count in our state. And again, we've been transparent and meticulous and secure every step of the way. And that's why I'm confident that when those final unofficial tabulation results are announced, which we hope will happen soon, that we all can be confident that regardless of how a vote was cast or who it was for, that the ultimate results are an accurate reflection of the will of the people.
So I also want to ask you about a situation that seems to be unfolding even as we speak. So we have a CBS News team at the TCF Center in Detroit, and they report there have been some tense scenes with challengers outside a vote tally room. Now, they say some challengers are upset that they are not being allowed in. What can you tell us about that?
I mean, from what we can see, this appears to be something that's really designed simply to drive, again, a narrative, a false narrative, that the process is anything other than open and completely secure. There are plenty of representatives and challengers, as there have been throughout this process, inside TCF Center, watching the process, observing the process. We've been very clear that as soon as someone became disruptive, they would have to leave. We've had actually very little examples of that up until the moment that we're now in. We were actually very pleased and grateful that observers and challengers on both sides of the aisle were respectful of the process, were respectful of our election workers. And by and large, that's still what's happening inside TCF, where the absentee ballots counted in Detroit are just about finishing up. And it's all that we've seen also across the state today.
And in what parts of the state are votes still actually being counted in addition to Detroit?
Detroit, Flint, and Grand Rapids, the city of Grand Rapids, as well as the city of Kalamazoo, they've been the largest jurisdictions outstanding today. Now, they have, by and large, finished up, I believe, a lot of that tabulation, but there's a lot of processes to go through to balance the books, to dot every I and cross every T before results are published. So we're in that process now, making sure, again, that we prioritize accuracy, security, and all details as we move public with results that we know the world, the nation, and every voter in our state is watching. And so we can anticipate probably before the end of the night, we'll have a complete count, if not close to a complete count from Michigan. And again, that's twice as fast as we had anticipated as a result of the high efficiency of our election workers and our local clerks all around the state who have taken seriously their role in protecting the integrity of the process and ensuring every vote would count.
And just very quickly, in our final moments here, any idea on when we may have results on that very competitive Senate race between Senator Gary Peters and John James?
Well, similarly, as in every race on the ballot, we're focusing on counting every valid vote and ensuring only valid votes are counted. And so as with every race, as that tabulation continues, we'll continue to see results in races that are all up and down the ticket. And we leave it to you and the public to interpret and make decisions and determinations. We're just focused on getting those numbers out, getting the data out, and ensuring that it's accurate and people can trust it.
Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Coming up, Florida has come under scrutiny for ballot mishaps in the past, but not this election. A closer look at how President Trump clinched the state. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
COVID-19 is impacting every American in one way or another. But if you're Asian American, you may also be getting the blame.
Overt, in-your-face racism.
I'm Elaine Quijano. Join me as CBS News helps make sense of the unique impact of the pandemic on our country's Asian American communities and why they are making their voices heard in the presidential election.
We count. Our votes matter.
Asian Americans battling bias. Watch free with the CBS News app.
The U.S. is nearing 9.5 million confirmed coronavirus cases. Nancy Chen reports from New York City, where officials are watching the infection rate closely.
With hospitalizations at a record high in Nebraska, health officials are looking to borrow nurses from other states. And hospitals in Iowa and Missouri say bed capacity could soon be overwhelmed. Infection rates are on the rise in nearly every state. Michigan is averaging more than 3,000 new cases a day, leading the state's largest county to postpone jury trials until next year. And the virus continues to throw a shadow over the football season. The San Francisco 49ers shut down their facility after a player tested positive.
Here in New York, the city has struggled back to life by keeping the infection rate under control. But the mayor says he's worried numbers are ticking higher.
The city's average rate of positive test results is hovering just over 1.7%.
To the extent we stabilize around that level, that's something that we can handle for now. But again, that's not where we want to be for the long term. We're going to have to really buckle down to push that number back down.
In Europe, a lockdown goes into effect on Thursday in the UK, closing non-essential businesses and leading to a last-minute rush to hair salons.
I didn't want to have to wait like I did before, the 3 months. It was a nightmare.
I've driven in from outside London to get my last blow dry before we locked down.
The World Health Organization says cases in Italy skyrocketed 72% in the last week. At the Vatican, Pope Francis spoke from his private library, urging followers to obey health authorities and defend against the pandemic. Nancy Chen, CBS News, New York.
Candidates weren't the only thing Americans voted on this election. 32 states weighed in on a combined 120 ballot measures. Danya Backus has some of the initiatives which passed.
Expect more marijuana dispensaries to start opening up around the country in 2021. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana approved measures legalizing recreational marijuana for adults 21 and older. Medical marijuana won approval in Mississippi.
Might help the economy as far as bringing another industry to the state of Mississippi.
On Tuesday, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Voters there also made it legal for people in therapy sessions to use the psychedelic drug in mushrooms. Florida minimum wage workers who fought for more money are getting it. The Sunshine State will gradually increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. Rideshare drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft did not get what they wanted in California. Voters rejected the state's initiative to make drivers employees who receive benefits instead of independent contractors. Uber and Lyft spent $200 million to defeat the initiative, the most expensive effort in state history. The companies threatened to leave California if the measure passed. Anti-abortion amendments were on the ballots in 2 states. Louisiana voters passed a measure asserting there is no state constitutional right to abortion. In Colorado, voters defeated a measure to prevent abortions after 22 weeks unless the woman's life is endangered. In Mississippi, voters decided on a new flag with a magnolia design that replaces their old flag with the Confederate battle emblem. And in Denver, you can legally own a pit bull now. Pit bulls have been outlawed since 1989 in that city following a high-profile attack on a 3-year-old. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Right now, what are we doing? Despite its reputation as an election cliffhanger, Florida was one of the first battleground states to see decisive results last night. We'll have more on that and much more news straight ahead. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
It doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
There's a guilty until proven innocent mentality with a lot of these social media mobs.
Think.
This idea that there's something wrong with you if you're fat, that you're ugly.
And stream out loud.
Companies are operating the largest system of censorship that the world has ever known.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
The role of a journalist is to report about what our government is doing.
The Supreme Court is at the center of a monumental battle.
I feel an incredible responsibility.
This is the moment.
We have to make sure that we're right, that we're fair.
The president said he wants this done before Election Day. Can it be done?
And bring Americans a greater understanding, but also hopefully bring Americans closer together. That's why I wanted to become a journalist.
This is the moment.
When folks on the right talk about socialism, it's a boogeyman.
Socialists are always going to promise you free tuition, free healthcare, free everything, but they will never promise you freedom.
I think of socialism as government control.
Wealth is too concentrated at the top right now.
Providing for people the things that they need is actually the world that we were supposed to live in.
Socialism didn't work in Cuba, North Korea, the Soviet Union.
Capitalism is the bedrock of the American dream.
My daughter's one of 40,000 people a year dying from lack of health care in this country. What kind of country am I living in that we're okay with this?
Latinos and Latinas on the front lines are in an all-out battle against COVID-19, navigating a crisis.
Essential workers are critical to our society, to our very existence.
High poverty rates, low wages, lack of access to adequate health care.
CBS News will help make sense of the devastating impact COVID-19 is having on America's Latin community and look for answers in a special presentation.
We, the people, all the people.
Pandemia, Latinos in Crisis, streaming now on CBSN.
Yesterday, once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation.
The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
We're getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Now, every vote must be counted.
The voting may be over, but we are not finished yet. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. The Trump campaign is suing to stop vote counting in Pennsylvania and asking for a recount in Wisconsin as ballot tabulation and canvassing continues across the country. Here's footage of protesters in New York City and Philadelphia. They are marching and calling for every vote to be counted. It comes after protesters in Detroit tried to enter a vote counting room. They chanted, "Stop the count," before being pushed back by police. This is where things stand after CBS News projected this afternoon that Joe Biden will win Wisconsin. If that margin stays within 1% after the state finishes checking the results, then a recount can be requested. After Wisconsin, CBS News projected Michigan for Biden, likely giving him two states President Trump won in 2016. Overall, that puts Biden closer to the 270 Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency. Let's get right to our panel with Caitlin Huey-Burns, Zeke Miller, and Siobhan Hughes. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, currently in Philadelphia. Zeke is a CBSN political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. And Siobhan covers Congress and Capitol Hill for the Wall Street Journal. Welcome to you all. Thanks for being with us. So, Zeke, walk us through what the Trump campaign is actually challenging here.
The Trump campaign right now is challenging their rights to observe the vote count. They're, as of this point, not challenging the count itself. They're threatening to make all sorts of challenges, particularly in Pennsylvania, to ballots received after Election Day. They have not really done that yet. They've lost that fight numerous times so far. But this is largely a delaying tactic on the part of the Trump campaign that as CBS, as the Associated Press, and other outlets have called more and more of these battleground states for Biden, and he appears to be sort of, at this point, 1 or 2 states away, depending on the state, from hitting that 270 electoral vote threshold. An effort on the part of the Trump campaign to sort of stall as long as possible. They are hoping for that Pennsylvania will swing their way, and then suddenly there could be a newly competitive race again. But also, this is also fulfilling the president's predictions into sort of falsely stoking, unsupported, unsubstantiated theories regarding election fraud or other sort of electoral mismanagement. Results from across the country yesterday pointed to sort of very well-run elections under particularly trying situations with the coronavirus pandemic. There's no evidence of widespread fraud. So the Trump campaign's challenges here are sort of potentially just delaying the inevitable.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, Caitlin, in Philadelphia, members of the Trump campaign, including Rudy Giuliani and the president's son, Eric, held a press conference just a short time ago. What did we learn?
Yeah, they were just right down the street from where I am standing. And the Trump campaign, in addition to the measures that Zeke just described, they're also joining in a lawsuit petitioning the Supreme Court about that ballot extension. The Supreme Court here ruled that ballots accepted after Election Day, 3 days up to after Election Day, could be accepted here. They have joined in that challenge. The Trump campaign also here, in the form of Rudy Giuliani and Eric Trump, alleged without any evidence that Democrats are trying to cheat the system here. We should really just tamper that down right now. What we're talking about here is Pennsylvania is still counting ballots that were cast by Election Day. They're counting them in this building behind me in the Pennsylvania Convention Center here in Philadelphia. They're counting them all across the state, and they have not yet reached a conclusion. They have not finished counting the ballots. So we're not even talking about ballots that are received in the next couple of days. We're talking about ballots that have already been cast in this election, which is completely legal.
Yeah, I mean, for folks who may not be familiar, explain for us, Caitlin, why this vote count is normal.
That's right. Well, in Pennsylvania, they could not start opening up ballots to start processing them until Election Day, and that's because Republicans in this state made it so. There were Democrats here that pushed the legislature to give more time ahead of the election to start opening up ballots to be ready for them to be processed. The Republicans didn't want to do that, and so now you have a delay or not a delay, but it just takes a while to open up these ballots. So that's what we're seeing here. But again, since Pennsylvania is such a critical state, and since it could be determinative, it could help determine whoever wins the White House, given how close this race is, every ballot counts here. So there are protests down the street from where I am. Protesters urging every ballot to be counted. This city is prepared for a lot of attention on it. There are choppers flying overhead right now. This is a city that will be watching, and we don't yet know the timeline for Pennsylvania to finish counting all of those votes.
Yeah, so Caitlin, as you're speaking, I don't know if you can see it, we have a split screen up. If we can show our viewers once again, you mentioned just down the street are those protests, and we can hear those helicopters in your shot. That was, I believe, control room, maybe we can check and see, is that the same protest that Caitlin is talking about? That image right there where you see the banner that reads, count every vote. I'm told yeah, it is, okay, yes, I'm told that is in fact, Caitlin, what you are hearing and seeing perhaps just down the road from where you are outside of the convention center there. So we want to let viewers know, obviously, we are keeping an eye on all of these pictures that are happening across the country as people await word. We've talked about this. We've been trying to prepare people for this notion that it would, in fact, take time. And so we have also been quite aware of some of the rhetoric surrounding this, and we just want folks to know we are going to bring you any additional updates just as soon as we have them. We're going to be very transparent about what we know, what we do not know, and we're keeping an eye on these pictures as well, just not far from where Caitlin is doing her live shot for us. All right, so Siobhan, as we continue to keep an eye on these pictures, let's also talk about the outstanding sort of Senate contests, because when you talk about power and control in Washington, you have to talk, of course, about the Senate. So beyond just the White House, where do things stand? What are you watching now when it comes to control of the Senate?
Well, Caitlin talked about taking time, and in fact, it is taking some time to tally up the Senate races, too. As of now, there are 5 Senate races in battleground states that remain officially uncalled. Those are in Alaska. Now, we do expect that to go for the Republican, but still, that's not going to be known probably until next week. Michigan, a state where absentee ballots were not allowed to be tallied until the morning of Election Day. That's not known. Democrat Gary Peters has pulled slightly ahead of Republican John James, which would keep that in the Democratic column. The focus is really on North Carolina, where Thom Tillis is slightly ahead by almost 100,000 votes. He thinks that's enough for him to keep North Carolina. And then the focus would turn to Georgia, where there are likely to be 2 runoffs in January for seats held by Republicans David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. The bottom line is that Democrats so far have netted a gain of just a single Senate seat. They need 4 if they are to control the Senate with 51 votes, or 3 if Joe Biden is president and Kamala Harris can break Senate ties. So Democrats are short of that goal, and their chances of maintaining or gaining control of the Senate are greatly diminishing. And that could leave the Senate as Republicans' sole source of power in the legislature and the executive branch. That would be it. The power would be in the hands of Mitch McConnell.
All right. And let's talk also about the other chamber, because Democrats, House Democrats, headed into last night hoping to expand their majority. But Siobhan, it does not appear that will be the case.
I talked to one Democratic lawmaker today who said Democrats there were, in her words, numb, disappointed. Democrats look likely to lose seats, maybe something on the order of 10. Again, those votes are still coming in. Republicans were able to hold seats in suburban areas. That was thought to be a stronghold, a big target for Democrats. But instead, you're seeing people like Ann Wagner in the suburbs of St. Louis holding onto her seat, Fred Upton in Kalamazoo holding onto his seat. You're also seeing some New York Democrats whose races haven't been called, but who are at risk. Max Rose in Staten Island, Anthony Brindisi in the western upper part of New York State. And so this was a very unexpected development. Analysts attribute it in part to the fact that Democrats were so careful during the coronavirus pandemic that they didn't engage in a lot of those face-to-face encounters. And Republicans and their proxies were, in fact, knocking on doors. There's also starting to be some blame directed at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for taking a very, very hard line on COVID aid negotiations, refusing to compromise with Republicans, in particular, unless a lot of aid were included for state and local governments. One Democratic aide I talked to said that left vulnerable Democrats going back to their districts with only the talking point of Mitch McConnell is a bad guy. And at a time when their constituents were suffering and needed aid, these vulnerable Democrats were unable to deliver anything. And so that was seen as a blow. Other Republicans running on issues that Democrats focus on social justice had gone so far to the point that it was really denigrating the police in an unfair way. And again, that issue we saw back in 2016 of support for the working white class who really haven't come back to the fold. And finally, another miscalculation some analysts have said is that Donald Trump also outperformed. And so he was not the drag on the ticket that a lot of people might have expected. You saw that really clearly in the Senate races where, excepting for in the state of Maine, where Susan Collins won by about 9 points and Donald Trump lost by about as much, in every single race, how Trump did, the Republican did as well.
Siobhan, I just want to stay with you for a moment as we continue to watch those pictures. That was New York City that we were just showing viewers a moment ago, because you mentioned House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. What were the forces and what have been the forces at work? When you talk about the different kind of wings of the Democratic Party, especially in this environment in 2020, when there has been, and we know this because the exit polls showed that racial inequality was in fact a top issue of importance to voters this year. Describe some of the various ways in which the House Speaker was pulled to try to either, in some instances, come up with a deal, as you talked about, for COVID relief. In other cases, do more or be perceived as doing more, taking a harder line on some of these social justice issues. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
A lot of it, Nancy Pelosi had a very, very fine line to walk. And in some ways, that fine line she was trying to walk got drowned out by a single-minded Republican message of you're too liberal. But for example, in the police reform efforts earlier this year, Republican Senator Tim Scott had put a compromise reform package on the table, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi simply would not take that up. So that was a missed opportunity to impose some curbs of the sort that really both sides had agreed in the unjust killing of Black men, largely at the hands of police officers. But nothing came of that, was one example. But beyond that, it's very, very hard to finesse that type of middle ground message when you're in an environment in which your Republican opponent is charging you with being extreme, liberal, wanting to pack the Supreme Courts, wanting to get rid of the legislative filibuster so that the Senate would become a majoritarian body in which the Green New Deal could pass as long as Democrats were in control, wanting to add seats in Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia in ways that I think both sides do agree would give more power in the legislature to Democrats. And so she was really faced with an overwhelming force of message. And in some ways, it was very, very hard for her to cut through that.
Yeah, and so Zeke, that brings me to you. Describe for us, as we continue to watch again still, for viewers who might just be joining us, we were talking to our Caitlin Huey-Burns just a moment ago. She's outside the Philadelphia Convention Center where there is a vote counting effort underway. This is the scene, I was told, about a block or so away from Caitlin's live shot position where she could hear the protests and actually hear the helicopters circling overhead. That's what's on screen right, screen left. There you see New York City, a similar scene of people gathering. One of the banners that we saw said, "Count every vote." But Zeke, Siobhan was talking about the way in which Nancy Pelosi had been cast. Remind us of some of the rhetoric. What was the rhetoric we were hearing from President Trump in particular this campaign season with respect to that and this idea of, for instance, defunding the police?
No, the short message really from the president, and he had been driving it for more than a year. This had been sort of a fundamental of their campaign from the start, was no matter who their Democratic opponent was going to be, and ultimately it was Joe Biden, but in a lot of ways, Joe Biden became a vessel for attacking Nancy Pelosi and other Democratic members of Congress, was that they were all, quote unquote, socialists or radicals. It was to cast them all with an exceedingly wide brush. And use that to sort of to try to repel some moderate Republicans and suburban voters who may have been susceptible to the Democratic messaging, in part because of their dislike of the president and his Twitter habits in particular, to sort of rethink supporting the Democrats. There's sort of anecdotal evidence as we start digging into some of these returns. It's starting to look like the president succeeded in driving up the negatives of a lot of these, and they themselves sort of drove up. There's a lot of distrust among Democrats in some of these districts, but the president himself never sort of recovered. It didn't turn people on. It didn't protect the president from his own vulnerabilities there. Obviously, as we wait for these final counts to come in, these final battleground states, we'll be able to say that with hopefully a little bit more confidence. But so the indications are sort of in some of these suburban districts where some of these Democratic lawmakers fell and Republicans were able to make some gains. Is that there's a lot of split ticket votes there, and that's going to be really interesting to study as we sort of look at what are the long-term consequences out of this election and sort of the future of Trumpism potentially, as we look at the possibility of there no longer being a Trump in the White House.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of reflection on both sides after this election. All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Zeke Miller, and Siobhan Hughes, thank you all very much. Pennsylvania officials are giving an update on the election there. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Like hell to protect the vote of every Pennsylvanian. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that every vote counts, because in Pennsylvania, every voice matters, every vote matters. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Secretary of State, who's done a phenomenal job of making this election, I think, as smooth as any election I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of elections in Pennsylvania. Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar.
Hi, everybody. I've got to stop meeting like this. Please soon. So thank you all for coming. It was another really good day in Pennsylvania. Our amazing county election directors and personnel across the Commonwealth once again just put in incredible hours and time and energy and patience and attention to detail to make sure that they could proceed with counting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of ballots. They've made excellent progress. They're still working. Department of State are still working, all back at our operations center. I'm going to be going back there after this, and we will be continuing to work into the night, all of us, to support the counties to get this done. So I expect, hundreds of thousands more probably to be counted still tonight. So you could keep watch on the Election Night Returns website. At this point, I think we're actually probably a little bit ahead of where I thought we would be, which is great. So stay tuned. But still thinking, we're talking about a matter of days before the overwhelming majority of ballots are counted. I was thinking the other day, just a couple of days ago, was the 100th anniversary. We celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment this year. And so just a couple of days ago, November 2nd, was the 100th anniversary of the first election that those suffragists got to vote in, and I think when Governor Wolf was talking about how much we cherish and will fight for every voter's right to vote, I think about the suffragists, and it's really been an inspiration all year long to be in this position and to be working to make sure that every single voter of all backgrounds. And I should say, we had 100 years ago was the 19th Amendment, and then of course there were decades longer that voters of color were still denied the right to vote. And it took, civil rights activists, the, incredible struggles and tragedies and triumphs that led to President Johnson signing the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And I take all of this with me every day in this job to make sure that we ensure that every single qualified and eligible voter has the opportunity to vote. And I'm so thankful to work for Governor Wolf, who is incredibly dedicated to that mission as well. So we will continue to fight for every Pennsylvanian for their vote to be counted. And thank you all for being here, and we're happy to take questions.
With the lawsuits that you just described, Governor Wolf, I mean, is it likely that this count will be shut down anytime soon? Is that possible?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what's possible, but I think if you're talking about the Trump lawsuit, the one that Rudy Giuliani talked about, I think they were concerned about the lack of openness and transparency. Well, the Philadelphia that they're talking about has been streaming the processing of ballots, I think right from the start, from the pre-canvassing period. I mean, I think it's being live streamed on their website. So I guess you can get it, anybody can get it anywhere in the world. So I'm not sure how equals a lack of transparency. It seems to me it's never been more transparent than it is right now. I don't know, Kathy, you are a lawyer. You want to say something?
I mean, we can't comment on active litigation, but I can tell you that we will oppose any effort, every effort, to at any point shut down the vote. We get to decide when the last vote is counted.
Yeah, clearly, it sounds like you're clearly saying you're not expecting this to result in any kind of order where you would have to stop counting.
again, I can't comment on what any court is going to do, but no, we don't have any anticipation that the vote count is going to stop. I think it will continue until the last ballot is counted and every vote is going to have the opportunity to cast their vote.
If I could, they're also trying to stop counting of certain ballots. Like including the ones that came in after yesterday, and then those ones that wound up being provisional because people were notified. My question is, do you have any estimate on how many ballots are at stake in those categories that you're trying to stop?
So no, I mean, I think that I'm not sure if you were here earlier. I think it was this morning that I was asked, and we really won't know the full scope of the universe of ballots until the canvas is finished. But I can tell you, I mean, for the late arriving ballots, I think it's actually, it seems to be so far a much lower number of late arriving ballots than what we saw in the primary. So, but again, it's anecdotal. I've only heard from a couple of counties, but large counties from opposite ends of the state, it was both a very modest number of ballots. So that's good news. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Hundreds. Yeah. So it was great. I mean, obviously, I would rather nobody have, rather nobody fall into the category. And obviously, we're going to count every one of those ballots, as I've talked before. But it seems to be a very modest number. So.
Your also ability to, I know to some extent you can judge how many are still out there.
Are you talking about for the ballots arriving after November 3rd? Or are you talking about other things?
I'm talking mainly about the ones that coming in after November 3rd.
So, I mean, we'll track them day by day because the law as it stands applies to ballots, that are cast by Election Day and received by 5 p.m. on November 6th. So it's a limited period of time that we'll be tracking, and we'll have those numbers as we go. Yes. Sorry, Governor, if you want to.
Hi. For both of you, I would just like to know if you have specific responses to the president's sort of general accusations that election officials here and in other states are specifically finding ballots for Vice President Joe Biden or any other candidate. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
No. Again, I've been around for a lot of elections. In Pennsylvania, we have free, open elections, and the 67 counties, which is where these elections are administered, all across the state have been very open, very fair in the past, and so far everything I've seen leads me to believe this election is no different.
So I want to take this opportunity to explain how mail-in and absentee ballots work in Pennsylvania so that you can understand and everybody can understand that you couldn't find a box of ballots somewhere. So the way it works in Pennsylvania, we don't just send ballots to voters. You have to apply for it. So there's a record where you've submitted an application, you've put in either your Social Security last four or your driver's license number, you've been checked against the PennDOT database or the Social Security database before you even, and against your voter record to make sure that you're actually registered and qualified voter in the county. You've put in your address, right, where you want the ballot mailed before you ever even get a ballot. So then when you submit your ballot, you've sent it back, you've signed the outer declaration on the outer envelope, and when the county gets your ballot, they're looking at your name on that declaration, and they're again checking to make sure that you actually applied for that ballot and were approved. So that's all public record. There are lists of the voters who fall into these categories, and it's why we're able to track the numbers of how many were applied for, how many were cast. They're all only by eligible voters. So if you found a box of ballots in a room, they would have to match up with a list of people who actually were qualified voters who got approved. So it literally could not happen in Pennsylvania. You could not find ballots. They are all accounted for, and there are party representatives, candidate representatives permitted for every single candidate and every party to be in the room, as Governor Wolf was talking about. It has never been so transparent, ever. You've got counties live streaming, you've got party and candidate representatives watching every step of that process. It's just not happening. There's no evidence of anything like what was alleged. Questions?
The eyes of the country obviously watching Pennsylvania. You're both speaking very positively about the process so far. Is it fair to say you both expect, legally and otherwise, Pennsylvania's election system will hold up under scrutiny?
Yes. Yes.
Regarding the lawsuit, what is the timeline, the next steps that it would go through? And as counties have been separating the ballots that arrived late in case they are not to be counted, will they be counted in the totals while we wait for a decision from this lawsuit?
So every ballot is going to be counted, and yes, they're all going to be segregated. So every one of those ballots will be counted by the counties, but they will keep those results segregated and the ballots segregated. I can't really speak yet for the time frame. We haven't been assigned a scheduling order, but once we do, we could provide that information.
Could I ask, would it go straight to the Supreme Court?
I probably. Yeah, if you're talking about the litigation where the Trump campaign is looking to intervene in the case that was already before the Supreme Court, yes. Okay, yes.
Something we've been talking about for months. We knew it was going to come down really to us in Pennsylvania. It's not a surprise to us, but this is kind of a loaded question. The whole nation that maybe is not understanding as much what we've known forever. Is there anything that you would really want to address to them? Because everybody's looking at us like, what's happening with Pennsylvania? Can you just give a kind of a brief explanation for why it is coming down to us?
It's not because we're the center of the universe. I don't know, Governor, you want to take this one?
Well, thank you for asking the question. Pennsylvania is a big state. We have 20 electoral votes, and Pennsylvania has always been an important state for elections, and it became especially important in the 2016 election when the Republican candidate actually won the 20 electoral votes. So people have recognized right from the start that this is going to be a state that is really important for whoever ultimately wins the election, that they ought to really try everything to win Pennsylvania. In my mind, it's always been a very important state. We are the keystone state, but in this election, it has loomed very large indeed in both campaigns.
I just think that some people might not understand why the process, like how come Michigan and Wisconsin, that they were able to get it done faster and they're also key. Is there anything particular that you want to kind of let the average person know that might not know what we have known all along?
Yeah, well, there are a couple of things, and I'm not sure, maybe Kathy can talk a little bit about this in Wisconsin and Michigan, but in Pennsylvania, you can't start counting ballots until the polls close at 8 p.m. Some places you can actually start to count early. In Pennsylvania, you can't even start to pre-canvass. That means you can't prepare mail-in ballots by opening the envelopes, smoothing them out if there are wrinkles in them, to prepare them to be scanned at 8 p.m. You can't even start that process until 7 a.m. on election day. Other states have days before the election. As soon as the ballots come in, you can get them ready to be put into the scanner at whatever time you want to do that. So Pennsylvania has always had a late start on the counting process, and that has just been accelerated with more ballots coming in by mail. So I think that's the reason that this is taking more time. I'm frankly very pleased with the 3 million ballots applied for by mail. We have a record registration. Over 9 million people registered to vote in Pennsylvania. That's the first time it's ever gone over 9 million. And so there's a whole confluence of things, a lot of people voting, a new election law in place that went into place in was passed in 2019. June 2nd was the very first election where we had the primary. And we have these unusual rules in Pennsylvania that we can't start to count until the polls close. So all those things have conspired to make the results come in a little later a couple days later than we normally get them. But again, keep in mind, this is not unusual in some cases. Military ballots have, I think in the election code, a week to come in. So they've always been counted late. It's just there haven't been as many absentee ballots coming in as there are right now in Pennsylvania. So I think, did I cover everything?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Secretary Boockvar, this question is for you. Could you elaborate a bit on the difference between the voting systems? We've had a number of people contact us that are worried about their votes and whether they'll be counted. because the fact that, one polling place is saying to use black pins versus black markers. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. So in Pennsylvania, when we mandated at the Department of State that every one of the 67 counties upgrade their voting systems to new voter verifiable paper trail secure systems, we knew that we have a great Commonwealth. And in Pennsylvania, the counties have the authority to select among certified voting systems that the Department of State certifies. They actually have to be certified by both state and federal government. So we created new security standards and new accessibility standards, and we ended up certifying 5 different manufacturers, and really it ended up being probably between 20 and 25 different types of systems and configurations. And every one of them meets our security standards, our accessibility standards, and every component of Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania statutes that they require for voting systems in Pennsylvania. So though they all look a little different and feel a little different, they all meet the highest standards of security and accessibility, and they all have a voter verifiable paper trail. So, and of course, every precinct in Pennsylvania is also mandated under federal law to provide an ADA accessible ballot marking device. Some counties allow all voters to use it, some try to limit it to voters with disabilities. Either way, those are all within the context of the law, and again, meet the highest standards of security and accessibility. So every voter, no matter how you vote, where you vote, you can have tremendous confidence that your vote is secure and your ballots will be counted accurately.
If we break that down a little bit more here, like for instance, the Dominion system recommends that you use a black marker versus a black pin. There are voters who have reached out to us who said, oh, well, I was told that if you use a black marker for this system, it'll be thrown out.
No. So the type of pen is really about the ability for the scanner to read the ballot. So let's say you mark your circles, I don't know, with a red pen, which you're really, most systems work with black or blue. The Dominion system, like Montgomery County, tends to, say black is better. It just is read better by the scanner. But if it's not read by the scanner, it will be read by a person. So no ballot is rejected or not counted because of the wrong, as long as you've filled in the circles, you haven't, done things that would violate your vote, like, I don't know, putting X's through things and arrows and things that wouldn't constitute a vote. It doesn't matter. Your vote will be counted as long as they could determine the voter's intent. Sure. Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
You were just watching Pennsylvania officials give an update on the election there. We're back after a break. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Todd.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Coming up, Americans didn't just vote for candidates this election. Which states passed ballot provisions and how they could impact your daily life? Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
This election has seen a number of incidents of attempted interference. Unfortunately, some of those efforts may have been effective. As first reported yesterday, the FBI is investigating a wave of robocalls that told voters to stay home on Election Day. Many of those calls were made in the battleground of Michigan. For more on this, let's bring in CNET senior producer Dan Patterson. Hi there, Dan. So this is concerning, but do we have any way to gauge the effectiveness of those robocalls? And does the FBI have any leads on who is behind them?
Good to see you, Elaine. So initially, we had reports that were confirmed by Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel saying that residents were receiving robocalls instructing them that because of long lines to vote yesterday, or the next day, as in today. We saw similar calls go out in Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, and Georgia. Although, unfortunately, there is no real way to gauge the effectiveness of calls like this. We do know that political advertising and what we call GOTV, that's get out the vote, which robocalls can fall into, is effective. So we have no reason to believe that calls like this would not be effective, especially when you target voters who are not necessarily dialed into Twitter or Facebook or News 24/7. The FBI has been investigating this. We don't have leads on this, but what we do know is that our cell phones are incredibly vulnerable. All of our voting information is publicly available through the Secretary of State's office, and you can purchase tools that allow you to see incredibly granular details about people, including their cell phone number and their home address. So it's real easy to kind of astroturf or push out these inauthentic disinformation campaigns designed to fool or mislead voters. We'll continue speaking with the FBI, but right now we just don't have any attribution information.
Well, Dan, I also want to ask you about QAnon. You've done a lot of reporting on this group. It has developed from a fringe conspiracy group to a political force in the GOP over the past 6 months. Now, one of their candidates, Marjorie Taylor Greene, just won a seat in Congress. Tell us a bit about her, and how did other candidates supporting QAnon do?
Okay, so QAnon has received a ton of media attention in the last 6 months, but it really did start off as this kind of fringe group that believes all kinds of different theories. Marjorie Taylor Greene, running in Georgia, was one of the most prominent QAnon candidates, or at least she'd expressed sympathies for the group. She kind of walked those back in the last few weeks, but there were a lot of candidates who expressed support for QAnon across the political spectrum. In fact, there were 27 running for Congress, 4 who were running for Senate, and the rest for the House. Now, QAnon was and remains a powerful force across social media in terms of disinformation, but they weren't so effective at the ballot box. Marjorie Taylor Greene did win, but another QAnon candidate who has received widespread attention in the alt-right, Laura Loomer, lost her race, and a number of the other House races lost. One of the most prominent Senate races in Oregon, Jo Rae Perkins, she won her primary with over 50% of the GOP vote, but she lost pretty decisively, 59-38. She had compared faith in QAnon to faith in Jesus Christ, and was connected to a lot of other QAnon accounts. Now, we're still kind of looking at the money, how a number of these candidates have raised money and where the money is going to go after the fact. But right now, it seems like there was a pretty widespread rejection of QAnon across the political spectrum last night.
Well, Dan, do you think that this election has taught us anything more about our vulnerabilities when it comes to election interference?
I think, Elaine, every 2 years, we're going to have a larger conversation about election interference that will kind of evolve as technology evolves. And kind of what we're learning is that there are technical vulnerabilities, cyber vulnerabilities, hacking vulnerabilities that do exist within our electoral system. But we've seen this shift in the last 18 to 36 months, at least in terms of the InfoSec and people who kind of look at information operation campaigns, and they see that social media remains one of the most valuable targets. So I don't know whether we have learned anything. I don't know what we have learned, but I do know that one of the primary targets, the threat, the thing that we're most vulnerable to is maybe ourselves, our own ability to be manipulated. And social media is going to continue to be one of those vectors.
All right, well, hopefully some awareness will at least help some people pause and try and ask themselves some questions before they take information they find on social media at just face value. Dan Patterson for us. Dan, thank you very much.
Good to see you, Elaine.
People from around the world are closely watching the presidential race here in the U.S. Ian Lee has more on the global reaction.
Bonjour à tous. L'édition spéciale se poursuit. Commentators around the world filled the airways.
Good evening. It's the election the whole world is watching.
With predictions about the U.S. presidential election. In every language, you could sense the uncertainty.
Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
Many Europeans are surprised the results didn't come straight away.
A wee bit anticlimactic waking up and there's no result after all the build-up.
Just very sad, just like shocked that it's so close.
Underscoring how pivotal the world sees the U.S. election, the hashtags Trump, Biden, and U.S. elections 2020 are trending across Europe and around the globe. A presidential election doesn't just determine who will lead the U.S. For America's allies, it selects their partner for the next 4 years.
The UK-US relationship is in great shape, and we're confident that it will go from strength to strength.
While America's rivals like China, Iran, and Russia also have an interest in how the results play out and what relations will look like going forward. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
That does it for today. You can stream Red and Blue Monday to Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. And a reminder, if you want to watch previous episodes of the program, you can stream them anytime on the CBS News website. Just head to cbsnews.com/red and blue.
The reboot of Roseanne is over.
Kevin Hart stepped down following an outcry.
Sanders is retracting his endorsement.
When institutions are criticized, that shame can be productive.
The editor-in-chief of Bon Appetit magazine has resigned.
I focus on people who have hoarded power, money, and status.
What folks are doing is saying that this is not acceptable for our society.
We are simply failing to reason.
Why the is he here?
I remember comments like, "You deserve to die."
We're human. We've all made 1,000 mistakes.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
There's a guilty until proven innocent mentality with a lot of these social media mobs.
Think.
This idea that there's something wrong with you if you're fat, that you're ugly.
And stream out loud.
Companies are operating the largest system of censorship that the world has ever known.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
What do we want?
Climate justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
We want to organize and spread the message that this is urgent.
I try to be a voice for the voiceless.
I'm here to fight for my right to have a planet. Our government has not taken action on climate change.
They want to stop the production of energy here in the United States, and it's really an anti-American policy.
Young people have the most at stake.
We're seeing stronger storms, stronger droughts. We are racing against time.
The climate crisis is first and foremost a human issue.
Like we've always been out in the street pushing the envelope because we want our future to be better.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
COVID-19 is impacting every American in one way or another. But if you're Asian American, you may also be getting the blame.
Overt, in-your-face racism.
I'm Elaine Quijano. Join me as CBS News helps make sense of the unique impact of the pandemic on our country's Asian American communities and why they are making their voices heard in the presidential election.
We count. Our votes matter.
Asian Americans battling bias. Watch free with the CBS News app.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
Washington Redskins under pressure from sponsors and advocacy groups.
These racist statues gotta go!
Protesters tearing down memorials to the country's racist history.
Changing the name of sports teams is a kind of distraction from actual justice and political change.
Institutions love it. Please fight about the statues. They know that at the end, the structure will remain unchanged.
Logos and mascots may seem like a distraction, but they symbolize racial oppression. A logo change is just one step in a much bigger process.
Is this a moment of reckoning? I think it can be.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
It's not just left and right.
What are the most vulnerable issues for both President Trump and for Joe Biden?
It's not just wrong and right.
What is the pitch to voters?
The biggest pitch is going to be the economy.
Our politics don't have to divide us. They can unite us.
Healthcare is an animating issue for voters.
This is why we're here, to help make sense of the most important issues in America.
Thank you for helping to bring clarity on election night.
Watch Red and Blue, weeknights at 5 on CBSN.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. Thank you so much for joining me. Joe Biden is inching closer to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Biden's chances of capturing the White House were improved by victories in 2 states that President Trump won back in 2016. CBS News projects that Biden will win Michigan and its 16 electoral votes. CBS News also projects that the former vice president is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral votes. There are still several states, of course, where the race is too close to call. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are all considered toss-ups. Out west, the races in Arizona and Nevada are likely Democratic. But all of that isn't stopping President Trump from falsely declaring victory in some of those states. His campaign is also mounting legal challenges in several states the president appears to have lost. For his part, Joe Biden said Wednesday that he believes that he will be the winner once all of the votes are counted. At least 70 million Americans have voted for the former vice president, with at least 67 million casting their ballots for President Trump. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe has the latest.
Joe Biden said today the wave of ballots trickling in over the last 24 hours is enough to put him over the top.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
The Biden campaign feels they have a clear path to 270 electoral votes, with both Arizona and Nevada leaning blue, plus a presumptive win in Wisconsin and a victory in Michigan, giving him 2 key battleground states he needs.
In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016.
But as angry Trump supporters demanded entry to a ballot processing center in Detroit today, the Trump campaign sued to stop the Michigan count, arguing they need to review the ballots already opened and counted.
This is fraud. This is absolute fraud.
The Trump campaign is also trying to stop the count in Pennsylvania, where the president currently has an edge. But there are more than 1 million ballots uncounted, many from Democratic-leaning cities and counties.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory.
The president's legal team is hoping the Supreme Court will strike down a lower court's decision to count Pennsylvania mail-in ballots received by Friday, but that were postmarked by Election Day. The court previously refused to do so.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Despite Biden's victory in Wisconsin, with almost every vote counted, the president's campaign demanded a recount, though it's unlikely to substantially change the outcome. President Trump took his anger out on Twitter today, falsely claiming that his leads in Democrat-run states started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Twitter flagged them as misleading, as those votes were legally cast and returned by the deadline. Biden's fortunes turned in the last 24 hours because he was able to win back Michigan and Wisconsin, two states that went for Mr. Trump in 2016, by flipping independents and building on then-nominee Hillary Clinton's lead among women. He also performed better among union households than Clinton did in Michigan. In Arizona, he won among white women with college degrees and seniors, two groups that went for the president 4 years ago.
For more, we go now to Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter and joins me now from Philadelphia. Caitlin, you're there in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. What's the latest on the vote count there?
They are still counting votes here in Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State held a news conference this evening and says that there are still about 1 million ballots left to be counted. Many of them are being counted in this building right behind me, the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where workers have been working around the clock in 8-hour shifts, processing and tabulating all of those ballots. We knew going into this election that Pennsylvania was likely going to take a while to count results. That's because this is the first time Pennsylvania has had no excuse absentee voting for a presidential race. They had a record number of people voting that way, and Pennsylvania state law says that you can't start opening up those ballots to be processed until Election Day. So we knew it would take a while. The Secretary of State says they're still counting ballots and that it'll likely be a few days before they finish.
Yeah, unlike other states in which they started opening those ballots, processing them, getting them all ready before Election Day, Pennsylvania was restricted from being able to do that. The Trump campaign filed a lawsuit in Pennsylvania seeking to stop the counting of ballots. It took similar action in Michigan, and at the same time, the campaign is also calling for a recount in Wisconsin. It's also lashing out at some media organizations who have called Arizona for Joe Biden, though we should note, of course, that CBS News has not yet made a projection for Arizona, but currently rates the state as likely Democratic. Caitlin, take us through the arguments that we're hearing from the president and his campaign. What is their strategy?
Well, their strategy seems to be that they don't want the vote counting to continue, and that suggests that they don't believe that they could win when all the votes are counted. Remember, this is how elections work. You wait till all of the votes are counted. The votes that we're talking about here in Pennsylvania were all votes that are being tabulated right now that were cast by or on Election Day. So that is really key to remember, that these are all legally cast ballots. The president heading into this campaign had derided mail-in ballots and absentee voting. He denigrated that system and had been claiming heading into the election that it would be a fraudulent one. And we're seeing him continue to talk about that strategy. We also saw the campaign really focused heading into the election on Election Day voters. They argued that they would make up the margins in the absentee vote with voters on Election Day. Now, the president did better than expected, better than the polls suggested, especially in some of these key battlegrounds. And we're seeing down ballot Republicans surviving in Senate races, and also Republicans expanding their seats in the House. Even still, however, the votes still need to be counted here in Pennsylvania before anybody can declare any sort of victory. The Trump campaign trying to do that is just absolutely false. The Trump campaign also has said without any evidence that this is a fraudulent system. But again, we're just reminding viewers that these are all ballots that were cast legally on or by Election Day.
Yeah, and we heard the Pennsylvania authorities also indicate that you can watch in real time people processing the ballots, that everything is in fact above board, as we just showed our viewers a little bit ago. Well, Caitlin, the president had also indicated that he wants to take the election to the Supreme Court. Under what conditions might that happen?
That would be very difficult, Lana, especially because anything that would make its way up to the Supreme Court would have to start at the local level. Here in Pennsylvania, as we've talked about before, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received after Election Day, up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, could still be counted. And this is something that Republicans here in the state challenged. That went up to the Supreme Court. They were a 4-4 court at that point and kicked it back here, but conservative justices on the Supreme Court didn't rule out the possibility of ruling on that after the election. But what we're going to be watching in the coming days here in Pennsylvania are what are the margins, and do you even need to have those votes later to make up some of those numbers? In other words, if Joe Biden is leading here by a healthy amount of votes, it would be very difficult to say that the rest of those votes couldn't count. But here in Pennsylvania, as it stands right now, if your ballot ends up arriving up until Friday, it is still going to be counted.
And we're showing our viewers right now the latest standing in terms of Pennsylvania. How is the Biden campaign preparing for a potential lengthy legal challenge by the Trump campaign if, in fact, that balance tilts towards Biden and the election is called for him after all of the ballots are counted?
Well, tonight the Biden campaign is seeming to be pretty confident. You saw the former vice president speak with Kamala Harris tonight, this afternoon in Delaware, urging all of the votes to be counted before any decisions are made. But we have called the race for him in Michigan and Wisconsin, those key states that Hillary Clinton lost by narrow margins and helped deliver Donald Trump a victory in 2016. Pennsylvania was also one of those states that was determined by a very slim margin as well. The Biden team has a team of lawyers, as does the Trump team. They were all prepared for going down to the wire, especially in a place like Pennsylvania, to make sure all those ballots are counted. The question is, does it even have to get to that point? We're still waiting on Arizona and Nevada to be called. If they are called for Biden and he's winning Michigan and Wisconsin, that puts him on the path to collect those 270 electoral votes.
Right, independent of Pennsylvania. All right, Caitlin, I want to talk to you in my last couple of moments with you about the U.S. Postal Service. They are ignoring a federal judge's order to sweep processing plants for mail-in ballots. The reason why they were asked to do this was more than 300,000 scanned ballots couldn't be traced. According to new data filed Wednesday, nearly 7% of ballots in the USPS facilities were not processed on time for submission to election officials. What is the impact of this, Caitlin? And is there any way for those votes, people who cast their ballots before Election Day, to actually have their votes counted?
Well, this was what election officials were warning about in states like Pennsylvania and around the country, was these delays in the Postal Service. And they had been urging people to get their ballots in as soon as they possibly could or drop them off in person. And we actually heard that a lot from voters, that towards the end of this campaign, there was a real distrust in the Postal Service or an anxiety about getting it in on time. So what you're just describing really depends on what state you're in. As I mentioned, here in Pennsylvania, they'll accept those ballots up to 3 days after Election Day. But in some states, they had to arrive by Election Day. In some states, you're allowed to track your ballot. You're able to scan your ballot, track it through the system to make sure it got in on time. But again, this is a system that varies state to state. And so the rules really do just vary state to state. So in some cases, that could have an impact.
Caitlin, you have gotten very little sleep, but have been on top of it all. You're doing an excellent job. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
CBSN will, of course, have continuing coverage as votes come in. Don't forget to tune in on Thursday for a very special edition of Red and Blue, hosted by my colleague Elaine Quijano, who will break down the latest election results with our team. That's from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN. Federal officials say the 2020 presidential race has been one of the most secure in the nation's history. But as we anticipate final results, many Americans remain concerned about potential election meddling and the possibility for foreign interference. Greg Bauer is a former U.S. attorney and a former assistant director for the FBI and joins me now from Washington. Greg, great to have you. So right off the bat, have we seen any significant security threats yet to this year's election?
We have not that we are aware of. As you mentioned, since the lessons learned from the 2016 presidential election, the effort by the federal government as a whole and by state and local governments and private sector partners has really been unprecedented. It's been what you might call an all-of-government effort incredible amount of resources devoted to making sure that our election infrastructure is able to withstand attacks. And make no mistake about it, those attacks are a daily occurrence. Government systems at the state, federal, and local levels are subject to attacks by our adversaries, the Russians, the Iranians, and others on a daily basis. But the idea is to be able to allow those infrastructure components to withstand those attacks. And so far, it does appear that that has been successful in 2020.
Well, we know foreign operatives have tried to use disinformation to meddle in U.S. elections. This year, Twitter took down some fake Associated Press accounts that were inaccurately calling races. What other suspect online activity have you been seeing in this election?
Well, there's been quite a bit, and that's, of course, a different sort of attack than the attacks on the infrastructure, the
Sure.
sort of hacking attacks, the cyber attacks that we see. The attacks based upon disinformation are also carrying over from 2016, where we know that the Russians were at least very prolific, if not successful. And so it's hard to immediately notice when it's out there, but rest assured, and the public ought to be aware of the fact that when they see certain posts on social media, it may be a foreign adversary trying to influence the thinking of Americans as the election approached. And so, we hope, of course, that did not play any significant influence on the outcome, but rest assured it was happening.
We have heard President Trump cast aspersions on the electoral process and the security of it, and we know that U.S. intelligence officials have worked very hard to make this election secure. Overall, how good of a job did we do as a country?
Well, so far it would appear that we've done very well. I would suggest that the predictions by the Department of Homeland Security that this would be the most secure election in U.S. history will probably turn out to be true. We haven't seen any evidence so far of any sort of penetration into the system by a foreign adversary in a way that would make a difference in the outcome of the vote. And I don't think we're going to see that in the days to come. So on the whole, it would appear to be a success so far.
And of course, given the pandemic, more Americans cast their votes by mail this year than ever before. How did that affect the risks?
Well, the vote by mail reality presents a whole separate, I would suggest, set of potential risks than the traditional cyber threat that the Department of Homeland Security and others have spent so much time and energy in preparing for over the last 4 years. But it seems as though the state and local electoral infrastructures around the country have done a good job of anticipating the volume of mail-in ballots. And we are, of course, witnessing now the continuation of the counting of those ballots. But it looks like it's all happening according to plan, and it should be completed soon. So I think that, given all of the challenges of the pandemic and all of the threats out there with respect to our electoral infrastructure, we're doing pretty well.
All right, that's good to hear. Greg Bauer, thank you.
Thank you.
Democrats are eyeing Nevada and Arizona. If Joe Biden can hold on to his leads there, he will win the White House. Jamie Yuccas is in Phoenix. Jamie, what are you hearing there?
We are expecting a new tally here in Arizona tonight between in-person and mail-in ballots returned on Election Day. Arizona is tabulating about 600,000 votes. Just over 2/3 of those are in Maricopa County, which is the state's biggest voting area and includes Phoenix and its suburbs. It's a fast-growing and diverse area. Arizona has been reliably Republican, but former Vice President Joe Biden has been ahead in the state so far. Trump would need to win these uncounted ballots by a huge margin to overtake Biden's lead. The Arizona Attorney General's office says hundreds of voters have raised concerns that the use of Sharpie markers may have caused ballots to be rejected. State officials say that's not the case, and it's still a waiting game in Nevada. Mail-in ballots received on Election Day and those that will be received this week still need to be counted. Nevada's next update won't be before tomorrow morning. Lana?
All right, thank you, Jamie. A record number of people voted this election, and on Wednesday, with some states still up in the air, protesters across the country rallied to, quote, protect the results. Mola Lenghi is in New York City with the very latest.
There are about 1,000 people here at this Manhattan park having taken to the streets earlier this afternoon, demanding that every vote counts. Now, these folks marched about 30 to 40 blocks through Manhattan, finally arriving here at Washington Square Park. Organizers are calling it a Protect the Vote, Protect the Results rally, saying they want to keep the pressure on and make sure that ballot counting in this presidential election is not stopped prematurely in some of the closely contested states that remain. We've seen pro-Joe Biden signs and T-shirts. We've heard anti-Donald Trump chants out here. This is a mostly Joe Biden supporting crowd. Some protesters are accusing President Trump of trying to steal this election. Now, this is just one of a dozen similar rallies happening across the country, from Philadelphia to Chicago to Washington, D.C., where there are about 100 protesters gathered. Protesters have been largely peaceful out here, but of course there are dozens of NYPD police officers who are out here and who in fact flanked the crowds as they marched down here to the park, and they say they are ready, not just tonight, but they will be for the next few days, keeping an eye and monitoring any potential unrest in the aftermath of this election.
Coronavirus cases continue to surge across the country. The total number of cases nationwide is now climbing towards 9.5 million, and the death toll has topped 233,000. Nancy Chen is in New York City, where officials are anxiously watching the numbers.
With hospitalizations at a record high in Nebraska, health officials are looking to borrow nurses from other states. And hospitals in Iowa and Missouri say bed capacity could soon be overwhelmed. Infection rates are on the rise in nearly every state. Michigan is averaging more than 3,000 new cases a day, leading the state's largest county to postpone jury trials until next year. And the virus continues to throw a shadow over the football season. The San Francisco 49ers shut down their facility after a player tested positive.
Here in New York, the city has struggled back to life by keeping the infection rate under control. But the mayor says he's worried numbers are ticking higher.
The city's average rate of positive test results is hovering just over 1.7%.
To the extent we stabilize around that level, that's something that we can handle for now. But again, that's not where we want to be for the long term. We're going to have to really buckle down to push that number back down.
In Europe, a lockdown goes into effect on Thursday in the UK, closing non-essential businesses and leading to a last-minute rush to hair salons.
I didn't want to have to wait like I did before. The 3 months was a nightmare.
I've driven in from outside London to get my last blow dry before we locked down.
The World Health Organization says cases in Italy skyrocketed 72% in the last week. At the Vatican, Pope Francis spoke from his private library, urging followers to obey health authorities and defend against the pandemic. Nancy Chen, CBS News, New York.
Coming up after the break, as more results come in, we're getting a better idea of who may control the balance of power in Washington. Ahead, we take a closer look at races for the House and the Senate. Plus, how the African-American vote is impacting the election results. We'll hear from the president of the NAACP on issues that drove voters to the polls. This is CBSN. CBS News, always on.
These are hard, tiring, taxing jobs, even before coronavirus came.
This is my Clorox wipes, my Lysol. I have no idea what I'm walking into. I don't know if the customers are carriers.
I feel privileged to be out here when so many people are out of work.
Did you ever think that you would find yourselves at the front line?
We have the opportunity to bring something valuable to the community, and that feels good.
We have to be willing to change policy on a permanent basis to recognize and honor these workers.
It doesn't seem like it's worth the risk that you endure every day.
I have to do what I can to take care of myself and my family.
If you had the choice, would you stay home?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my God, the truck is sinking.
Devastating flooding has reached catastrophic levels.
Rising sea levels are threatening America's coasts.
You would have to take that house and put it on stilts 10 feet tall.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
The concentration of the highest rental rates is exactly where the elevation is highest.
This was the evidence to prove that climate gentrification was real.
Pay $1,800 in 5 days or you have to leave. Were you scared?
Yes.
Every single person who stood up and said, I am not paying this rent increase, received an eviction.
Haitians built this place and you're getting kicked out.
Yes.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Nevada is not expected to release election results until Thursday. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden holds a narrow lead there over President Trump. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won Nevada by more than 27,000 votes. Election officials say a majority of the ballots waiting to be tabulated come from Clark County, which includes Las Vegas. That area makes up about 2/3 of the state's population. For more on this, let's bring in Nevada's Attorney General, Aaron Ford. Attorney General Ford, it is great to have you with us this evening. So what percentage of your ballots have been counted at this point? And what are election officials waiting on now? Specific counties, mail-in ballots? What happens next in your state?
Well, thanks so much for having me on. And if you would allow me to indulge me, I just first want to say I'm incredibly proud of Nevada's elections this year. All of the evidence, whether it's in court or otherwise, has shown that our state has conducted some free, fair, and secure elections, and Nevadans have been able to exercise their constitutional rights during this pandemic. And listen, we knew the process would take a while, but the process is working. And, we are grateful to our citizens out there who voted this year and for doing their part. To your question, though, my last understanding is that 83% or so of the vote is in right now. We have registrars in Clark County and Washoe who are still counting ballots, predominantly mail-in ballots, as I understand it. That is within the lane and the purview of our registrars and our Secretary of State. But the common knowledge out there is that we have mail-in ballots to still count, and we're anticipating results tomorrow sometime.
All right. Well, former Vice President Biden currently holds a narrow lead over President Trump, as I mentioned. What kind of impact will Clark County have on the final results? And given the demographics of Clark County and the economic hardship that you face there, specifically in that part of your state, any thoughts about whether you feel like it's going to be good for Biden or for President Trump?
Well, I'll say this. Clark County has about 2/3 of the state's population. And so whatever amount of outstanding ballots are yet to be counted, there's going to be an extraordinary impact from Clark County on that. And my job is essentially to protect the right to vote. I do believe that Biden is going to prevail in this particular instance. But again, my objective is to ensure that all people who have voted lawfully have their votes counted. That's the constitutional right that they have here. That's my job to protect it. And at the end of the day, the word result means after all votes have been counted. And that's what we're doing here in Nevada.
And that's absolutely the goal that every American should have for their elections. All right, both the Nevada Republican Party and the Trump campaign are already encouraging people who experienced voting challenges to file incident reports. But one of our campaign reporters, Kara Corti, discovered that residents from any state can file. Why is this, and how could this affect a potential recount or any future lawsuits?
Well, I can't say that I can speak entirely on the issue of who can file these claims. My understanding was that it had to be someone who lived in a particular district that someone was voting in. That notwithstanding, the fact of the matter is poll observers are allowed to be in there observing. And as long as they're not intimidating or even speaking to voters, they can raise concerns and questions through the proper channels. What we have here is a robust scheme to ensure that all votes are lawful and that they've been cast and counted appropriately. The courts have upheld that process, and I'm proud of that.
And you deserve to be proud of that. I think it is one of those things where, as a country, even with all the partisan bickering that preceded the election, there has to be an understanding that fundamentally our democracy is reliant upon this working out properly. To that end, though, are you preparing for potential litigation?
Absolutely. I've said before that we stay ready so we don't have to get ready. I have an entire office here that is prepared to defend the constitutional right to vote. We've done it 3 times against Mr. Trump and the Nevada GOP, and we prevailed every time. We will continue prevailing because what we are doing here is following the state law and ensuring, again, that people have their right to vote, that they can exercise it, and that their vote will be counted.
I like that motto, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. All right, my last question to you, sir. For the first time in your state's history, every single active voter in Nevada was sent a mail-in ballot. How did this impact turnout?
I think it impacted it greatly. I mean, the fact of the matter is our legislature, in its infinite wisdom, correctly, I believe, wanted to authorize folks to be able to exercise their right free from COVID if they wanted to. And so they mailed every active voter a ballot, and several have taken advantage of that. And at the end of the day, again, those ballots are an opportunity for people to express their opinion on this election. They have been doing so, and we want to ensure that at the end of the day, they have their voices heard through the accurate and actual counting of these votes.
One last question for you, Attorney General. The rest of the country talking about your state a lot right now. I know it's always a pain to your ears when you hear the rest of us non-Nevadans mispronounce your state's name. Why don't you help us all out? How do you properly say Nevada? It's Nevada, not Nevada, right?
That's right. It's Nevada, not Nevada. Just like my name is Aaron, not Aaron. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide 2 lessons here. It's Nevada, not Nevada, and it's Aaron, not Aaron.
All right. Thank you so much, Attorney General.
Thank you.
Ahead of Election Day, it seemed unthinkable to many Republicans that Georgia could be in play for Joe Biden. The president started the day in the lead. Mark Strassman is in Atlanta and joins us now. So, Mark, with about 68,000 votes separating the 2 candidates now, does Joe Biden have a chance there in Georgia?
It's certainly plausible that Joe Biden could still win Georgia. Most of these uncounted ballots are from Metro Atlanta. These are urban and suburban voters, generally warm to Democrats. That is State Farm Arena behind me. Joe Biden needs a big comeback inside that arena. This is where Fulton County election officials are still counting ballots. Fulton, which includes much of Atlanta, has the most registered voters in all Georgia. It's also dominated by Democrats. Biden should win most of these uncounted ballots, a mix of absentee and early votes. At noon today, Georgia had 250,000 of them. And elections officials told me Biden would need to win 64% of those votes to win the state. From its very first day of early voting, Georgia smashed records, nearly 5 million votes cast in all. The state's changing demographics mean it's no longer automatically a red state. The counting of ballots will go on through the morning. And Lana, state officials are also bracing for the possibility of a recount.
All right, Mark, we are preparing for that as well. Thank you. The outcome of the presidential election is still too close to call, and so is the balance of power in Congress. On the Senate side, Democrats would still need to flip several seats to retake control. Deborah Alfarone has the latest from Capitol Hill.
The ballots continue to be counted across several key states, with neither party coming away with the majority in the U.S. Senate so far.
We're awaiting the judgment of the American people.
The Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, held on to his Senate seat, as did South Carolina's Lindsey Graham.
We did it!
While this election may be over, we have to work together.
In Maine, Democratic challenger Sarah Gideon conceded to moderate Republican Susan Collins.
To the people of Maine, thank you.
Former Auburn University football coach, Republican Tommy Tuberville, is projected to flip Alabama's Senate seat after defeating incumbent Democrat Doug Jones. Former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper, a Democrat, will unseat Republican Cory Gardner.
Let's get to work, Arizona.
Democrats are also keeping a watchful eye on Arizona's race, where Democrat Mark Kelly leads GOP incumbent Martha McSally.
The Democrats came up short in their push to flip GOP Senate seats in Iowa, Montana, and Texas. Losing Democratic challengers combined outspent their Republican opponents by at least $120 million.
Money doesn't vote, people do. The polling was off.
On the House side, Republican leaders are in a celebratory mood after flipping several more seats than the Democrats have so far.
I'm very confident we continue to grow our majority.
There's more to come.
CBS News has yet to call the House of Representatives for either party, but Speaker Nancy Pelosi has already claimed victory. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
As the nation awaits the final results for this year's election, the black vote could help determine who wins the White House. According to the Pew Research Center, 30 million African Americans were eligible to vote this year, making up more than 12% of the U.S. electorate. More than a third also live in 9 of the country's most competitive states. For more, I'm joined now by Derek Johnson, the president and CEO of the NAACP. Derek, thank you for joining us. We are still waiting for votes to be counted in several key states. And you heard us perhaps just now discussing Georgia and the idea that that could that previously solidly red state could potentially flip. How much are black voters changing the outcomes, especially in these southern states?
Well, if you look at the states that are under considerations and where in those states the concerns are, Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and now Fulton County, Cobb County, in the metro Atlanta area, that's about the black vote. And what you also are noticing that those votes are the last to get counted. This election will be decided because of the black vote. It will be decided in those areas. And then when you add in Clark County in Nevada, it shows the power of the African American and Latino vote in that area. But the black vote will determine the next president, and that's so important.
Your organization obviously prioritized increasing voter participation within the black community. Are you satisfied now with those efforts?
Well, we are satisfied at the level we participated, but we're not satisfied because in this democracy, we celebrate if any community can muster 55 or 60% of the vote. That's not a true representative democracy. We need to be advocating on ways to open up access to voting for all citizens. If Australia can vote at a rate at 96% or Canada at 92%, Germany at 93%, why should we settle for this government only allowing 55 to 60% of the vote, and we say that's a high turnout? We should be pushing for more to have a true representative democracy.
Absolutely. Well, the death of George Floyd at the hands of police earlier this year sparked nationwide protests against police brutality and racial injustice. How much did the Black Lives Matter movement drive black voters to participate in the electoral process?
Well, understand, Black Lives Matter is a statement of fact. It is something that we hold dear. It is something where individuals rallied in protest around in the 1960s, the 50s for that matter, 70s. And so the movement is the ongoing movement. We simply used to call it the civil rights movement or the human rights movement. But the statement of fact is what people are rallying around, that our quality of lives matter, that we should be afforded equal protection under the law. That's what it means to say Black Lives Matter. It's a statement of fact. And in this society, the Constitution should apply to us as it does any other citizen.
But maybe my question wasn't clear, sir. What I'm asking is, how much do you think that that African American voters turned out in this election as a result of witnessing George Floyd's death, Breonna Taylor's death. And we could go on and name names, but certainly there has been a moment of national reckoning that continues now, that in our democracy certainly had an effect. How much was that an effect? And how much would you say the coronavirus pandemic, which has disproportionately affected people of color, how much did that drive Black voters to participate? In many cases, people who had not previously been engaged in the democratic process.
I think all those things were factors. I don't think it's any one thing. I think all of it. I think the last 3.5 years, with the level of racial hatred, xenophobia, and white supremacist acceptance, have played a part of it. We have seen the loss of civility in our public discourse. We have seen the acceptance of white supremacist dogma coming out of the White House. So African Americans turned out in large numbers in 2008 prior to George Floyd. African Americans have been frustrated and upset and concerned, and quite frankly, recognizing that we needed to vote in this election because our very lives depend on it, whether it's aggressive policing in the street, i.e. George Floyd, individuals causing no harm, sleeping in their own bed, Breonna Taylor, or the fact that our public policy was not strong enough under this administration to address a global health pandemic that's national in scope, and we still lack a federal response. It's all of those things that are contributing to the level of anxiety, frustration, and fear in the African-American community that push people out to the polls.
No matter who ultimately wins the presidency, Derek, what kind of change are you hoping to see within our government?
Well, one, we have to have a more representative democracy. We need to take a serious look on the administration of elections. It is so partisan now, and it should not be partisan. It should be a part of what we do to protect and grow this democracy. Two, we need to make sure that individuals are cared for in terms of their health, their safety, their ability to really benefit from the tax dollars they put into the coffers. But more importantly, the health of any society is based on 3 basic metrics. How well do we care for the elderly? Are we preparing our young people for a bright and prosperous future? And do we protect the right of the disadvantaged? If we create a policy landscape to address those 3 questions, that will be light years compared to where we are now in this in this racially polarized, tribalistic manner in which we communicate. We have an opportunity to be a better America, an America that looks towards 2030, not an America that's looking backwards to 1950.
All right, Derek Johnson, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after the break, from legalized marijuana to minimum wage and pit bulls, we take a look at the major ballot measures that passed across the country. Plus, Twitter and Facebook race to label posts with misleading election claims, but have the social media companies done enough to curb the spread of misinformation? You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to Black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh.
Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
The mayor, the city council, everything's run by a woman.
Pine Lake is predominantly white, but the surrounding area is 90% black. Somebody's going to get pulled over.
Why are most of the people in the courtroom black? Most of the people in Pine Lake are white.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
In Health Watch, tens of thousands of moms suffer from life-threatening complications related to pregnancy and childbirth every year. Now, federal health officials are launching a new campaign to raise awareness and help more mothers survive. Elise Preston has the details.
He's the one who noticed his mom's face was swollen.
In a powerful new PSA campaign, the Centers for Disease Control wants you to hear the stories of mothers who almost lost their lives while trying to have a baby.
Oh, you're fine, you're pregnant.
Nearly 700 mothers each year die from complications during and after pregnancy. Omari Maynard's partner is one of them. He says Shamani Gibson alerted doctors she was in pain, but she still died of a pulmonary embolism just days after an emergency C-section.
Do I feel like she was being ignored? I feel like the care could have been a lot better if they were listening to her.
Mothers are increasingly dying from infection, hemorrhaging, and preeclampsia. 2/3 of the deaths are preventable. The Hear Her campaign hopes to encourage mothers and those around them to know the warning signs.
A headache that seems severe and will not go away. Unusual swelling, of the feet.
CDC Director of Reproductive Health, Dr. Wanda Barfield, says the timing of the campaign is even more critical with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Women may be concerned that they can't be seen by a provider, but if they have a pregnancy-related complication or a significant warning sign, it's really important that they reach out.
This campaign will target cities where maternal mortality rates are the highest, including New York, St. Louis, and Atlanta.
Gibson's 2 children are now growing up without their mom.
She just loved family, she loved the community, and she was just excited about being a mother.
Maynard hopes this campaign will prevent his nightmare from happening to other families. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
Voters in 32 states weighed in on 120 ballot measures at the polls, covering issues from the minimum wage to legalizing marijuana and pit bulls. Danya Bacchus breaks it all down for us.
Expect more marijuana dispensaries to start opening up around the country in 2021. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana approved measures legalizing recreational marijuana for adults 21 and older. Medical marijuana won approval in Mississippi.
Might help the economy as far as bringing another industry to the state of Mississippi.
On Tuesday, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Voters there also made it legal for people in therapy sessions to use the psychedelic drug in mushrooms. Florida minimum wage workers who fought for more money are getting it. The Sunshine State will gradually increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. Rideshare drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft did not get what they wanted in California. Voters rejected the state's initiative to make drivers employees who receive benefits instead of independent contractors. Uber and Lyft spent $200 million to defeat the initiative, the most expensive effort in state history. The companies threatened to leave California if the measure passed. Anti-abortion amendments were on the ballots in 2 states. Louisiana voters passed a measure asserting there is no state constitutional right to abortion. In Colorado, voters defeated a measure to prevent abortions after 22 weeks unless the woman's life is endangered. In Mississippi, voters decided on a new flag with a magnolia design that replaces their old flag with the Confederate battle emblem. And in Denver, you can legally own a pit bull now. Pit bulls have been outlawed since 1989 in that city following a high-profile attack on a 3-year-old. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Tech companies are struggling to curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation this election year. They faced a surge of false claims on their platforms after President Trump addressed the nation early on Wednesday. Mr. Trump claimed that he won the election despite several states still counting votes even now. The president also took to social media, writing, quote, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Facebook and Twitter have since labeled several of the president's posts and those of his supporters, warning users that some content may be disputed and votes are still very much being counted. To break down misinformation in the 2020 election, Fadi Quran joins me now. He's the campaign director at Avaaz, a nonprofit organization that promotes global activism. Thank you for joining us. So talk to us about the role that social media, particularly Facebook, has played in the spread of false or misleading information this election year.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, Lana. And what's happening is not normal because Americans are being flooded, but with misinformation, with false and misleading content from a large range of actors that is meant to deceive Americans and cause chaos and confusion across the country. And the tool that's being used is Facebook. The tool that's being used is Twitter. And so right now, social media platforms are trying to catch up, are trying to protect and inform their users. But the truth is they just haven't adopted the necessary policies to fix this problem at this moment. And that's what I believe the audience here needs to be aware of.
Yeah, so you're saying that that simply labeling these tweets, as we've seen Facebook, Twitter, and Google do, and suspending some accounts, that's insufficient. What more should these companies be doing to address the problem of misinformation then?
Well, one thing that we're seeing a lot is by the time the misinformation spreads, so I'll give an example that happened during election. There were false claims about irregularities, and a hashtag called Steal the Vote and a hashtag called Philly Steal began going viral. Hundreds of thousands, we've calculated, of Americans have seen that false misinformation. The platforms eventually caught up and began labeling them, but by that time it was a little bit too late. So one thing the platforms can do is inform Americans. When they know that certain people saw this misleading content, the platforms can track that and just share a correction, telling Americans, here's an alert, sorry you saw this piece of content. Here's a correction from the Associated Press or from the Washington Post or from another fact checker. Doing that would decrease the amount of people that are duped by this content by up to 50%, certain studies indicate.
So actually grouping together the true information with the false information rather than just labeling things as questionable is your suggestion, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what newspapers do. When something false is caught, newspapers give you more information. They say, sorry, this was actually not true. Here is what fact checkers say the true claim is. And then people can decide, but at least they have the facts. And that's what we are asking you, just getting a small notification on that front.
Well, Pennsylvania is a major battleground state this election. It's still undecided, and disinformation on the electoral process there flooded online outlets. You called this, quote, attempts at perception hacking. Explain to us what that means and what we're seeing throughout the state.
Yeah, that's a great question. And this is one of the challenges that I believe every American citizen needs to keep in mind. What certain malicious actors will want to do is convince you that there's a huge scandal. They want to hack your mind by making it seem as if something small. So let's say there was an accident at a certain polling station where 10 ballots went missing. They'll share that to make it seem like this is happening all over the country and thus hack your perception, making it seem as if there's chaos and everything's falling apart. And there's a danger here that we need to just be aware of in terms of social media platforms make it very easy for these malicious actors to do that. And that's why we just call on every American to verify the content they see, to not assume that because somebody such as, let's say, we don't know, but maybe Russia takes a piece of misinformation and tries to make it seem like they've achieved a big success by hacking into a system. Don't spread that, because likely this didn't happen. They just want to make it seem like it did, and that's a danger.
All right. Well, the coronavirus pandemic and how it's been handled has been front and center this election year. And not surprisingly, it also became the target of misinformation campaigns. What were some of the more alarming falsehoods that your team came across?
Well, some of the alarming falsehoods, and this was, our calculation found that over 3.8 billion views, estimated views on content that was shared by super spreader misinformation actors was seen across the world in the moment where COVID went viral. And here, one claim, for example, was telling people that if you could hold your breath for more than 10 seconds, that, Stanford Hospital said that you don't have COVID-19. And a lot of people shared that it wasn't true. But in April, many people believed it was true. And then this is the most dangerous part. Some people are claiming that they have a cure, and they're selling different medicines, different herbs, different things, making it seem as if they're doctors when they're not really doctors, and telling people to take these medicines. And that is also dangerous. Some people have actually, in working with doctors have told us some people have taken these false cures, and it has led to not only them harming themselves, but some people actually passing away. So that's another danger. And last but not least, a third piece of misinformation is we have seen too many people share claims about wearing masks, that if you wear a mask, it's going to cause certain lung problems, that it's going to make the virus worse. All of these claims are false. Doctors have reached a consensus that it's important to wear masks to protect against COVID, but yet these false claims are going viral, sometimes reaching over 100 million views across Facebook and other social media platforms.
All right, before we go, what would you give us as advice for all social media users? Things that we should keep in mind as we await the results of the election.
Well, with freedom comes great responsibility. And let's all keep in mind that too many people out there want to destroy this democracy that our forefathers fought for and built. And it's up to us right now to not allow them to do that. And the biggest risk to our democracy today is not claims of voter fraud, it's actually disinformation that is seeking to put us in alternative universes, make us feel like we are not seeing conspiracies. And too many Americans are falling for those claims. So let's be responsible. Let's verify content before we share it. Let's make sure that we do not spread the stuff we see on social media until we're sure that it is factual. Yeah. And let's come together and be able to show empathy to one another at this moment.
Be empathetic. I think that's at the heart of it. Fadi Karan, thank you.
Thank you.
President Trump and Joe Biden both see Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes as essential in their race to secure the White House. The president currently has about a 6-point lead over the former vice president, but the Biden campaign is expecting that margin will close. Pennsylvania began Wednesday with about 1 million mail-in ballots left to count, but that process may come to a standstill thanks to legal action being taken by the Trump campaign. Here's CBS News national correspondent Jericka Duncan.
Well, Lana, after speaking with several voters over the last 24 hours, it is clear that the mood here in Pennsylvania is shifting from excited to tense as people want to know what the final results are here in this historic election. I want to take you inside the Pennsylvania Convention Center, though. That is where you'll find over 100 election workers who continue to count ballots around the clock. Roughly 120,000 mail-in ballots still need to be counted in Philadelphia alone. Officials warn this year's vote tally would take longer than normal because for the first time, more than 2.5 million people voted by mail throughout this state's 67 counties. Democrats, of course, hoping to reclaim this state. It was blue for every presidential election since 1988 until Trump turned it red in 2016. The governor of Pennsylvania said today that the delay as we move forward in this voting process proves that the system is working, urging Pennsylvanians, Lana, to be patient.
All right. Thank you, Jerika. Hard to be patient. For more on the race for Pennsylvania, I want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey, who has represented the Keystone State on Capitol Hill since 2006. Senator Casey, great to have you with us. How do you feel right now in terms of being patient and how you feel about Democrats in your state?
Well, like a lot of people, we're trying to be patient, but it's been it's already been a long process. But it may take a little bit longer to get to 100% of the vote. But I think when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will carry Pennsylvania. I think he'll carry it by somewhere near 100,000. It could be less than that, could be more. But the gap now is about 200,000. President Trump started the day ahead by 600,000. It's down to 200. And I think ultimately that will be that he'll be overtaken, and Vice President Biden will carry the state. But it is a difficult process because you're implementing a new voting system in the middle of a pandemic, and I know folks are working very hard in a lot of counties to count every vote.
Absolutely. And we knew heading into all of this that it was going to take some time to count all of Pennsylvania's ballots. But with the president now attempting to stop the counting through lawsuits, when do you expect Pennsylvania will actually be able to declare a winner?
Well, look, I think that we're going to know who has the most votes in a short time frame. The legal proceedings that will be undertaken really are determinations the court has to make, but we're going to know the winner, and we're going to make sure that every vote gets counted. I know the governor's committed to that, and state officials are, and I think county officials are. But the president's attempts to stop ballots from being counted is really an insult to the voters. It is in large measure it's a thwarting of democracy itself. Undermining the right to vote is really violative of everything we claim to stand for as Americans. And I think the president should just accept that every vote should be counted. Once every vote is counted, he can make his decision then about what he's going to do. But he should accept the will of the people, and the only way you can do that is to have every vote counted. These votes being counted today are Trump voters and Biden voters alike. So.
Senator Casey, my father's family is all from Pittsburgh, so I feel a great deal of affinity for Pennsylvania. My grandmother lived there. I'd spent a lot of time in this state. And one of the things that I think is very interesting about your state is really how very diverse it is in terms of voters in the urban centers, from Philly to Pittsburgh to all of the rural areas in between. It really is an interesting moment in America's history that seems to be playing out in your state. Nonetheless, Joe Biden says he's feeling very confident about winning the state. And I want to play some of what he had to say for our viewers.
Mm-hmm. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania.
So, two parts to my question. First of all, are these mail-in ballots, given the projections that you see, are they enough for Biden to win the state of Pennsylvania? And then the other part of my question is, will Pennsylvania continue to be a state that Democrats and Republicans fight over? How are you seeing the changing demographics in your state playing out in terms of national politics?
Well, Lena, that's a great question because the voting trends in our state have changed dramatically in just the last 25 years. It used to be that a candidate could get a big margin in Philadelphia, would lose all of the Philadelphia suburban counties, would lose parts of the middle of the state, maybe try to break even or cut into northeastern Pennsylvania. But then all of western Pennsylvania was blue territory in those days. But that pretty much ended or began to end in the 1990s, where the place in the state where the population was increasing was becoming more and more blue. So now, for example, Vice President Biden will win Philadelphia by a big margin. It could be as big a win there as President Obama. It'll do better than President Obama and Secretary Clinton in the 4 suburban counties. So that's a real head of steam coming out of the Southeast. But Western Pennsylvania is dramatically different than when I was starting out in politics. So now you win Allegheny County, which is over my left shoulder on this map. You win that county, but the counties around it are much more difficult. So what I think Vice President Biden did well is he was able to limit the deficit in a lot of rural counties where President Trump had a high vote, but maximize the vote in urban and suburban communities. So I think that combination will be a winning combination for him.
Before I let you go, Senator, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening on Capitol Hill. Democrats were really hoping to take control of the Senate this year. In fact, it seemed like Democrats felt perhaps even more confident about that heading into the election than necessarily the presidential race. But at this point, it doesn't look too likely. So what's at the top of your party's agenda in the next Congress? And do you think that there's still any possibility that Democrats are going to be able to exert more control in the Senate than they have in at least the last session of Congress?
Well, we'll see with regard to what happens in the Senate elections. Some of them are still being decided. But I would have to say it's uphill for us to get the majority. And that's a source of great disappointment and frustration for me. But I think, regardless of the outcome of the Senate elections, we have certain fundamental duties, I think, ahead of us because of the grave crisis the nation faces with a raging pandemic and a jobs and economic crisis that we really have not dealt with in a fulsome manner beyond the CARES Act. So the first order of business, in my judgment, has to be in November and December passing a robust relief bill. In my judgment, it should be something very similar to what the House passed, led by Speaker Pelosi. They acted responsibly way back in May. Senate Republicans sat on their hands, did nothing on these issues for many months. And I think that has to be addressed this year, this calendar year. But then in January, with a new administration, I think it'll be a Biden administration. But regardless, I think Democrat or Republican, no matter who's controlling the United States Senate, we have to address this economic challenge. And that means, I think, passing legislation very much akin to what was passed in the 1930s in the New Deal. We need a jobs program. We need a program to deal with this economic calamity. That is going to be difficult, but we have to meet that moment, even as we're trying to confront and deal with the reality of climate change, as well as make progress on a racial reckoning and reform and police reform. We have health care battles ahead. So there's a set of problems, the likes of which very few Congresses or presidents have had to face.
Yeah, we certainly saw from the exit polls voters saying overwhelmingly that they are looking, whether they are Republicans, Democrats, or independents, for some economic relief. Senator Bob Casey, thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
Sometimes we just need to take a break. We acknowledge that many of you might have had election anxiety. So right now, I want to encourage you all to just take a deep breath and take a look at this. This Chinese baby panda made her public debut at a zoo in South Korea on Wednesday. She's just over 3 months old and is the first panda born in the country. The zoo named her Fu Bao, which means lucky treasure baby. Her parents arrived in South Korea in 2016 as part of a 15-year loan. The cub is expected to return to China in 3 or 4 years' time. Giant pandas are one of the world's most endangered species. Now, don't you feel just a little bit better? All right, well, here's a look at some of the stories that we're going to be covering in our next hour. Coronavirus cases are on the rise in nearly every state across the country, why some hospitals are worried they could soon run out of beds. Plus, Joe Biden moves closer to the White House after securing 2 key Midwest states President Trump won back in 2016. We'll have the latest CBS News projections ahead, so stick with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hello, everyone. everyone. I'm Lana Zak. Thank you so much for joining me. Joe Biden is inching closer to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Biden's chances of capturing the White House were improved by victories in 2 states that President Trump won back in 2016. CBS News projects that Biden will win Michigan and its 16 electoral votes. CBS News also projects that the former vice president is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral votes. There are still several states, of course, where the race is too close to call. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are all considered toss-ups. Out west, the races in Arizona and Nevada are likely Democratic. But all of that isn't stopping President Trump from falsely declaring victory in some of those states. His campaign is also mounting legal challenges. In several states, the president appears to have lost. For his part, Joe Biden said Wednesday that he believes that he will be the winner once all of the votes are counted. At least 70 million Americans have voted for the former vice president, with at least 67 million casting their ballots for President Trump. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe has the latest.
Joe Biden said today the wave of ballots trickling in over the last 24 hours is enough to put him over the top.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
The Biden campaign feels they have a clear path to 270 electoral votes, with both Arizona and Nevada leaning blue, plus a presumptive win in Wisconsin and a victory in Michigan, giving him 2 key battleground states he needs.
In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016.
But as angry Trump supporters demanded entry to a ballot processing center in Detroit today, the Trump campaign sued to stop the Michigan count, arguing they need to review the ballots already opened and counted.
This is fraud. This is absolute fraud.
The Trump campaign is also trying to stop the count in Pennsylvania, where the president currently has an edge. But there are more than 1 million ballots uncounted, many from Democratic-leaning cities and counties.
We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory.
The president's legal team is hoping the Supreme Court will strike down a lower court's decision to count Pennsylvania mail-in ballots received by Friday, but that were postmarked by Election Day. The court previously refused to do so.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Despite Biden's victory in Wisconsin, with almost every vote counted, the president's campaign demanded a recount, though it's unlikely to substantially change the outcome. President Trump took his anger out on Twitter today, falsely claiming that his leads in Democrat-run states started to magically disappear as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Twitter flagged them as misleading, as those votes were legally cast and returned by the deadline. Biden's fortunes turned in the last 24 hours because he was able to win back Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 states that went for Mr. Trump in 2016, by flipping independents and building on then-nominee Hillary Clinton's lead among women. He also performed better among union households than Clinton did in Michigan. In Arizona, he won among white women with college degrees and seniors, 2 groups that went for the president 4 years ago.
For more, we go now to Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's CBSN's political reporter and joins me now from Philadelphia. Caitlin, you're there in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. What's the latest on the vote count there?
They are still counting votes here in Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State held a news conference this evening and says that there are still about 1 million ballots left to be counted. Many of them are being counted in this building right behind me, the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where workers have been working around the clock in 8-hour shifts, processing and tabulating all of those ballots. We knew going into this election that Pennsylvania was likely going to take a while to count results. That's because this is the first time Pennsylvania has had no excuse absentee voting for a presidential race. They had a record number of people voting that way, and Pennsylvania state law says that you can't start opening up those ballots to be processed until Election Day. So we knew it would take a while. The Secretary of State says they're still counting ballots and that it'll likely be a few days before they finish.
Yeah, unlike other states in which they started opening those ballots, processing them, getting them all ready before Election Day, Pennsylvania was restricted from being able to do that. The Trump campaign filed a lawsuit in Pennsylvania seeking to stop the counting of ballots. It took similar action in Michigan, and at the same time, the campaign is also calling for a recount in Wisconsin. It's also lashing out at some media organizations who have called Arizona for Joe Biden, though we should note, of course, that CBS News has not yet made a projection for Arizona, but currently rates the state as likely Democratic. Caitlin, take us through the arguments that we're hearing from the president and his campaign. What is their strategy?
Well, their strategy seems to be that they don't want the vote counting to continue, and that suggests that they don't believe that they could win when all the votes are counted. Remember, this is how elections work. You wait till all of the votes are counted. The votes that we're talking about here in Pennsylvania were all votes that are being tabulated right now that were cast by or on Election Day. So that is really key to remember, that these are all legally cast ballots. The president heading into this campaign had derided mail-in ballots and absentee voting. He denigrated that system and had been claiming heading into the election that it would be a fraudulent one. And we're seeing him continue to talk about that strategy. We also saw the campaign really focused heading into the election on Election Day voters. They argued that they would make up the margins in the absentee vote with voters on Election Day. Now, the president did better than expected, better than the polls suggested, especially in some of these key battlegrounds. And we're seeing down ballot Republicans surviving in Senate races, and also Republicans expanding their seats in the House. Even still, however, the votes still need to be counted here in Pennsylvania before anybody can declare any sort of victory. The Trump campaign trying to do that is just absolutely false. The Trump campaign also has said without any evidence that this is a fraudulent system. But again, we're just reminding viewers that these are all ballots that were cast legally on or by Election Day.
Yeah, and we heard the Pennsylvania authorities also indicate that you can watch in real time people processing the ballots, that everything is in fact above board, as we just showed our viewers a little bit ago. Well, Caitlin, the president had also indicated that he wants to take the election to the Supreme Court. Under what conditions might that happen?
That would be very difficult, Lana, especially because anything that would make its way up to the Supreme Court would have to start at the local level. Here in Pennsylvania, as we've talked about before, the state Supreme Court said that ballots received after Election Day, up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, could still be counted. And this is something that Republicans here in the state challenged. That went up to the Supreme Court. They were a 4-4 court at that point and kicked it back here, but conservative justices on the Supreme Court didn't rule out the possibility of ruling on that after the election. But what we're going to be watching in the coming days here in Pennsylvania are what are the margins, and do you even need to have those votes later to make up some of those numbers?
I want to take you over to a news conference from Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who's giving an update on the counting process there. It's a virtual news conference being held over Zoom, so just keep in mind that the shot you see may change. But let's listen.
Or their local clerk's offices to return their ballots in time for it to be validated and counted. On Election Day itself, in-person voting was exceptionally smooth. Our polling locations were islands of calm, where citizens of all backgrounds and political affiliations observed the process and respected our voters' right to cast their votes, free from threat or intimidation. And now here we are, 24 hours after the polls closed in Michigan, and I am pleased to announce that in Michigan, the process of tabulation is by and large complete, and counties are in the final stages of receiving reports from the last remaining jurisdictions as we speak. Now, this was far quicker than we expected. As you know, I had continuously estimated that it would take our election workers 80 hours to count every one of the nearly 3.3 million absentee ballots cast, based on the fact that it took 40 hours to count every one of them, of the 1.6 million, which was about half that number of absentee ballots cast in our August primary. But just as they have done all year, our 1,500 local clerks and 83 county clerks worked with us to meet the extraordinary of this high turnout election, preparing diligently by working with us to increase the capacity of their operations so that now we're able to deliver our unofficial results to the American public far, far sooner than we estimated. The overall process was smooth, efficient, secure, and accurate. And behind the scenes, there was a tremendous, extraordinary, heroic effort of our clerks and their staff who rose to meet every challenge thrown at them every step of the way and handled their work with diligence, grace, and a sincere commitment to ensuring that every vote was counted and every voice was heard. And now, as the unofficial results are wrapping up, we now turn to the canvassing part of the process, which involves a bipartisan process of checks and balances that will proceed over the next 13 days. As that stage begins in Michigan, and as we continue to see the results of this historic election unfold nationwide, I would caution everyone against spreading misinformation designed to further efforts to sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of our elections here in Michigan and throughout the country. Whether it's doctored images, staged demonstrations, false tweets, or frivolous lawsuits, the purpose is all the same: to reduce the public's faith in our elections and their outcomes. But those efforts will not succeed. In Michigan, the process worked. Our system is secure, accurate, and anyone who tells you otherwise is attacking our democracy or unhappy with the results. We will continue to tell the truth and the true story of how in Michigan we successfully ran an election with record-breaking voter turnout in the midst of a pandemic. But we cannot do this alone. We need every voter and citizen to prepare to counter misinformation and disinformation that may continue to escalate in the days ahead. Stand up in support of our democracy. Join us in correcting misinformation and false allegations. Do not allow scare tactics and lies to win the day. Do not allow foreign or domestic actors to discredit our elections and attack our democracy. We need voters, members of the media, and elected officials and other leaders to stand vigilant with us, to commit to reporting only verifiable, accurate information in the days ahead, not just about Michigan, but about every state in our country. And above all else, demonstrate your patriotism by standing up in support of the integrity of our elections. However the days ahead play out, the health of our nation and our democracy requires us to come together in respect of the will of our voters and the sanctity of our elections process. In Michigan, I am proud to confirm that all valid ballots and only valid ballots have been counted securely and accurately, and that our election results reflect the will of the people. And now I'm happy to take questions, and thank you all again for your work tonight. And I want to also take a moment as we begin to take questions to really emphasize and underscore the extraordinary amount of work that went into this election with over 1,500 clerks all around our state and 83 county clerks who have worked diligently alongside tens of thousands of election workers to meet and exceed every expectation of this year's elections. Their work truly underscores that they are not just the most valuable players in our democracy, but they are the heroes of our democracy. And they come from all backgrounds, all political parties. And I'm so grateful that because of them, we're able to stand here tonight and show, again, results from Michigan that accurately reflect the will of the people. Thank you.
Okay, first up we have Jim Kurtzner with WXYZ.
Good evening, Secretary. My question is on the lawsuit from the Trump campaign. You just used in your opening statement frivolous lawsuits. Are you calling this lawsuit frivolous? And what are your thoughts going into the court system where your directive on the ban on open carry guns was, no pun intended, shot down by the Court of Claims and the Michigan Court of Appeals? And the third part of this question is, do you think this is the lawsuit that the president intends to take to the United States Supreme Court?
Yes, I do believe it's frivolous. And I'm really gratified, as I mentioned, that our elections on Tuesday were smooth. And as I've said repeatedly, going through this process, and as the Court of Appeals in the case you mentioned underscored, that voter intimidation in Michigan is illegal, that brandishing a firearm or in any way threatening to harm our voters on the way to vote was illegal, and that we were ready to respond quickly and swiftly if any of those incidents occurred in Michigan. Now, thankfully, they didn't. And I'm really glad that voters listened to us, that they heard our call for peace and calm to make our precincts, as I mentioned, places where people were proud to go, proud to bring their kids to watch the democratic process in action. That was the story of Tuesday. It was a story of voters from all backgrounds and both sides of the aisle respecting the process, respecting each other, and protecting everyone's right to vote. So I'm grateful for that. And, you know, it's sort of starkly different from the use of the legal system to file frivolous claims as a way of sowing seeds of doubt among the public about the integrity of our elections. And so, as my remarks just underscored, I think it's time that we all come together and not allow frivolous lawsuits or any effort to misinform the public about the truth behind our elections to succeed. And we will, and I will remain steadfastly determined in the days ahead to ensure we continue to correct false information and continue to tell the story, the extraordinary story of our elections here in Michigan this year, of our clerks rising to the occasion all across the state, managing and overseeing a high turnout, record-breaking voter turnout election in the midst of a pandemic, and still delivering results efficiently, effectively, securely, and accurately to the American people.
Okay, next up will be Beth LeBon from the Detroit News.
Hi, Secretary.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, I had a quick question. You mentioned at the beginning that the process of tabulation is nearly complete. Of the 100,000 that were outstanding this morning, how many are left that still need to be counted, and in which communities do those still need to be counted?
The tabulation process is complete. Now there's a final process of reporting out those results, finalizing them, reporting them out to the county. That's actually happening, as I mentioned, as we speak. So, you know, but I wanted to emphasize that the tabulation, particularly in the communities I mentioned earlier, has been completed and is in the final stages of being prepared to be published, and again, providing that full and unofficial tabulation so that we can now move into the canvassing process, moving towards that official tabulation in the 13 days ahead.
Okay, next will be Taylor DeGrimo from Online.
We've been listening to Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson give an update on the counting process in the state, which she characterized as ahead of schedule. She also said that President Trump's campaign's lawsuits she characterized as frivolous. And she also said that anyone attacking the integrity of the vote doesn't like essentially the results of the vote. Finally, the Secretary of State said that it's the obligation of all people to fight back against disinformation. We have to take a quick break now, but we've got a lot more of news ahead. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
President Trump and Joe Biden both see Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes as essential in their race to secure the White House. The president currently has about a 6-point lead over the former vice president, but the Biden campaign is expecting that margin will close. Pennsylvania began Wednesday with about 1 million mail-in ballots left to count, but that process may come to a standstill thanks to legal action being taken by the Trump campaign. Here's CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan.
Well, Lana, after speaking with several voters over the last 24 hours, it is clear that the mood here in Pennsylvania is shifting from excited to tense as people want to know what the final results are here in this historic election. I want to take you inside the Pennsylvania Convention Center, though. That is where you'll find over 100 election workers who continue to count ballots around the clock. Roughly 120,000 mail-in ballots still need to be counted in Philadelphia alone. Officials warn this year's vote tally would take longer than normal because for the first time, more than 2.5 million people voted by mail throughout this state's 67 counties. Democrats, of course, hoping to reclaim this state. It was blue for every presidential election since 1988 until Trump turned it red in 2016. The governor of Pennsylvania said today that the delay as we move forward in this voting process proves that the system is working, urging Pennsylvanians, Lana, to be patient.
All right. Thank you, Jerika. Hard to be patient. For more on the race for Pennsylvania, I want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey, who has represented the Keystone State on Capitol Hill since 2006. Senator Casey, great to have you with us. How do you feel right now in terms of being patient and how you feel about Democrats in your state?
Well, like a lot of people, we're trying to be patient, but it's been it's already been a long process. But it may take a little bit longer to get to 100% of the vote. But I think when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden will carry Pennsylvania. I think he'll carry it by somewhere near 100,000. It could be less than that, could be more. But the gap now is about 200,000. President Trump started the day ahead by 600,000. It's down to 200. And I think ultimately that will be that he'll be overtaken, and Vice President Biden will carry the state. But it is a difficult process because you're implementing a new voting system in the middle of a pandemic, and I know folks are working very hard in a lot of counties to count every vote.
Absolutely. And we knew heading into all of this that it was going to take some time to count all of Pennsylvania's ballots. But with the president now attempting to stop the counting through lawsuits, when do you expect Pennsylvania will actually be able to declare a winner?
Well, look, I think that we're going to know who has the most votes in a short time frame. The legal proceedings that will be undertaken really are determinations the court has to make, but we're going to know the winner, and we're going to make sure that every vote gets counted. I know the governor's committed to that, and state officials are, and I think county officials are. But the president's attempts to stop ballots from being counted is really an insult to the voters. It is in large measure it's a thwarting of democracy itself. Undermining the right to vote is really violative of everything we claim to stand for as Americans. And I think the president should just accept that every vote should be counted. Once every vote is counted, he can make his decision then about what he's going to do. But he should accept the will of the people, and the only way you can do that is to have every vote counted. These votes being counted today are Trump voters and Biden voters alike. So.
Senator Casey, my father's family is all from Pittsburgh, so I feel a great deal of affinity for Pennsylvania. My grandmother lived there. I'd spent a lot of time in this state. And one of the things that I think is very interesting about your state is really how very diverse it is in terms of voters in the urban centers, from Philly to Pittsburgh to all of the rural areas in between. It really is an interesting moment in America's history that seems to be playing out in your state. Nonetheless, Joe Biden says he's feeling very confident about winning the state. And I want to play some of what he had to say for our viewers.
Mm-hmm. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania.
So, two parts to my question. First of all, are these mail-in ballots, given the projections that you see, are they enough for Biden to win the state of Pennsylvania? And then the other part of my question is, will Pennsylvania continue to be a state that Democrats and Republicans fight over? How are you seeing the changing demographics in your state playing out in terms of national politics?
Well, Lena, that's a great question because the voting trends in our state have changed dramatically in just the last 25 years. It used to be that a candidate could get a big margin in Philadelphia, would lose all of the Philadelphia suburban counties, would lose parts of the middle of the state, maybe try to break even or cut into northeastern Pennsylvania. But then all of western Pennsylvania was blue territory in those days. But that pretty much ended or began to end in the 1990s, where the place in the state where the population was increasing was becoming more and more blue. So now, for example, Vice President Biden will win Philadelphia by a big margin. It could be as big a win there as President Obama. He'll do better than President Obama and Secretary Clinton in the 4 suburban counties. So that's a real head of steam coming out of the southeast. But Western Pennsylvania is dramatically different than when I was starting out in politics. So now you win Allegheny County, which is over my left shoulder on this map. You win that county, but the counties around it are much more difficult. So what I think Vice President Biden did well is he was able to limit the deficit in a lot of rural counties where President Trump had a high vote, but maximize the vote in urban and suburban communities. So I think that combination will be a winning combination for him.
Before I let you go, Senator, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening on Capitol Hill. Democrats were really hoping to take control of the Senate this year. In fact, it seemed like Democrats felt perhaps even more confident about that heading into the election than necessarily the presidential race. But at this point, it doesn't look too likely. So what's at the top of your party's agenda in the next Congress? And do you think that there's still any possibility that Democrats are going to be able to exert more control in the Senate than they have in at least the last session of Congress?
Well, we'll see with regard to what happens in the Senate elections. Some of them are still being decided. But I would have to say it's uphill for us to get the majority. And that's a source of great disappointment and frustration for me. But I think, regardless of the outcome of the Senate elections, we have certain fundamental duties, I think, ahead of us because of the grave crisis the nation faces with a raging pandemic and a jobs and economic crisis that we really have not dealt with in a fulsome manner beyond the CARES Act. So the first order of business, in my judgment, has to be in November and December passing a robust relief bill. In my judgment, it should be something very similar to what the House passed, led by Speaker Pelosi. They acted responsibly way back in May. Senate Republicans sat on their hands, did nothing on these issues for many months. And I think that has to be addressed this year, this calendar year. But then in January, with a new administration, I think it'll be a Biden administration. But regardless, I think Democrat or Republican, no matter who's controlling the United States Senate, we have to address this economic challenge. And that means, I think, passing legislation very much akin to what was passed in the 1930s in the New Deal. We need a jobs program. We need a program to deal with this economic calamity. That is going to be difficult, but we have to meet that moment, even as we're trying to confront and deal with the reality of climate change, as well as make progress on on a racial reckoning in reform and police reform. We have healthcare battles ahead. So there's a set of problems the likes of which very few Congresses or presidents have had to face.
Yeah, we certainly saw from the exit polls voters saying overwhelmingly that they are looking, whether they are Republicans, Democrats, or independents, for some economic relief. Senator Bob Casey, thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
In Health Watch, tens of thousands of moms suffer from life-threatening complications related to pregnancy and childbirth every year. Now, federal health officials are launching a new campaign to raise awareness and help more mothers survive. Elise Preston has the details.
He's the one who noticed his mom's face was swollen.
In a powerful new PSA campaign, the Centers for Disease Control wants you to hear the stories of mothers who almost lost their lives while trying to have a baby.
Oh, you're fine, you're pregnant.
Nearly 700 mothers each year die from complications during and after pregnancy. Omari Maynard's partner is one of them. He says Shamani Gibson alerted doctors she was in pain, but she still died of a pulmonary embolism just days after an emergency C-section.
Do I feel like she was being ignored? I feel like the care could have been a lot better if they were listening to her.
Mothers are increasingly dying from infection, hemorrhaging, and preeclampsia. 2/3 of the deaths are preventable. The Hear Her campaign hopes to encourage mothers and those around them to know the warning signs.
A headache that seems severe and will not go away. Unusual swelling, of the feet.
CDC Director of Reproductive Health, Dr. Wanda Barfield, says the timing of the campaign is even more critical with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Women may be concerned that they can't be seen by a provider, but if they have a pregnancy-related complication or a significant warning sign, it's really important that they reach out.
This campaign will target cities where maternal mortality rates are the highest, including New York, St. Louis, and Atlanta.
Gibson's 2 children are now growing up without their mom.
She just loved family. She loved the community. And, she was just excited about being a mother.
Maynard hopes this campaign will prevent his nightmare from happening to other families. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
Voters in 32 states weighed in on 120 ballot measures at the polls, covering issues from the minimum wage to legalizing marijuana and pit bulls. Danya Bacchus breaks it all down for us.
Expect more marijuana dispensaries to start opening up around the country in 2021. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana approved measures legalizing recreational marijuana for adults 21 and older. Medical marijuana won approval in Mississippi.
Might help the economy as far as bringing another industry to the state of Mississippi.
On Tuesday, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Voters there also made it legal for people in therapy sessions to use the psychedelic drug in mushrooms. Florida minimum wage workers who fought for more money are getting it. The Sunshine State will gradually increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. Rideshare drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft did not get what they wanted in California. Voters rejected the state's initiative to make drivers employees who receive benefits instead of independent contractors. Uber and Lyft spent $200 million to defeat the initiative, the most expensive effort in state history. The companies threatened to leave California if the measure passed. Anti-abortion amendments were on the ballots in 2 states. Louisiana voters passed a measure asserting there is no state constitutional right to abortion. In Colorado, voters defeated a measure to prevent abortions after 22 weeks unless the woman's life is endangered. In Mississippi, voters decided on a new flag with a magnolia design that replaces their old flag with the Confederate battle emblem. And in Denver, you can legally own a pit bull now. Pit bulls have been outlawed since 1989 in that city following a high-profile attack on a 3-year-old. Danya Bacchus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Tech companies are struggling to curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation this election year. They faced a surge of false claims on their platforms after President Trump addressed the nation early on Wednesday. Mr. Trump claimed that he won the election despite several states still counting votes even now. The president also took to social media, writing, quote, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Facebook and Twitter have since labeled several of the president's posts and those of his supporters, warning users that some content may be disputed and votes are still very much being counted. To break down misinformation in the 2020 election, Fadi Quran joins me now. He's the campaign director at Avaaz, a nonprofit organization that promotes global activism. Thank you for joining us. So talk to us about the role that social media, particularly Facebook, has played in the spread of false or misleading information this election year.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, Lana. And what's happening is not normal because Americans are being flooded, but with misinformation, with false and misleading content from a large range of actors that is meant to deceive Americans and cause chaos and confusion across the country. And the tool that's being used is Facebook. The tool that's being used is Twitter. And so right now, social media platforms are trying to catch up, are trying to protect and inform their users. But the truth is they just haven't adopted the necessary policies to fix this problem at this moment. And that's what I believe the audience here needs to be aware of.
Yeah, so you're saying that that simply labeling these tweets, as we've seen Facebook, Twitter, and Google do, and suspending some accounts, that's insufficient. What more should these companies be doing to address the problem of misinformation then?
Well, one thing that we're seeing a lot is by the time the misinformation spreads, so I'll give an example that happened during election. There were false claims about irregularities, and a hashtag called Steal the Vote and a hashtag called Philly Steal began going viral. Hundreds of thousands, we've calculated, of Americans have seen that false misinformation. The platforms eventually caught up and began labeling them, but by that time it was a little bit too late. So one thing the platforms can do is inform Americans. When they know that certain people saw this misleading content, the platforms can track that and just share a correction, telling Americans, here's an alert, sorry you saw this piece of content. Here's a correction from the Associated Press or from the Washington Post or from another fact checker. Doing that would decrease the amount of people that are duped by this content by up to 50%, certain studies indicate.
So actually grouping together the true information with the false information rather than just labeling things as questionable is your suggestion, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what newspapers do. When something false is caught, newspapers give you more information. They say, sorry, this was actually not true. Here is what fact checkers say the true claim is. And then people can decide, but at least they have the facts. And that's what we are asking you, just getting a small notification on that front.
Well, Pennsylvania is a major battleground state this election. It's still undecided, and disinformation on the electoral process there flooded online outlets. You called this, quote, attempts at perception hacking. Explain to us what that means and what we're seeing throughout the state.
Yeah, that's a great question. And this is one of the challenges that I believe every American citizen needs to keep in mind. What certain malicious actors will want to do is convince you that there's a huge scandal. They want to hack your mind by making it seem as if something small. So let's say there was an accident at a certain polling station where 10 ballots went missing. They'll share that to make it seem like this is happening all over the country and thus hack your perception, making it seem as if there's chaos and everything's falling apart. And there's a danger here that we need to just be aware of in terms of social media platforms make it very easy for these malicious actors to do that. And that's why we just call on every American to verify the content they see, to not assume that because somebody such as, let's say, we don't know, but maybe Russia takes a piece of misinformation and tries to make it seem like they've achieved a big success by hacking into a system. Don't spread that because likely this didn't happen. They just want to make it seem like it did. And that's a danger.
All right. Well, the coronavirus pandemic and how it's been handled has been front and center this election year. And not surprisingly, it also became the target of misinformation campaigns. What were some of the more alarming falsehoods that your team came across?
Well, some of the alarming falsehoods, and this was our calculation found that over 3.8 billion views, estimated views on content that was shared by super spreader misinformation actors was seen across the world in the moment where COVID went viral. And here, one claim, for example, was telling people that if you could hold your breath for more than 10 seconds, that, Stanford Hospital said that you don't have COVID-19. And a lot of people shared that it wasn't true. But in April, many people believed it was true. And then this is the most dangerous part. Some people are claiming that they have a cure, and they're selling different medicines, different herbs, different things, making it seem as if they're doctors when they're not really doctors, and telling people to take these medicines. And that is also dangerous. Some people have actually, in working with doctors have told us some people have taken these false cures, and it has led to not only them harming themselves, but some people actually passing away. So that's another danger. And last but not least, a third piece of misinformation is we have seen too many people share claims about wearing masks, that if you wear a mask, it's going to cause certain lung problems, that it's going to make the virus worse. All of these claims are false. Doctors have reached a consensus that it's important to wear masks to protect against COVID, but yet these false claims are going viral, sometimes reaching over 100 million views across Facebook and other social media platforms.
All right, before we go, what would you give us as advice for all social media users? Things that we should keep in mind as we await the results of the election?
Well, with freedom comes great responsibility. And let's all keep in mind that too many people out there want to destroy this democracy that our forefathers fought for and built. And it's up to us right now to not allow them to do that. And the biggest risk to our democracy today is not claims of voter fraud, it's actually disinformation that is seeking to put us in alternative universes, make us feel like we are not seeing conspiracies. And too many Americans are falling for those claims. So let's be responsible. Let's verify content before we share it. Let's make sure that we do not spread the stuff we see on social media until we're sure that it is factual. And let's come together and be able to show empathy to one another at this moment.
Be empathetic. I think that's at the heart of it. Fadi Quran, thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
Sometimes we just need to take a break. We acknowledge